Hi everybody, welcome very much to the channel. As always here, and we are ready to watch party the grand finals of the EGCTV tournament. It was a great tournament so far. We casted a lot of games from the Elite Classic 3, from the Silver League. We did the watch party. Great plays. We have Marine Lord and Blue MT here on the finals. And thank you very much for watching. Your support is greatly appreciated. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings, and emotions, and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity, and responsibility as well. Make sure to believe in yourself and all possibilities, and it'll be all right. And remember to leave a like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, remember to follow the stream and subscribe to the channel as well if you enjoy mostly AE4 content, cast games, and then some variety gaming as well. So thank you very much for being here. Once again, your support is greatly appreciated. So welcome, welcome. A lot of viewers today. We love that for AE4. And we're about to go in. Welcome everybody, welcome, welcome. How we doing, how we doing? Let me just change here something in my camera a little bit. There we go. Yes sir, we're looking good there. So let's check the maps. We have Enlightened Horizon, Cliffside, Gorge, Badland, Relic River, Frisian Marshes, Lipany, Dry Arabian, Sacred Grove, Marine Lord, of course, with the bands of Rus, HRE, Japan, and Byzantines, with the bands, of course, of Rus, HRE, and also Byzantine, also Japan. What has happened? Japan is being banned everywhere because of the Spearman strategy to pull the deer in. Then their castle age game, and just the feudal age game is so strong because the problem of Japan was always food. And that year they don't have that problem. All right, we're still waiting. No, I paused. No, I just switched to another page. And we're gonna have Malians versus Chinese here on Gorge. I think Marine Lord will win. I want Louis to win. Let's go, Louis. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Finals. We want the finals, bro. Theater mode. Always cool. There we go. The winner will take, I think, 5K. Let me check real quick. The prize pool and whatnot. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I hope having a great day today. Beautiful Sunday. Earlier today, we were casting the SilverLeague semifinals. Then we were streaming Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery. And now we're here for the watch party. Oh, wait. I'm checking the SilverLeague. The Elite Classic 3. The winner takes $5,550 plus their winning. So Louis will take those 5,000 plus 5,000 and a half plus 350, so almost 6K. Marine Lord will take almost the same, just $50 less. So good. I mean, it's 6K for like a month of investment, right? And it's 6K if you win. If you go second, it's 4K, which is still all right. But maybe after taxes and whatnot, because it's like it was a month of practicing and fighting it out on the weekends. Like 4K in a month is like more than 4 times the minimum wage in Portugal. So that's the second place who do very well. Just dropping to say hi. I'm then going to work on my YouTube video. Okay, welcome. Thank you for saying hi. I wish you good creative energies in the YouTube video. I hope you enjoy it. I hope your channel grows and that you find the right audience for you. That's the most important for YouTube. The channel will grow as soon as you find the right audience for you. I know. Sorry about that. Because then we have the EGC Masters Final, which we still don't know anything about. It will be like the big tournament. So I'm expecting, bro, at least like for the winner, for like the year-round big tournament, 20K. For the winner, just that. Yeah. Because it's tough now for A4 players, but there are more tournaments as well. So we don't need every single tournament to have a huge payout because there are more tournaments. So there are more chances to make some money. But totally, we need bigger prizes pool. Not just to attract new players, but to maintain these pro players. Because we have now a great pro scene. We have like Louis, Beastie, B, Marine Lord, Anatan, Puppy Paw, CSO, Vortex, Wham, Demo, Lucifron. And we have a lot of upcoming players on the SilverLeague. Kiliardi, even Myriad. Sometimes plays really, really well. MSNDK, CSO, Scatterbrain. We have a lot of these young players that they need to be motivated, not just because they like the game. Hard for me to record audio and I'm coughing randomly. Bro, get a lot of honey. I'm not sick. I don't get sick in a long time. I drink a lot of water. I eat really well. I do some exercise. I catch a lot of sun. You know, in Portugal, it's hard to get sick, only in the winter mostly. But yeah, drink a lot of honey, a lot of tea, eat some spicy stuff. It helps you get rid of the quote-unquote bad blood. Just helps you heal a bit faster. And if you have troubles coughing, in my family there is this recipe of like leave some sliced onion in a small plate in the room where you at, and your coughing should go down a little bit at least. It has always worked for me. The Core Killer Pigeon. What do we think about that casting duo? I like it. I like it. I really like how KP has the Pokemon games in the background. I'm a Pokemon fan enjoyer. Go check Azosu Gaming. We have Pokemon content over there. A lot of Nuzlocking, some like ranking the cities of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and whatnot. I gotta do more of those. It was very fun. I'll do a tier list about the Nuzlocks I did so far. I didn't do hardcore Nuzlocks though. Just getting experience vibing. Yeah, here Gorge, I think this is a super good matchup for Louis, but Marine Lord really knows how to defend with Malians and then punish. Yeah, you'll try that? Okay. Good to see the core back. True, true. Really like that. One day I'll be casting with Little Core, guys. Don't worry. We'll be there soon. Together. With our best friends of the AOE4 community. Actually, last weekend I went to a gaming event. It was like here in Portugal, they had a lot of different games, and there was a final of a CSGO, a CS2 tournament. I really, really enjoyed it, bro. That really motivated me and made me look forward for me to go to some AOE4 events, you know, as a viewer or like as a caster or like even as an observer, just being there, a part of it. I think it will be great. Of course, I'll prefer to go as a caster because I really like casting the game. It's really nice. Let's see the bans over here. Of course, Rus and HRE banned like every single time these bans. Oh, I didn't resubscribe. Damn it, I want to resubscribe. How can I do it without exposing myself? Hold on. Yeah, I wanted to do it last week, but then I never did. So hold on, guys. Let me not expose myself here. Screensaver. How do I do this real quick? Okay. Let's not expose nothing here. The game is not started yet. I'm seeing it, guys. I'm seeing it. Okay, resubscribing here. Oh, I can't. I have to change my information. And I can do it right now? Oh, no, I can. Well, I just had num lock activated. Never mind, guys. It was just like, I thought I was blocked in the text. But no. Okay, we did it. Okay, the game is almost here. Yay! 2-month anniversary of my sub. Actually, I've been subbed for longer, but there we go. We supporting the channel, guys. Subscribe as well to EGCTV for more tournaments.
So good to play against the elite players, even if you get absolutely obliterated at the beginning, is because you gain experience playing against the best players out there.
Yeah. You do need to understand what to get anything out of that, right?
Exactly.
Like, if you don't understand, it's worthless. Like, it's why I always warn people when they're like low rank and they'll play like these open formats and they'll go up against Marine Lord. Like, dude, don't play it for 30 minutes. Play the first 10 and GG out, because like all the important lessons happen then. Anything after that, you're too bloated and deep in. But I think one thing that's worked out phenomenally for Louis is like, I saw him at the LAN, man. Always a smile on his face. Like, there's something very positive air about him. I don't think I've ever heard of a situation where he's been tilted, at least to my knowledge, right? And I think that's a superpower. Really, that is. Like, if you have that type of positivity where you're just having fun while also being able to dominate like this, it is the perfect storm, because there's no easy way to shake you off. There's no easy way to force you off your game. There's no emotional attachment that you can exploit, which, I mean, I don't think like we have too many players that like to do that, but we know Marine Lord likes to talk a little bit of smack, so maybe for him it's like a little bit of a deep hour.
But it's time, KP. The grand finals finally here. Marine Lord facing a new challenger, Louis MT. We head into game number 1 on Gorge.
Truly the rise of the new guard versus the old. Marine Lord decorated time and time again in the Age of
Game number 1 out of a best of 9. I want the game number 9. But the games don't be too long, right? We went like 9 games, but the games are like 20, 30 minutes. We don't want 40, 1-hour games. You know what I'm saying?
Someone's playstyle that should be the true testament of whether Louis is ready to take the mantle and be the champion. Can he do it here in a BO9 against Marine Lord? We're going to kick off in Gorge to find out now. Louis MT, Chinese is really where his journey began. It felt like that was the one he mained and fiended the most. So comfortable way to start the series. But Marine Lord on the Malians, I feel like Malians has been growing in popularity again, which is weird after a Pro Scouts meta where they're already so good. In fact, we've even seen certain players like
that's true. We see a lot of players speaking Malians, even in maps like Gorge, where I think they're not so great.
Economy is still so difficult to shake up. That is why it has been a beloved civilization in tournaments ever since it was released. If you're untouched at the beginning of the game, if your opponent isn't able to do a lot of damage to you, your economy will just skyrocket with the pit mines. On a map like this, with the cattle, the fact that you do not necessarily have to move out to the deer, to the berries, it is so immensely valuable on an open map like this. And on the other side, Chinese, classic civilization. As you said, Louis MT, he started with Chinese. He has a team game background. Chinese, one of the more beloved team game civilizations in the early days of the game. Generally, very powerful economy. One thing I love about the Chinese here, though, and that could be very valuable against Marine Lord, is the ability to quickly pivot unit compositions. You have the supervisability, you can quickly change the unit type that you're making, and that could be immensely valuable to just shake things up mid-game.
And this is the thing, right? Like, with the Pro Scouts nerfs,
All right,
And the
everybody.
timing still being good for China, it's very easy for them to get their first in because they
Everything
can
that Caster
switch
said
the
is
spears,
right.
as you
Malin
mentioned,
economy
very
is so
fluidly.
strong.
Whereas
You have to
Malian's
attack it
sort of
early
a little bit
game,
weird to spear
and
rush.
sometimes it's not like
Donzos are bad,
you attack
but
once and that's
if you're
it.
in a
You have to
rush, they
keep
can feel
attacking, you have to
awkward
keep the
because they're
pressure up.
usually something
Sometimes you go
gradually
in, you do
slower.
damage,
So
then you back up, and they still somehow are able to outmass you.
wherever he goes, pro
Because
scouts
also
are cool.
the
I think he could shove in his
javelin
initial
throwers,
spears,
even
but
in
once
lower
they
numbers, are a bit more efficient. Then in bigger numbers, they become inefficient, actually. It's kind of funny.
No, so this is an easy shove-in for him that makes sense. He already took out Louis' plan there. Louis' close deer have already been hit down. So if Marine Lord wanted, he could do kind of like a feudal push build where you just rely on the deer and then don't go into pro scouts. So I wonder, Louis, Imperial Academy always going to be the obvious one here, especially the no IO builds. I think like this, maybe the only upside in like understanding China's plan is that you know exactly what they're going to do because you see no Imperial official you know is going to be Academy. But even that just doesn't feel like an advantage here because of just how damn good that landmark choice is.
Yeah, to me, this is an academy setup. No surprise about that.
Yeah, Imperial Academy is so good. I remember Chinese really
Warrior on the other side.
became
One
really,
thing to keep in mind is
really
that
powerful
mill, the
when
one
they made
being
that change to the
used, the one
landmark.
that will be used to make the
Well,
cap
Chinese
was
were
very much in the front,
used,
so
but since
if
they
any
changed
harassment
that
comes
landmark,
in, it
Chinese
could be a
became so
little
popular and so
challenging to keep
strong,
these alive,
and then
keep
came
the
professional
cattle alive.
scouts to make them super crazy.
Yeah, but I like Marine start here. Wheelbarrow coming in, which tells you pro scouts shouldn't really be a priority here with the deer shove as well. And then likely, I mean, against this, I think you normally want to be thinking racks if you want to open, just because like there is that threat that if you go archery range, your opponent already should have stables for horsemen. And we do have the pro scouts being locked in by Louis to be expected.
Yeah, he's gonna have pro scouts in there. Rex is the response. So, no warrior scouts from Marine Lord. It's not uncommon that, at least on some of the maps, especially maps like Boldland, Malians open with warrior scouts and just straight up try to match the pro scouts build of the opponent.
Like the tricky thing with Donzos is definitely the fact you pay a premium. But usually when you're playing against China like this, you're expecting them to go horseman, spearman. Because like, you don't really want to be putting archers against Malians normally due to the javelin threat. So it's kind of this expectation and reality check. But if you do give China an opening to justify archers, it's kind of crazy how impactful it is due to the taxation generation. Like I've seen games at
Yeah, and the faster production of archers goes crazy.
China player has like over 1.5k gold through just tax alone. It's pretty wild. Okay, so it looks like Louis is just getting confirmation on whether there's going to be additional things added in. Unfortunately, that scout, I don't think he saw the archery range. So really nicely placed there by Marine Lord. He intentionally pushed to the west side to mask the javelin switch. And look at the response. Louis is taking the bait into archers.
Oh, that's such a nice little detail out there. As you said, the fact that you tuck away your range at the back means that it's not necessarily guaranteed that Louis is going to scout it in time. And do keep in mind as well, Louis wants to use those scouts to ferry in carcasses. So right now he's not actively scouting the enemy base. Means that Marine Lord is going to have those javelins out. And Louis doesn't really know about them. If he did, I don't think he would be this heavily relying on the archers.
No, like he would have started out.
Maybe Louis just wants to outmass. Mass archers beats mass, not doesn't beat, but trades well into mass javelin throwers. Especially with Chinese, you can supervise so quickly.
We used to, back in like the last League Classic, like the EGC Brother finals, we had, 8, 9 scouts. So it was just like, how many can I build and how many can you build? It was like our own mobile version of TC boom meta. But now, most players, with how kind of slow it is to return the investment and how vulnerable it is, understand that you don't want to overburden. So 3 to 4 gets you enough deer home at this stage to constantly keep deer gathering going. And now Louis, he has scouted what's coming. I love this. He actually kept one scout out where most players would just go out to the deer straight away. So he gets the early warning. Horseman now being added in.
Yeah, this is where the supervisability comes in clutch. He's outnumbered pretty badly, but he can catch up to this pretty quick. And do keep in mind, Marine Lord's army is slow moving. So if he ever gets caught mid-map, Louis can completely clean him. That is one of the features of this map, Gorge. the mid-map is wide open. If you ever get wrapped with your infantry, you will likely get cleaned up.
Yep.
Yeah, and Marine Lord, the way he's scaling jabs, this gives an option to go into Farimba, which has become insanely popular with the Pro Scouts meta, remains so even after it.
You have scouts in the base, you go Farimba, but you need buildings. You can't make units out of Farimba. You just get the unit there, then you need to produce them out of other buildings. And that's when you have a lot of tier, you don't need to buy cows or make ranches. So you can make a lot of production buildings and a lot of units.
We do have that second pit mine, by the way. Marine Lord, he was very delayed on going out for it, but it makes sense. You know, the thing about Gorge that I found always made Malians a bit of a weird pick is you don't have an easy secondary gold. They're always just so far out your base.
Yeah, well, at the very least, you're getting a large pit mine or a large gold mine as your second pit mine in comparison to many other maps like Dry Arabia, where your second pit mine would also be on a small gold vein.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Dry Arabia where you can get the real Marine Lord spawn with them all behind your base, right? Like, you're going to have to come out here. It's a little bit annoying for that reason. But right now, the scale looks good. Marine Lord isn't investing everything. He could definitely afford more production if he wants to. I think he's aware of where this is likely to trend. He wants to see a reason to stay long feudal.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to rush castle. For now, he's not getting any cattle out, and I think that's the big deal here. As long as there is no cattle, Louis MT should be more than satisfied with this.
Like, where's the cutoff point is what I'm wondering. Where do you not feel comfortable? Because, like, the problem is, like, you can target the pit mines, but going into the base of Malians is always the uncomfortable conversation you don't want to have, right? Because of just how good the hybridized army is with the
the javelins,
even on the Donzos.
And the Donzos and Town Center. It's always so hard to dive the base of the Malians, that's for sure.
Malians. Donzo Javelin is a difficult comp to beat. Even if you don't get close with your cavalry, the Donzos can throw their spears and do a lot of damage on you. Javelins have a huge range for a feudal age unit, so really, Marine Lord can just sit inside his base and do a lot of damage even before Louis MT gets close.
I wonder if Louis wants to keep up this idea, does he even feel the need to go Rams? Like, in fairness, he has a lot of horsemen. Oh, and this is good. Donzo's already out of the base. Marine Lord needs to be careful with that. That's a little bit greedy going for the stab. Archers are going to dive in just to get anyone off the berries. I think Louis doesn't really want the main engagement. He just wants to try and find trickle damage to slow Marine Lord down.
Yeah, I agree with you. Right now, I think it's more about denying the cattle. As long as that is the case, you see, Marine Lord has to go and hunt, and that gives opportunities for Louis MT. Really, things get dicey against Malians when they have the cattle and you literally cannot hit their food eco. It's just so difficult to deal with Malians beyond that point. So Louis MT playing very aggressive here. A lot of horsemen, quite a few archers, and when you see 20 villagers from the Malians on berries, that's where you know that your opponent is doing something right.
I think Marine Lord's done this very well in the deal.
True story. If Malian is on berries, something is wrong for them. Totally.
And Louis hasn't really been able to punish him for that yet. And the worry with that is, like, Louis' game plan here, very dangerous on only 2 deer stacks. Usually you want that third to guarantee it because he's going mass horseman. So, like, there is a play here towards Castle Age, but the tricky part about this type of composition is it usually feels like a one and done. If it hits, you win the game. If not, you go next.
Yeah, I think the other problem is that the compositions scale better for Marine Lord. Donzo Javelin is going to scale a lot better into mid-late feudal than here Horseman Spearmen will, or Horseman Archers will. And as you said, when Louis MT runs out of food inside his base, and he's going for a super food-heavy composition, when he runs out of food, things could get dicey. He still has a board to the north that he could utilize.
Marine Lord is an insane army, though.
Taking out some houses, idling a lot of villagers on Marine Lord's side.
It's smaller than the army for Louis, but 25 javelins, 16 spearmen, that's really good.
He's just stuck to the edge. Louis definitely got military mass on his side. And the best you can kind of do in this situation is try to force the brute moment, right? Like, if you have to slow trickle this, javelins will trade out better. But when it's a raw attack, the attack speed difference does make archers a lot more desirable here. Donzo's getting sniped out pretty easily. So I think Louis, overall, that was a decent trade. On top of that, he was rotating around the back, but great reaction. Marine Lord doesn't get caught in his tree line.
I like this for Louis. He hasn't shown all the cavalry he has, and now Marine Lord might be overextending a little here. Marine Lord doesn't have a scout here. I think Marine Lord is getting baited out. I don't think Marine Lord knows that this army is this big. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
He's chasing the archers, not knowing about the horsemen, and now he might get caught off guard.
Yep, Rohirrim Riders come in. There's only, what, 7?
Yeah, that's so many horsemen there. The javelin throwers, I think, are done for. Some Donzos arriving in the background. Louis needs to be careful. The horsemen are low HP, some of them. They'll die pretty quickly here to a volley of javelins and Donzos. Louis doing some raids, got one villager, that's well done. That was a great fight for Louis, I think. He's now going siege engineering, he went some rams, take down the buildings of Marine Lord. After that fight, it's actually very justifiable.
There's a lot of resources in the bank. Makes me wonder if he's still contemplating Castle Age, but I feel like you shouldn't do that. If you let Malians build up the cattle, you are done. And he has a rare opportunity to punish Marine Lord right now. 8 Donzos only against 20+ horsemen, 30+ archers.
But Louis doesn't know that Marine Lord only has 8 Donzos. I think Louis is thinking that Marine Lord has more Donzos, but they were just out of position.
A small win, a medium win there. And it gave him the wiggle room to justify this, because you say he needs more horsemen, but think about it this way. 22 horsemen's decent into 28 javelins. Vet them up, everything melts. It's actually not a bad idea. Even veteran archers into javelins is going to be super effective. So Louis just takes the safe play.
Yes, I mean, yeah, but Louis has some reason to him here. If you give time to Malians, they can go crazy. A nest of bees. Oh, I think Louis is enough for a nest of bees. Soon, the gold. Nest of bees here will be super helpful versus javelin throwers.
That Marine Lord has absolutely no answer to right now. And with the supervision ability, the Palace Guards can arrive in an instant. Now, this is a miss micro here by Louis MT.
Oh, no.
But Marine Lord's army is out of position.
Yeah, but the number difference is not that big anymore, so Louis needs to be a little bit careful. That was a fragile loss. I think he lost, like, what, 8 horsemen in the last 30 seconds? Now Ram's coming.
That's a lot. That's 100 food lost, 800 food lost in 30 seconds. That's true. Horsemen don't seem that great, but they're actually very expensive. If you lose 10 horsemen, that's 1,000 food.
You could just casually have one coming out, but like it's 35 seconds wait time. It's crazy.
Marine Lord is looking for Castle Age here. He only has 6 cattle to age up with, but he feels the need to get the tech back on track. He's now facing veteran units, but only 15 horsemen, a lot of them heavily damaged.
I think this is for him.
True. A lot of the horsemen are damaged. I think Marine Lord can do it.
He's up to 8 cattle. I don't know, like, it feels like you might need the Farimba upgrade just to try and survive this. Louis is going to start poking. He's already got the veteran C. Range damage 2 is on the way in. It's going to be there in just a few seconds. Builds on the front line, gathering the last bit of gold Marine Lord need, because it's not just enough to get what he needs for tech up. He also needs to guarantee he can get those vets in. Horsemen are going to brute force it. It's the Donzos out of position. Louis, these Rams took a million years to arrive. They're finally hitting into the housing, and Marine Lord does not have much
Rams, bro. Slow and clunky. Nice play here from the archers from Louis. Really well done. The archers are doing a great job. The horsemen numbers are not great. They're being sniped by the javelins.
Yeah, this is most of what Louis has here, and he doesn't really have a good front line. A lot of the horsemen are getting picked apart, but I think he is just all-inning this almost. He feels like there is no way that he would beat Malian's mid-late Castle Age if he's just letting up on the pressure. He's just trying to trade as much as possible.
This is the collision point he's been looking for. Javelin count is getting quite low. Archers are pressing decently well, but he's going to have to fall back a little bit. The Rams are going to start moving over to the farms next. This is the big problem. The ranchers are going to be unprotected because even though the archers might not be able to finish off, the problem is with no Donzos, Marine Lord technically has no answer to the siege now.
I was using the villagers. Louis should be focusing the villagers. Here we go.
Yeah, he's housed again.
Okay, no Rams burned. So that means that the production is going down. Javelin is still carrying. Marine Lord wants to go to Castle Age now. He just reinvested. It's looking really good for Louis. He's ahead on villagers too, Louis. Or equal with the Imperial officials.
On the edge of what feels like a GG call here. Especially now that he has to abandon the cows.
That is where things fall apart for Marine Lord. Having to abandon the cows, losing a lot of infrastructure, and as you said, Louis behind this, there is another wave of horsemen now moving in. So many
He's going for the primary TC. Like, he's actually just sieging into it now. He's had enough of this to say,
Maybe Marine Lord can garrison the villagers for the other side.
He sells
Instead,
1,400 food income.
but Marine Lord attacks the ram with the most HP instead of the one with the lowest HP.
Louis sticking to archers this whole time. Archers makes you a lot more lean on your food usage. It allows the horsemen to be justified. And now we have
but now there are the same number of javelins as the archers. Archers fully upgraded, plus 2 range attack, plus 2 range defense.
Position here, falling behind economically. And the longer this difference in age goes on, the worse and worse it begins to feel.
Really, as you said, the only dipping point that could be seen is if Louis runs out of food. He should be close to depleting that boar, and because of this, he needs to continue doing damage here. His momentum could shrink a lot if he starts running out of food, but he's doing so much damage on the infrastructure. Marine Lord, just 4 cattle right now, not what you want to see for a Malian player, and with all these production buildings taken out, as you said, it's so difficult to get anti-cav going for Marine Lord.
What do you mean 4 cow? There's 13 cow right there. Delicious, plump T-bone steakers all laid out on the ground. And what else is going to be laid out on the ground is a lot of these javelin horseman dive hits big.
There you go, GG.
Jab's not able to hold on, and GG.
GG, bro. Well done, Louis. Coming in
with a win over the unstoppable Marine Lord.
I loved Louis' approach to this game because Malians, they can recover from so many precarious positions if you just leave them alone for 2 minutes. And there was a moment where it seemed like Louis was going to pull back and maybe regroup. That's where Marine Lord could have afforded trying to get the cattle going, trying to get the castle age. And then Louis MT, after baiting out Marine Lord's army, after taking a good fight in the middle of the field, said, wait a minute, I have a chance to finish it right here and right now. And that is exactly what he ended up doing. I love his relentless approach against the Malians. This is exactly how you have to play against the Malians to prevent them from scaling that economy.
Yep, fantastic start to the series for Louis, and shows you exactly why China was considered one of his signatures. Now, the next one is going to be another signature Civ. Like, his journey in pro play may have been started with a focus on China, but the Ottomans is going to be the true test here, because Marine Lord, like, he allowed this through the Light Horizon.
Ottomans versus House of Lancaster. Not looking good, easy for Louis, but he is an Ottoman master chef. I've watched / cast a lot of games from Louis, and he absolutely cooks on the Ottomans, but Marine Lord, he's going to go with the Demon Civ House of Lancaster. Luckily, Ottomans don't take the game into equal fights, it's like military fight straight up, and I think House of Lancaster can struggle, especially on Enlightened Horizon, harder to defend, easier to attack. I think could be 2-0 for Louis, but House of Lancaster is very difficult.
Best of 9, you can often roll the dice on strategies that you would otherwise not do if you're down one game or if it's neck and neck. So you highlighted Enlightened Horizon, Ottomans out there for Louis MT. There was a chance that he saves this for darker times, for times where he is losing momentum and he needs a reset. Instead, it kind of feels like he's pouncing on this advantage that he has built in game number 1 and says, let's go to game number 2. I will take potentially the best matchup I can get and try to make this a 2-0 and secure that momentum advantage, which could set him up really well to potentially play some gamble strategies going into game number 3 and 4.
And it's interesting, so you have to remember that this was Marine Lord's choice, right? So after this didn't work out, like, there's got to be something in his mind, right? Like, this hasn't phased him at all. It's like, whatever, go next. Because in Enlightened Horizon, we've been bigging it up as Ottoman's hometown. It really feels that way. House of Lancaster is okay. I wouldn't rate them as top of the pack or anywhere like close to that. I mean, they can hunker down the corner. They have some efficiency there. But in terms of civs that play really well into this Dark Age aggression, you know, you're usually thinking things like Ottomans, Japanese, maybe even English above Lancaster because they have the early men-at-arms. Lancaster themselves are a little bit funky, a little bit different. So I'm curious to see what he's got in mind. You know, we've seen a lot of these just standard Lancaster castle builds. Possible that we see an Abbey of Kings. I think this is actually a really good map for Abbey of Kings. And the Lords of Lancaster could give you the edge you need against all those Ottoman variables that make Dark Age so good. But, man, Louis, props to him on this first game, though. I was impressed on the timings here. He just... You wouldn't... With the way he played that, you wouldn't talk of inexperience. I think he executed that elegantly in G1.
He did.
Elegantly, indeed.
And really, it's not like Marine Lord did anything wrong. I think Marine Lord was playing perfectly fine. Really, the only instance where you could say, oh, shoot, something went actually bad for Marine Lord was when he got baited out of his base and his army got caught off guard. beyond that point, it was really just Louis MT slightly outperforming his opponent. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can maintain that, because if he starts running away with this, we could be in for what would probably be an upset in the book of many people.
Oh, yes, that's right. Louis MT, 2-0 up. Is it going to happen here? Because, like, reminder, what was after game 4, we're going to have a redraft. So, like, you have this very interesting situation where you get these early wins out with the strong pick civs. The interesting thing is Louis MT will then get them again even easier because they seem less desirable, such as Otto. But on this map, they truly are the king. So let's get into it. Game number 2, Louis MT leading after the first in our grand finals. And he's now going to go into Light Horizon. This was Marine Lord's pick, but Louis MT has the S tier pick. Ottomans on this map feel almost unslayable. Marine Lord has something in mind, though. Gentlemate's boy is whipping out the Lancasters.
Both players just rushing that standard place of interest, as one would expect. And I think this is something that we have to talk about, KP. Places of interest, one of the new additions of this DLC, something to shake up the classic map meta with an incentive to move out on the map early on.
Yeah, the points of interest are actually a great development for Age of Empires 4. It's one that I hope they take even further. I like this idea of diverse strategies, and I think like it's been refreshing because Ottomans on standard maps, no one really thinks of them. Here, it seems desirable. Now, some people won't like that polarizing dynamic, but that polarizing dynamic has always existed in Age of Empires 4. It's why we've talked about counter picks in the past, right? It's going to exist no matter what happens, but we get so much diversity of play when you have unique map mechanics like this. So really big shout out to the devs. I'm constantly this year praising them on this. I think this has been one of the most positive improvements in Age of Empires 4 since its release.
Totally agree. I think points of interest are really, really good. Brings the action that AV4 needed.
So, focus on this, by the way, it is going to be moving towards the Wolf Dens. Marino's doing a good job of keeping pace here. Now, the reason why I think he values Lancaster here, as some players do, part of it is the design of the map is really good for like yeoman timings. But the other big deal is that Lancaster gathers from sheep 20% quicker.
True.
It's a very powerful buff, and it allows you to compete with these civs that have other edges. Like, for example, Ottomans, they save 60 wood on their racks.
It's a bit of a race towards the Wolf's Den here. Players...
Yeah, but look at this. This is sick on the wrap.
Oh, nice.
Yep, that was kind of cool. The problem is Marine Lord lost the initial stab in. So, like, he didn't get the overwhelming edge he was looking for. But the idea is really cool there, like, trying to flank with that tree line.
Yeah, both players just rushing towards that Wolf's Den. 150 gold that you get for destroying the Wolf's Den is a huge buff in early games. So
still no then killed, I believe.
That's part of the reason why both the players are challenging this. Looks like Louis is going to have to bail on this.
Yeah.
He still has his own side to go for. I wonder if Marine Lord will try to just force this engagement and then clean up the Wolf's Den with the next wave of Spearmen coming in.
You have to be very careful. It's a little about timings here. Like, the reason Marine Lord was able to win that is the initial stab in favored him, and then, of course, he has defender's advantage. Like, it's slight, but we've got Louis going diagonally versus Marine Lord in a straight line, so his units get here quicker. So it's all about finessing that timing. Marine Lord doesn't really want to get bogged down in a very long standoff, though, because that means Vizier points, and Vizier points is where Ottomans destroy you in Dark Age.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? With the Ottomans, it usually takes a long time for the Ottomans to scale up, but it's a completely different dynamic where you have to play early game, Dark Age combat, or early Feudal Age combat. Ottomans are actually very proficient at that. Back when
they can bring the Imams or the Method, really boost them in the Feudal Age.
Oh boy, now this is a problem for Louis MT. Marine Lord has basically all the sheep.
Yeah, and on top of that, look at the way Marine Lord's playing these fights. Like, he got a small number advantage, and he's not hesitating to use it. Like, you'd think he blindfolded them and given them a spear. They're just charging in with no fear whatsoever, and it's actually kind of edging out an advantage here. And remember, like, he doesn't want to play hyper long Dark Age. He just wants to do enough that Louis leaves him the hell alone and lets him get his timing here. And remember,
he needs the gold for Feudal.
Exactly. And this is really important, this timing, because it's been a longer Dark Age. The merchant camp's also been generating gold. So once you get the Wolf Den and you tech up, this could open the door for the Abbey of Kingspiel because you'll be able to afford additional lords.
And Marine Lord just decided to mine it at this point.
Well,
Lancaster Castle,
screw it.
nicely tucked away.
Just the normie crap. Well, I tried. I done my part, everyone. I tried to invoke the Abbey of Kings. It's just not going to happen. A boy can dream. So split each
The
way.
normie stuff, like KP was saying, the other Lancaster. The Lancaster castle, I mean.
Trade option. But minimum Redressa, like I've always stood by this belief that it gives you more versatility. It's good for long feudal, but it also benefits you a lot in fast castle as well.
Having safe food is never a bad thing. It's to a certain extent, it's very similar to what you would get from a Kura storehouse. You have a stability with your food income, and that's immensely valuable in mid-game.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like, in theory, on this map at least, the trade seems a bit more desirable because you have so little gold safely in your base. But, you know, with Ottomans, with passive production, the way that works, how you get it set up, you don't need a grand deal of gold to be competitive. Like, you can actually lean into things like Sapahi pretty hard, which is food and wood. So I guess Marine Lord is... like, is he going to do something a bit funky here? That Lancaster Castle is quite far forward. So I'm wondering if the plan is to build manors on the merchant camp so it can't be decapped, which is, I mean, quite creative. I haven't seen many people do that. Normally you build it near your stone and your deer.
I think some of that positioning with the Lancaster Castle...
Interesting. Manors on the
as well. And also
point of interest, it can't be captured. Interesting play. Ooh, a lot of sheep for Marine Lord. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Positioning of the natural resources rather than the camp, but I wouldn't be against it. It would be a nice little additional benefit from the positioning of that castle.
Yeah, it's just like, obviously having it that far forward, it means your stone, your tree lines, like they're all unguarded. Like you're basically anchoring on your gold. It could be the food we talked about. And now we have the Imam point. This is what makes this map so
the healings, bro. The healings are really important here for Louis.
Produced actively gives you this very strong timing in the game. One that's hard to compete because the Imam makes units not die. And then the meta accelerates that because of the double melee armor you can get. And because at this stage both sides are spam spears, it's a bloody big edge for Ottomans. I wonder, does he just rush castle behind this, though? Like, he knows what it is now. He just ran the scout over, I believe. Okay, maybe not. He'll find out in a sec, though. So just a stare down at the moment. But
I was about to mention that nothing is happening at this moment. Just the aging and just looking at each other.
He added in military schools, which usually if you're adding in military schools at this timing, is indicative of you going castle. Because like it's very, very weak at the beginning of feudal age.
I think it's also the imams. Like realistically, as much as he can try to challenge this position, with the manors being nearby, it's gonna be, well, with the castle being nearby, it's gonna be a big no-no. He's going to try to decap this nonetheless and use the imams to heal, but the real value of the imams will come from picking up the relics if you actually go to castle. Nice little micro, by the way, using the healing and just exploiting the fact that the castle cannot reach all the spearmen to decap this position. In fact, not just decap this, but straight up cap it for himself.
It's strong because the thing is Lancaster Castle mana spam is good because of the gradual damage it does. It kind of sucks at bursting. Right, like, look, oh wow, you almost hurt. Oh wow, damn, 1 damage? Oh, it'd be a shame if I could just like have someone wave at me and make me feel better, you know?
Yeah,
it's the morale damage.
It's good to be a healthcare provider in this area, I feel.
Like the thing is he's doing this, he's not losing any units and he's teching. Right? He also has the meta on the way which can be passively produced. That means that if this remains in a weird melee stalemate, the thing about that is it's even better for Ottomans because they'll have the heal and then the +2 armor, which is at this stage in the game 25% of Marine Lord's spearman damage.
And look at the relics on this map. They are not scattered across
Castle
the map.
Age for
They're very
Louis.
much condensed.
Marine Lord is almost there though.
If you rush Castle Age like this, you can very quickly get to 3-4 relics. It's not like Frisian Marshes where you have to walk across the map and pick up the relics. He's going to be guaranteed 2 relics here, and I think he will be able to snag the ones from the middle as well. It's pretty much guaranteed that Louis has at least 4 relics in this game.
Yeah, very cozy position for him. However, in response, Marine Lord has got a lot of manners, and he is indeed mustering the nobles, so this could be a good timing to try and intercept. It is going to be into the space of a bunch of spears, so likely he'll have to try and stop the 3 relics further from the base, because the first 2 are pretty much locked in.
The first 2 should be locked in. Especially if Louis has a gate on that wall to the south of his base. then he can just get through the walls, and there's no gate, so he's gonna have to walk around.
I think that's fine though. Like he's gonna want to be north side of his base anyway to go and collect additional relics, so it doesn't really hurt his timing too much here. So take out completes. We have got a mango and queue already. Most of the time at the moment with Ottomans, you actually cancel the mango and immediately queue up Springles instead, as they are insanely cost efficient and blob a lot faster. And there you go. There's the switch over.
I just gotta say,
That's true. Like Springles from the free landmark, they blow so much faster. And then the thing is, like, oh, he actually did it. Louis canceled the mangonel and goes for Springles. It's all about the targets.
Yeah, like he's expecting
If the enemy has a lot of ranged units, of course, he will mangonel. But a lot of Springles can kill the ranged units and the infantry units.
Timing here on Ulsgaard that could work really well for Lancaster.
Yeah, Marine Lord is playing ultra defensive. Now, one thing that could be a little worrisome for him is that all of these defensive landmarks are to the left. There is a wide open path into his base from the right that could be used by Louis MP.
Well, tech up's complete, and it is going to be a priority of upgrading the spin first of all. Makes sense with the Sipahi factor. I mean, when you have this many manners, you do get tempted by the Yeoman. You shouldn't, but you do. And I believe that's going to be, what, military school for Louis? Would make a lot of sense here.
Rosgard are now moving out, and Louis actually decided to just drop off the relics back at home, not even garrison them. I guess he's racing for the other relics, but he hasn't gotten there. And right now, as things stand, Marine Lord might be able to deny the 3 relics in the middle. Look at that. Where are the...
It's the bloody Demi-Lancers. I'm telling you, like, they camp it out. The problem is, like, you've got spears, but...
It's the bloody Demi-Lancers. It's great mobility, great presence. Like in whatever part of the map you want, in this case the relics.
Has a similar count of units, so... Louis instead just retracts back into the corner. Demi-Lancers, which just got auto-upgraded, are going to
the deer feels. Luckily, the Demi-Lancers only do like 10 damage. So, villagers survive.
I feel like Louis needs a little wall in this corner. On the other side, Marine Lord could use some walls as well, but he's not facing high mobility units. So this is more along the lines of making sure that these Demi-Lancers cannot do a lot of damage to Louis MP. He's definitely struggling to keep track of them with spears only, so some walls would benefit him greatly. Yeah, there we go.
Louis walling? What are you implying? And Marine Lord must be inspired by a third place deciding game. We've got Fast Imp Lancaster coming in.
Yeah, I honestly feel like he looked at that Beastie game and said, wait a minute, this actually does make a lot of sense. It's rushing Imperial here, and the thing is that this is ultra difficult to punish with...
True, Marine Lord is indeed rushing Imperial.
To escalate.
Then he goes into... Actually, he lost to Puppy Paw, I think. Like this on this map last weekend.
He walled off the right side now.
Puppy Paw also rushed Imperial with House of Lancaster, and then through the Wingard Castle, spammed a bunch of spearmen.
So difficult for Louis MP to punish
Bruh. Bruh, don't, not again, not again.
Amazing.
That's the Wingard. Here we go.
I wonder... Is there... I don't... Like, this is the thing. The White Tower makes it very hard for Louis to now commit to an all-in to punish this. He's kind of stuck.
Yeah, that's the thing. This switch-up is so good with the Lancaster against the Ottomans, because mid-Castle Age is where you would feel comfortable about this matchup with the Ottomans, and Marine Lord just said, well, let's skip Castle Age as a whole, let's head to Imperial. And when you look at this setup for Louis MP, he's got Spearman and Sipahi, he's very far away from Imperial, he's got no tools to punish this imp from Marine Lord, but rushing out Imperial would be ultra costly for him, and I'm not even sure if he would benefit much from that.
I mean, you do get a big acceleration to your production rates on military schools. It's like not the worst idea possible. But with the supply scaling, it kind of feels like he wants to be a bit more aggressive. This is tricky, though. Like, you know, the wall's already up in the short ramp. Now with the tech up, you don't even have confirmation it's not Berkshire, which is a little bit of a paranoia for you. And that's the perfect answer. Garrison command is exactly what you want to be doing here. The Sipahi are going to be...
Mass Spearman. And wasn't Marine Lord Ottomans in that game as well? Maybe not. Maybe I'm confusing.
Remarkable, considering that he was beaten to Castle Age, And Louis had monks ready to go from the very beginning.
Yeah, wolves still exist. I'm a little bit... This is one of the things I don't like about wolf dens. I don't know. Like, give someone 5 gold for killing those things. They're actually pains in the ass and difficult to kill. I do like the wolf dens. I hope they get a little bit more depth. I also would love to see them add in some point of interest that are kind of like the Forgotten Ruins that generate stone, but like, you know, maybe a neutral farm that's better than normal farms. Like a little... I don't know, like I think another idea has like a river with a guy like that sieves gold in the river.
I think it would be very cool to add in like rebel camps, because for it's like you and the enemy are trying to conquer this land. You're like expansions of your empire. So it would be cool to be like natives. And then it will be like in Himayama, it will be like samurai or yumis. You know, in Dry Arabia, it could be like Vasid units or Del units or something like that. And then you, in certain points, maybe like close to the big golds, maybe they have a keep or something, and they have like 2 golds around that keep, and then you can get the keep to you. Like we need that more dynamic. We need that. We need more options in the game, you know.
But Marine Lord read through it. Like, it's kind of ridiculous when you think about like why stay the age? Why stay the age when you can just as easily just hop to the next one? Especially against Ottomans that maybe are looking to more slowly scale to counter you versus an all-in timing. Like you're not staring down the barrel of an H-3 Burgrave Rush, for example.
Imperial will be on the way for Louis MT. At the very least, he's walled back at home, so Marine Lord cannot really do a lot of damage to him, but with Raboldaquin on the way, Mass Spearmen, we're getting into that pike and shot era. I'm not exactly sure what Louis can do against that. He's going very heavy into Springles, though.
You always do. It's the most efficient thing. Like, they are so damn good.
Imperial Age as well for Louis. Very, very important. Here we go.
Even after slight damage nerf, it just doesn't matter. They are still the king thing to spam. Even more so when you look at what Marine Lord has. Marine Lord has literally just got Spearmen, you know? Like, oh, what's that? You've got a big, long stick? Well, we shoot bigger, longer sticks at you. It's... I think that's how rock, paper, scissors works. Yeah, you know, like, you know when you play...
Here.
You know when you play, like, rock, paper, scissors? Like, the way you win is when they go rock and then you punch them in the face. It's just like, it's a bigger rock.
The worrisome detail for Louis is that he doesn't have a good front line in front of those Springolds right now. The Sipahi will just melt to that many Spearmen. Imperial Age is in. Marine Lord might be looking for a timing to punish this. But that's a lot of villagers having to move out for the gold.
I mean, you have to at this stage. Then again, he went for the north side as well. So this is ultra greedy. Yeah, he's splitting his gold, but he's using most of his economy to do it. We do have a Great Bombard now queued up. There is a possibility you go for the extra Bombard here with the Vizier points, because that would be the perfect answer to Mass Spear Blob and Raboldaquin play. The Culverins is going to be the trickier thing for Louis to answer.
Big push on this gold mine, but at the same time, Louis is sending in his cavalry on the far left. So both players looking for a raid here. Louis is going to be the first one to find it.
Great Sipahi raid over there. Great Sipahi raid.
So it might be
2
difficult
kills.
to dive,
But it's against Lane Castle.
considering that
They don't care.
the Sipahi is still 50 seconds off.
Yeah, 3rd level for the manners just now coming in. So Marine Lord is only on 6 manners.
But now he can get 9 manners and Scutage, and he will gain gold from the manners as well.
Yeah, but that's because he got the white tower to secure the extra 4k gold, so he has some runway.
Where are the
He's going to
Springolds
try to buy
at?
time.
Yeah, where does
They're going to be chilling at home. There we go. Like,
Here
you
we
don't
go.
want them outside the walls when there's Demi-Lance is still looming. So we'll start poking. These choke points actually become
Only
kind of
7
graveyard for Marine Lord.
Springles. I mean, it was kind of a fast Imperial, so not a lot of time elapsed between Castle Age and Imperial Age.
Whereas the Springles will just get picked one by one. There's a lot of Sipahi waiting here, but they're doing it in vision. Like, hey, just so you know.
Back Sipahi there to try and snipe the siege. Good play from Louis.
Move here. 30 Sipahi is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah,
Just
but
one
it is
matter,
17. It's 79 elite spears. Like, come on. This is the thing. The Sipahi were trying to cut reinforcements, and then like, wait, why are we trying to cut reinforcements when it's the thing that kills us?
For now, it's going to be a reset. Marine Lord is swinging north with a bunch of spears. This is the thing that worries me for Louis. He's going so heavy on the Sipahi into 90 Spearmen, that just feels like a losing recipe.
Indeed, gotta admit, it's a weird choice of composition.
Yeah.
But we've seen Sipahi win against Spearman.
But there's really not
But it was in
many of
different.
them,
Oh, there you go.
considering the culverins.
But it's like here, there was way more Sipahi than Spearman. In the main fight, it will not be like that.
For Louis. He just needs 5 more of those.
And you do keep in mind, Spearmen take longer to reinforce in the middle of the map. They're slow moving. So right now we're looking at 70 spears for Marine Lord. This looks more like 40, 50. I don't think everybody is here on the battlefield.
No, he's holding a group in reserve on his boar and his goal because he thought he's going to get raided again.
So he needs to
great
be
read by
careful
Louis.
about that. Because 80 spears look good, but when you only have 40 against 40 Sipahi and a bunch of Springolds, it suddenly looks a lot better for Louis.
The comps are so weird from a range perspective. Like, instead of building actual units that have bows or guns, it's just Siege. Siege is their backline, right? Like, you got Springold Great Bombards versus Reboldequing Culverins.
And this
Now,
army is once again isolated.
Wait, but the Reboldequins are out of position here.
But in North, getting his army very poorly positioned. It happened the same in last game too.
Get out. It's got Springs
Oh, Springles are alone. Nobody can protect them. The Culverin is sniping them. Great Bombard arrives, but also pretty much alone. The army. Wait, there is an Imam in there who's healing. Oh. Villagers repairing. That's good, but. Oh no, that's huge losses for Marine Lord. Only a couple of Springles going down, which is very positive for Louis. Oh no, actually, it was 4 Springles going down, not just a couple. But he has them for free too.
Louis' count is falling fast, but the problem is Marine Lord just, as you said, doesn't have the military force here. It's a throwaway.
Yeah, like he has 50 more Spearmen, but where? Where are the units? That was a very good play for Marine Lord. Because he sent the army with this small... He sent the siege, I mean, with this small army.
As good as it gets for Louis MT. If Marine Lord had 20 more spears here, this would have been terrible.
Or if he had that. Elite Army Tactics wasn't there. Marine Lord thought he could just, raid the gold with impunity and there would not be a response?
I wonder if he got baited again.
I mean, something was wrong in his mind there.
Blacksmith upgrades are lacking as well. Not a single blacksmith upgrade.
But the thing is, like, I think genuinely he was expecting that raid on the gold and board line again. Like, that was his paranoia.
Bro, Marine Lord, no blacksmith upgrades. I read a chat there saying that. Marine Lord, please build blacksmith. That was the text saying. That's true.
Yeah, you've just got a massive cannons building that the spears don't really want to dive into.
And the villagers will be gone. Marine Lord doesn't have a lot of mobility on a wide open map like this, so he doesn't really have the tools to chase this. Then again, I still hate how Louis is fighting Sipahi into spears. Like, even if you isolate a group like this is not something that Louis is supposed to do.
No, and like the difference is he had biology this whole time, right? And Elite Army Tactics wasn't there. I don't think he realized EAT just came in. It's a big difference maker. Spearman now just chasing down villagers as well.
The siege are such poor position.
Targeted here. He's just going to wrap around the back. We need to be careful. When you trickle like this, that's how Sipahi can win. The villagers are essentially like
That's
a pseudo
double Great Bombard, though.
Great Bombards, if they get some good hits in here, maybe. But it's too many spears. No, the Sipahi are starting to fail him.
It should. That is the thing. It should. Sipahi are great, but new wave coming in here, and at
that's
the
going to
end
be Great Bombers dead.
At the end of the day, you're fighting cavalry into spears, which should never work. That's the problem for
the
you cannot sustain fighting
cavalry. The villagers healing the Great Bombard. Another Great Bombard is shooting. Maybe they can save this third one. The middle one, I mean. But more Spearmen arrive. Yeah, it was looking good for Louis, but here it's really bad now. GG.
Third place match. Great Bombard's barely holding on. Villagers trying to come and clutch the repair, but that's going to be one splintered down. Sipahi count about to be down to single digits. And a night switch, but that's only passive gen. Remember, Louis MT only has relic gold in his corner. There is no active gold gathering allowed in this game.
He's also down by 20 eco. Marine Lord behind all of this killed 23 villagers. Louis MT's eco is looking grim. I think Marine Lord has this. And when you look at this game, some of this comes down to the Civ differential. But you cannot ignore the fact that as good as that first fight that Louis took was, he kept slamming cavalry into spears, and that just does not work.
No, and I think it's also the deception of how well it worked the first time, and maybe not respecting the fact that tech differences were on the way. I do wonder if Louis looks back at this, was there maybe an Archer switch that made sense, or possibly just active Siege Workshop Springle production that could have maybe counteracted what Marine was doing, because this is just, like, let's just call it what it is. This looks dented. This man has spent the last 25 minutes spamming spears. He started this game in Age 1 building spears. Lytical, what did he change between Age 2, 3, and 4?
He got a couple of Reboldic wins, that was it.
He built more spears. This is like when you ask a pro for his build, like his tactical build, or like, how do you win this game? Just build spears. Okay, but like, is there like any build spears? So like, when you want me to, do I need to switch at like 20 minutes and build spears and win the game?
Easy, just make spears. Spearman.
Just now getting the Feudal Age upgrades on the melee.
GG, oh.
GG, I can't believe it. Like, what a crazy way for Ottomans to lose what's seen as their best map. Just spears.
I don't know what to say. The efficiency was on the side of Marine Lord all along. Obviously, once Louis lost 20 or so villagers, it was all done for. But truly, as you said, make spears and wait for Louis to respond. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And frankly, Louis never really responded to the spears. Sure, you had the Springles, sure, you had the Great Bombards, but it's a wide open map. They got picked off, and there was just nothing following up to deal with the spears.
Yep, I mean, that many spears, and it just felt like Louis couldn't see the point, which explains why the Horsemen ran into them so freely. So we get a 1-1 scoreline, a little bit more depth of the series, but like a crazy way to do it. You know, this series is already taking kind of crazy turns, and I'm excited for the next one, actually. Like, Frisian Marshes for game number 3 with Abbasid and Order Dragon, we'll just set that in a little bit, but in terms of like rounding out what the hell is going on here, like, why did Louis only build Horsemen, and why did Marine Lord only build spears? Well, obviously Marine Lord didn't need to switch. For Louis, like, you've got to be asking the question, why not go Archers? I think there was a paranoia that House of Lancaster would then just switch Yeoman, and that's even better for them. So what does that leave you with? You don't want to do your Gunpowder units, because those get counted by Yeoman as well. Men at Arms is going to be very weird when Osgard can just be a lot
I mean,
better.
Louis kind of threw here, just making Sipai into the Spearman, but Marine Lord threw first, then Louis threw back. It's a good series. Chat, do you want game 9? Or or it gets too late? It's already 7 PM for me. If you go to game 9, this should finish at like 11? 10, no, not 11, 10. 10 is okay. It's not too bad. Welcome to stream, everybody. Good game so far, great game. Did you see the destruction yesterday? No, I didn't. Beastie 4-0'd by Marine Lord. Destruction. Oh my god, oh my goodness. Beastie, why are you so bad, Beastie? Why are you so bad? You are in the new house.
Yeah. You know,
you don't have internet in the new house. Eh, Beastie, why are you so bad player? Come on, Beastie. Get better, Beastie. Oh, have you been slaying VC right now? I'm sure in the DMs, just making fun of him non-stop.
That count this late into the game without any like mass food production behind it. So just like a great read by Marine Lord. We'll be real. It looked, I think the word is a little bit dented at first. It maybe looked like he was throwing the game because he's just palming off these spears to a massacre. But seems he understood the attritional value. Like, you know, his production rate was just going to be superior courtesy of the manors. And once the siege went down, like, this didn't look close anymore, right? Like, the reason why the fight before it looked so good for Louis is partially because Marine Lord overextended, but it was also those Springolds. Springolds that in this fight just didn't exist.
Yeah, and also Marine Lord had abysmal upgrades on those spears.
Yeah,
so
he didn't have any army
upgrades
tactics.
Came in.
Yeah,
no blacksmith upgrades, no elite army tactics. Once the upgrades came in, it just became even more one-sided towards him.
So, Order Dragon versus Abbasids. I don't know, I wonder if this is going to be maybe Canadian-inspired and maybe we've got like a 2TC OTD build. More likely, it's probably going to be just a classic Burgrave rush. Order Dragon is pretty decent on this map for that because of the short distance, the predictability, and also the abundance of food you have to work with.
Yeah, the first thing that popped into my mind looking at this Civilization matchup is that this is kind of the, well, not so popular civilizations, to say the least, of the tournament facing off against one another, Abbasids and the OOTD. So both the players came in with civilizations that are less highly regarded as some of the others are. Now, Frisian Marshes is interesting. We've seen Abbasids, and Abbasids are on the side of Marine Lord. You mentioned in this game House of Lancaster. Maybe it was inspired by Beastie's Lancaster game, this Fast Imperial. What if this Abbasid play is inspired by what we've seen from CSO in the third place match? Louis with the Order of the Dragon in blue, Marine Lord with the Abbasids in pink, as we Frisian Marshes.
And we have got that fishing beginning. Marine Lord skips no beats on this one. No, a lot of players have been expecting the trade, but
bro, BC didn't have no time to prepare, you know.
It's going to be something a little bit different.
He was too busy making a lot of money in the Sabaton and going to the new house.
Meanwhile, for Louis MT, nothing too wacky, but then
Can you exemplify a little bit of destruction? I wasn't able to watch.
The question mark is going to be whether this is some sort of 2TC greed or just a classic.
Oh, Order of the Dragon. Yesterday I was thinking that we barely see Order of the Dragon in AoE for tournaments, but here it is. Order of the Dragon. What is Marine Lord cooking with Abbasid? No, Abbasid is okay. Right? Abbasid? Not barracks. Docks on the water? I think it's okay. It's cooking you Moton.
Yeah, it's good to like
à la chef tec3.
Quite slow is the annoyance.
Sweet.
And also, like, this is the other thing that kind of makes it feel a little bit awkward is docks take a long time to kill and they're very cheap for Abbasids. So, like, it's
Chevake.
valuable for them to have.
Paris Saint-Germain wins the Champions League.
No? It's almost like if you want to take them out, you need to put a lot on the line. Because, like, I've seen players do this strategy where they go 3-4 docks. They just don't stop because in total, like, you can see on Marine Lord's map, there is 8 ponds to play with. And some of them sometimes have weird.
We've seen this strategy today as well. I was casting the SilverLeague earlier today, and I think the player that won the match in Frisian Marshes went for dogs.
Both sides.
Yeah, he went. I don't remember if he won or not.
It feels like it's still a little bit too wide, but I've seen. I think B in particular was like doing this a lot when we had Frisian in rotation. He was just dropping them, and you have to like force rally point them, but it can kind of like push them out of the dock the other way. It's very weird.
I see.
That's a lot of sheep for Louis. And nice little Aachen Chapel.
Can we check the sheep count, actually? I think Louis... I mean, it seems like a lot, but we have to remember this map has an insane amount of sheep. Good old Adney, when he was around, was like a little bit obsessed with them.
Yeah, this is a very food-heavy map. Both in terms of sheep and, of course, the extra food on... or in the ponds, I should say.
It looks like he's actually going to be hanging around. See, guys, it's not him just saying, oh, look at all the sheep I have, you suck. No, he just wants to know what the choice is going to be, because trade is expected here. And there you go. Yeah, it's pretty even. 20 and 23. And then remember, Marine Lord is like just been diversifying onto wood earlier, so like they were very close. You might argue Marine Lord got actually quite a bit more. And it is confirmation. Trade wing is what it's up against. So, Louis, you mentioned the idea going for the Horseman. Could be viable here, actually. Yes, there's a debuff, but remember, the Gilded Horseman hit a lot harder.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you play Gilded Horseman, it's almost like a knight. It's a little more fragile against ranged attacks, so you cannot really justify running into TC fire with that. But at the same time, when you look at the damage output, it's actually very, very nice. It's something in the high 20s, I do believe, which is almost something that matches with the damage output of knights.
For the Horseman?
Yeah, the Gilded Horseman.
It's 15. So 15 in
Is it?
fiddle. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, my math might be off. Nevertheless, the HP is quite respectable.
The HP is, yes, the HP is like very high. But like the thing you have to remember is like the way they map things out. So it's 250 HP, which is more than a feudal knight. Obviously, you don't have the armor though for melee. But the thing you have to remember is like the reason why they didn't just raw double damage everything is like if you just say it out loud. So like a base horseman is 9, 18 damage on a horseman in feudal age is kind of wild.
It's wild.
Like, it's ridiculous. So
and do keep in mind, horsemen are faster than knights, so there's more to this than just the actual plain raw DPS.
So maybe we see if those fishing boats can sneak over. It's close. It might work. It looks ridiculous when you watch it. The catch is like sometimes you have to
Well, I love 2TC Order of the Dragon. I really love. I don't know.
Marine Lord is
Trade wing for Marine Lord. Marine Lord is cooking.
multiple docks,
Marine Lord is cooking
and the trade wing.
a fromage
Very clear approach
de,
for,
des moutons, un vol au vent, des moutons.
Okay, so one's been inspired by
Moutons.
3D Clan, the other's been inspired by Canada. That's what I'm getting from this. Because like Marine Lord, what he's doing.
He's going for the super far away market. That's crazy. Maybe it's like, oh, my enemy is going second DC. We can chill.
So if you check the dock between the two ponds, he rallied it to the west side, got pushed out in the east. So not close enough. He won't get the absurd efficiency of this dock. But yeah, for the other side, Louis MT with All the Dragon, that was like, I call that the Canadian build. Like I think Wham and Poppy Paw are more obsessed with 2TC Dragon than anyone else.
Yeah, two pawns for one
can
dock
be
is
a
insane.
juggernaut of a build if you think about it. OOTD lives and dies with strong resource income, because once you have that, you can just get some extremely expensive but high quality premium units out, very population efficient. It's actually quite the opposite of what you have for the Abbasids. Abbasids get armies out very quickly, but you don't have that high level premium composition that the OOTD does.
Yeah, like All of the Dragon's kind of like funky sometimes. Like there's certain areas where they benefit big. Like there's some matchups where you just really wish you could Gilded Archer. I don't know if this is one of them, just because of Bastards having their own kind of version of Gilded Archers in Castle Age. Because like that's the thing. Like if you want to make archers work, you're looking towards Castle as the play. For people playing on ladder, the choice is obvious. You go for the crossbowmen, but we have a tuning pack so that they don't shoot like Chuganu. So it's a little bit harder to make Dragon work in competitive. Like this is why I remind people to not trust ladder statistics, because I think if you were to check statistics probably on the ladder right now, I guess All of the Dragon's doing quite well. In fact, yeah, if you look at across all ranks, they are the highest win rate Civ in the game.
Yeah,
Well,
the
for
glitch
different
stuff
reasons.
has been patched out for the tournament.
Yes, which is why, for anyone wondering, I don't get it. It's everywhere for me and like not for you guys. I think they maybe did fix it with the most recent hotfix. Well, yeah, it was fixed, I think, a few days ago. But like, obviously, the stats that people will check on things like AoE4 Worlds are going to be for bumps at this stage.
Exactly. Those stats are very heavily inflated by the performance in the previous weeks. Nevertheless, now we're back on track, and it's going to be a fast castle here for Louis. He is going to have a decent head start.
Louis,
in
second DC
comparison to Marine
Order of the
Lord.
Dragon is really
Marine
good.
Lord decided not to run across
Marine
the
Lord
Northern
looking to
trade
go Castle Age as well.
Unlike
He has traded and fishing. Louis is on farms.
Yeah. So like
He didn't brought deer back home. What is Louis? What's Louis' food here?
Yeah, so the idea is like you start with it because your opponent doesn't have an
Double
answer.
trade is really nice here for Marine Lord. Double trade, double trade.
Then when there's a risk, you pull back from it. Now, because Marine Lord hadn't been intercepted at all and just scouted across to see nothing, he should know that it's castle on castle. So Burgrave Rush coming in. Marine Lord's response, military wing can make sense here.
I like
Culture
it.
could be justified as well, because like military wing feels better when you can think archer, but your opponent's probably thinking men-at-arms, so you need a cleaner answer to that. But okay, melee wing it is. So we'll have the two camels, which is kind of a reset on tempo. And then I imagine it's going to be straight up crossbow scaling for the Abbasids.
Yeah, I think you have to do that. And I like this a lot for Louis MT. It's a bit of an all-in-ish play. Burgrave often is, even with the HRE. But at the same time, one of the issues that the Abbasids have here is that they're slow. You have to wait 80 more seconds for Castle Age, and that you do not have the means to accelerate your production like the Chinese do with Supervision, for example. So it's going to take quite some time until Marine Lord gets anything out against those initial men-at-arms, and that opens a nice little window for Louis MT.
Yeah, the important thing to remember here is like with Order of the Dragon, Burgrave just feels a lot nicer than with HRE. I don't think it's as much timing with this Civ because of the amount of resources you save per minute with constant production, especially when you go up to Military Academy. It's like better than having free relics. It's kind of crazy actually how good it can be for that reason. So you still play for relics, you still get like the gradual like gen, but like the other thing is like it's so much safer while being just as good because when you do Regnets, the issue with Regnets with Order of the Dragon is you can only start playing towards relics when someone hears the tech up. Whereas HRE starts going for relics before they hit the tech up. So that's like a very big advantage on timing that usually punishes Dragon players over and over.
Yeah, Gilded Knight is on the way, though, so it's not just the Burgrave with the Man-at-Arms. There is a Gilded Knight coming out as well, and Gilded Knights are real chads.
Indeed.
If you want one unit, like if you can have one unit alone raiding the enemy...
Guild Knights, Giga Chat, brother. Giga Chat.
Yeah, but that guy is going to do a lot less damage as the challenge because you're.
But most times they kind of like misused.
Just like, well, I need something fun.
They still like quickly to speedman. Oh, whoa. Nice reaction from Marine Lord, I gotta say.
It's going to be used to protect himself, but we already have Marine Lord queuing up both the knights and the crossbows. So pretty much the entire answer to what Louis is currently producing.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Burgrave build. By the time your Men-at-Arms arrive, the window might already be closed. And that seems to be the case here, at least for the time being. Wars are also coming up, so it's going to get increasingly difficult for Louis MT to hit the traders.
Yeah, and those knights, like, they do feel so slow to produce. It's 42 seconds per Gilded Knight. Just honestly feels like you get up from your like PC, go have a bathroom break, come back, and you'll still be waiting for them to come out. So, Marine Lord has pretty ridiculous scale at this stage. And I believe that, is that Armored Caravans? Yeah, coming in again. Now, this is a game where it just makes a lot of sense. You're already reducing the base damage pretty heavily. And remember, those camels are obnoxiously fast, so it's very hard for Gilded Knights to stick to them, let alone kill them.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you can reduce the damage output, the camels kind of run away from those knights. It's difficult for the knights to gap close. Speaking of gap closing, that's that monk.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing, by the way, about like the Gilded Knight strategy here. It's like, I get what Louis is trying to envision, but usually to deal with these camels, with cavalry, what you actually need, as this guy just needs to claim some souls for Imhotep, what you really need is enough knights to trap traders.
3 villager kills. Villager kills, really good for Louis. His second TC, but Marine Lord, yes, he has way
half
more
1,000 resources
economy.
Each.
Yeah, I think once you have that many...
But remember that the villagers from Order of the Dragon are better.
Yeah, like
they gather better. But then also their units are so expensive, it kind of balances itself out. Marine Lord is very ahead economically.
Yeah, so difficult. By the time you would have built 7 of these, you could have went Imperial Age.
Yeah, we could see that one Gilded Knight just standing under the TC.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I never thought about it in that way. 7 Gilded Knights equal to Imperial Age, perhaps the cheaper one with Schwabia. That's insane, actually. Insane.
Villagers instead.
I mean, I'd straight up just sit one of those Gilded Knights underneath the TC and stand ground, you know, like a statement play. But I think Louis wants to win the game is the thing. 2 relics already home, 3rd is on the way. Marine Lord's doing a good job of pressing him here. He can't turn around because of the crossbow threat. Louis has 0 answers, reliable answers to crossbows. And almost loses one of those pricey Gilded Knights there. Barely gets away.
How are we going to counter the cross from Marine Lord? Louis, I think he overcooked. I think he let the rice for too long in the rice cooker.
Making unit switches is very challenging and difficult. So when you're facing off against crossbows, which counter everything you have, it's very difficult to make a pivot into a different type of a unit.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, like, Dragon, I think more than any other Civ, relies on the ability to be ahead on a transition because you get double the impact is the logic. But it also just means you struggle and you're doubly behind when you're wrong about the comp. And the problem right now for Louis' comp is, like, everything feels wrong against crossbows. Even this horseman play, because there's already camels and knights. So Gilded Archers, I mean, that makes a little bit more sense. Like, realistically, the most sensible comp here feels like Gilded Crossbowman. I'm wondering why he doesn't want to do it, though.
It's tricky, because if you do that, Marine Lord can still go for composite bows on the archers. Like, that is not...
That's true.
Playing heavy archers here with the OOTD is actually a bad idea, because Abbasids are more than happy playing a ranged war.
Well, the thing about Gilded Crossbowmen, why they're meant to be so good, is the extra range. So you just, like, can't be touched. Because I think at this rate, Louis is going to be stuck in his base anyway. Probably just feels like Gilded Crossbows is too expensive, too slow. Whereas archers are cheaper and produce a little bit faster. And he does have that scale armor to match up better against crossbows initially. It's just, now you have this question mark over solving for the knight issue. The count's getting pretty high.
Yeah, and behind this, let's not forget, Marine Lord has a 20-ish eco lead. Numbers are always a little weird with the OOTD villagers, but he had 20-something traders a few minutes ago. So
Yeah,
realistically,
and it's just getting better.
yeah, when you look at the overall resource income at the top of the screen, it's a night and day difference.
Yeah, like, even if Louis still had those extra villages, what is he doing with it? Like, this is the challenge of being pinned in the corner. You can get food and you can get wood. That's it. So, like, that's another reason why I think we're seeing Spear and Gilded Archers, is he knows, like, gold is going to become a big conundrum. He definitely can't afford to keep doing Gilded Knights. Landsknechte are going to be off the menu. It's a tricky predicament.
I need you to repeat that.
Very tough for Louis to get food here to make units, actually.
I meant the unit.
Oh, Landsknechte are off the menu. Was that better?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to practice that, KP.
No, I think I, like, nailed it. Like, Jesus 2 across. It's perfect. So Louis has got a decent number of farms online. Like, what's his key objective next? I mean, you could play stone into, like, a castle drop. That would give you some, like, control on the map. Like, yeah, I was about to say, what Louis needs is his patented walls. Louis MT is by far one of the most prolific wallers we have in this game. So much so that even the thought of walling has frozen Marine Lord on the spot.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. It's
Like, he is petrified of Louis MT's walls and his land.
All right.
I think, like, with the pause, the way I pronounced it that time probably made people think the whole stream had just crashed.
No.
Okay, so I think we've just got something happening with the in-game replay. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to it in just a second.
Yeah, anyway, while we're at it, KP, I think...
Oh yeah, okay. Where are we going now?
Oh,
What else do you want me to pronounce?
No,
Hello?
no, I was going to talk about the resource
F?
income.
No, we're
Okay,
back.
there we go.
Okay.
Oh, so slow.
A little slow-mo.
Oh,
I think
we're back.
Louis would rather we don't talk about the resource income.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Well, we kind of have to because we
The-
just have
the
to
resource
explain
income
what
is
on
really
earth
bad.
is going on in this game. And right now,
It was
Just
worse. It was like
really the
600
story
food per
behind
minute
this game is
2
the
minutes
fact that
ago.
this trade has been untouched for the entirety of the game, and Louis just simply doesn't have the economy to match up against that.
No, and look at this from Marine Lord. He's pivoting into the archers. With composite bows, you're going to kind of feel like a good archer. I mean, this is already a rough enough fight for Louis, I think, but the thing is, Marine Lord can hide the archer intent until Louis is overinvested. And look at that. He's now going to be the Gilded Crossbowman.
Oh no! Oh,
And wow, look at that, man.
Bruh.
The Gilded Crossbowmen are so powerful that the game just
debugging the
disappeared.
game. No way.
Wow! All right, we're gonna hear from production about this.
Clearly, they
looks
didn't
like we have a
patch
backup.
Crossbowman. Yeah, we have. Blessed be, we have a backup. The replay is being a little bit funky. Apologies for that, folks. I think we are. It's counting again. Are we going to have audio on this one, though? That's going to be the question. We'll see. Hopefully, the broadcast has audio at least. And
Oh
We
wait,
do
they're back.
have-
But it's
other problems happening. It's okay, though. I think we're able to start moving along. You know, I'm used to this from Dota 2. I used to have to cast Chinese games on like 1 frame a second. So we are going to have the army trying to march in. Going to have to disengage onto the east side here. He doesn't want to dive right now. He's just probing for an attack point. Maybe if you can deny the relics, it's going to feel pretty good. But the E-repairs is going to make that difficult. Turns around for the charge for a moment. But in a choke point, that's not going to feel great with the mass cav. And remember, as time goes on, we are going to be seeing more and more Gilded Archers and Crossbows arriving. So it's a little bit difficult for Marine Lord to dive in this. And don't be deceived, folks. You look at the count on the top. You need to switch them around. Marine Lord is the east side. Louis on the west. Marine Lord realizes what's best is to not dive here. He's going to back away. He's going to wait for the Tech and Imperial Age. And then he's going to win the game in 3 minutes, which in frames term for this recording will be 12 frames.
Yeah, next frame, please. By the way, Marine Lord is
This is
aging to
a-
Imperial.
Yes, like, that's what we said. Like, by the way, like this is hilarious because this is almost like one of those what happens next moments. The chat just gets to vote. But we're gonna have the clash coming in now. The night count is pretty decent, but on the front line they're not all here just yet. There is no backstab coming in. The walls are already in, so Louis is like full hunkered in the corner. The problem is like he's not in a good position to exploit the tech up detail right now. Marine Lord pretty much just discarding Cav to try and keep him pinned in the space. Louis MT, only 8 spearmen remaining though, down to 6 now. That's right. All of a sudden, Thanos snap and they disappear. And that's good for Marine Lord. He's going to be scaling into Horsemen. 20 seconds out in the tech up. Military Academy to complete. Food income is decent to start vomiting ponies as well, which is going to be the perfect counter to all that Louis MT has left here.
Yeah, it's Louis just doesn't have the ability to remass here. That's plain and simple. That is the difference between the two players. Marine Lord reaches Imperial, and at the end of the day, it really comes down to the fact that Louis is pinned inside a corner. And just look at the minimap. All those traders going across for Marine Lord. He's got an untouched economy,
Bro,
160 population against 130, and it's just so difficult for Louis to trade when you have Louis to trade armies when you have such a massive differential in the economies.
This is the thing. All he needs to do is retreat. He's got elite techs on the way in about 20, 30 seconds. He's got preservation knowledge to make the Imperial University techs even cheaper. And now Louis MT's worst enemy is also his best friend. It's walls. He can't get through them because he threw away all of the melee in that clash. So this is going to buy the time necessary for Marino to get the edge. Louis MT doesn't really have an Imperial response. Maybe the slideshow is beyond us. But this is an educational lesson as to why you guys should be so appreciative for your 60 frames plus gameplay you get in 2025. All right? Back when Lidical was a kid, a little baby babushka in his mother's arms, they didn't have these type of frames. No. Like his video game was a book.
No, KP. I started playing on a Commodore 64, okay?
Nice.
There it is, yeah. They didn't even know what a frame rate was back then, but we have frames for days. Horseman clashing in. Elite tech upgrade is in. Marine Lord. He's waiting on the Incendiary. That's going to turn these archers into machine guns here. Louis MT does still have the military edge in terms of population. Louis MT is starting to scale his economy a little bit, but I think he's going to be stuck blobbing horsemen. Just getting more difficult as those Unitechs kick in, though.
Yeah, that's where things get dicey here. Louis MT is 1 age behind, and we talked about this, KP. When you go Archer Crossbow with the Order of the Dragon, it's the worst thing that can happen against Abbasids. Abbasids with composite bows, they'll be more than happy to just play the Archer game.
That's the thing, like, you have got the scale armor, but you could argue, like, this removal damage loses some value when Scenario now coming in. It's just kind of Eclipse. And the Gatling gun mode has been activated. Military lead now from Marine Lord, and this just feels like it's going to be at this rate. Louis MT going to be pushed back in his base. Yeah. More wolves coming through.
It didn't work out the second TC plan for Louis. Marine Lord was just too ahead. In military, economy. Imperial Edge could come in for Louis. Hell's Back Palace could help. Defend and secure the position, and then if Louis has enough time to go to Imperial Age, get pop camp, then he'll win, or it will be easier for him to defend because his units are better.
You might need an Elsbach to try and hold this push, but this is going to be the perfect timing for Marine Lord. Striking your opponent when he's aging, he already has battering rams on the way. It's going to be difficult to push into the Elsbach Palace, but he might just bypass it altogether.
I mean, like, you don't need Schwabia. You're 87 villages and you have 2 TC anyway. Like, Elsbach was always the idea with this build. It's going to buy him some time, but I mean, his position's a little bit shaky in this game. Now, we have got the players on the opposite side on the top UI, so it's a bit confusing. We'll get that flipped in a second. But Marine Lord is now prioritizing Siege. He's got Rams coming in. Siege works on the way. He's going to go after the housing to pop block Louis. Then again, like, Louis has got quite a lot of pop still to wiggle with. And we do have the Elves back, now garrison with the relics. Wait, Louis, where's that one going? Louis, you can only put one inside.
I think he's saving the relics. I
know what he's here for.
He's scattering the relics around so he doesn't lose them. That's funny.
Losing every one of these villagers is so different from losing villagers as a normal civilization.
And of course, these horsemen just hit so hard at this stage. I mean, do we have textiles? It doesn't really feel like we have textiles. Makes you insanely tanky with gilded villagers. Army now arriving. It was just the raiders before, but now with the archers in position. I mean, this is where it gets truly tricky. Louis does not have great gold income. It's not like he can afford all the elite techs.
Chasing down those hard archers is also doing so much damage.
The
UI is fleet, by the way.
But I still think you just get outgunned here. I mean, just look at these things.
Yeah, before he even gets the elite, he's being pushed back by incendiary arrows, composite bows. The tech differential is just too massive, and remassing is so difficult with the OOTD. Now half of the farms are denied, and indeed, Marine Lord is just bypassing the Elsbach Pass altogether, saying, well, if you have that defensive structure up there, I'll just hit the bottom part of your base, clean up these farms. Behind this, Marine Lord has an untouched economy, 2 sacred sites.
Yeah, but Marine Lord lost a lot of units.
There's not much that Louis can do here, I feel.
Maybe Louis can just push.
There we go. We have got the
I know,
same setup.
right,
Nothing happened on
the UI
side,
was
just
switched, so yeah,
Garen
Louis is the one
doing
with
nothing.
no units. Yeah, that's GG.
Not to mention the Camel Aura, just slap one of those bad boys in, and you basically have got scale armor at home. But yeah, this is, I think Louis just processing the loss. There's not really much left to pick at the bone here. And, well, I think in some ways maybe an expected outcome. Order the Dragon have been struggling. You mentioned their stats looking pretty abysmal. 8 picks and not many wins. Abbasid's in a similar position, but just makes a lot of sense for this map. Like the new traders flourish in Frizzy Marshes.
Exactly. Both of these civilizations were very underwhelming across the tournament on the very limited sample size that we've seen them with. But at the same time, Abbasid is still a civilization that plays very well into the features of this map in the trade. Whereas for OOTD, the biggest concern is, how do you even play this map? What makes OOTD stand out on this specific map? And I think that is not a question that Louis was able to answer in this game.
No, and you know, you guys are probably like, I don't know about this, Pesty. I don't know if it's a good idea to hide the build order behind the Patreon, but you guys are probably wondering where that all disintegrate in the fight. I guess you'll just have to wait and find that in the VODs later. But, you know, I think even at that stage where maybe things got a little bit trippy on the frame rate, it's fair to say Marine Lord was kind of firmly in the driving seat. So,
Yeah,
like,
the trade plus fishing really gave Marine Lord a lead that Louis was never able to catch up.
Interesting, his trade felt like it got nerfed in a lot of ways. Like Armored Caravan moved to age 1 or age 2, sorry. Didn't feel like a buff. It definitely felt like a nerf. But Marine Lord just waking us up to the reality that there's still potency in the Civ. And I can tell you, by the way, like if we see more maps using that point of interest where you gather stone from the runes, that's another map where you'll see Abbasid thrive. So, yeah, this is a Civ, I think, that with a little bit more map creation, we actually might see just catapult back into the meta without really any big changes.
Yeah, there are civilizations in this game that are universally good. For example, HRE or Roost. That's part of the reason why you see them so frequently banned. Abbasids feel like one of the most map-dependent civilizations out there. And as you said, depending on the features of the map, they might be decent. They might be absolutely abysmal. For the map pool we have right here, most of the time they feel underwhelming in comparison to some of the other options. But doesn't mean that they're a bad save, and Marine Lord has just shown that. That makes this series 2-1. And while we're at it, KP, we gotta give a big shout out to the production for the previous game, by the way. Some unexpected hiccups with the game. They managed to fix that as we went along. And hopefully those will not pop up back again as we're getting ready for game number 3 on Boldland.
Yeah, it's like the inherent issue of production that sometimes going to run into tech hiccups. I know someone's like, oh, but like insert streamer like doesn't have this issue. Yeah, but insert streamer is like a one-man army, like, and maybe not always to the better. We've got obviously feed being sent to not just us.
True. He's totally right. Because they have to manage like 3 or 4 streams.
You've got screen in screen, replay, sheep count overlay, a need I go on, stat pull-ups. Like there's so many different things that go into it. Every once in a while, something is definitely going to have a heart attack. So big shout out to production for getting it back on track in a reasonable time frame.
All right. Louis, he went for French.
Yep.
He went for Jeanne d'Arc, so very heavy on the knight side of things.
Wait, but like, I'm confused. Like, Louis Chinese and Marine Lord's French.
Now, Louis just picked up Chinese.
No, wait, but
yeah.
Louis just picked up
Zushi, ooh, that's a bad matchup for Louis.
I mean,
This might be 3-1 for Marine Lord right here.
Louis used up his own version of the China that was Gorge. Now we're heading into game number 3 with Boldland. Jushi versus Jeanne d'Arc, so the 2 variant civilizations.
We've seen this already today, Lidicor. It was an interesting matchup. One that I think Shushi can win if they're maybe a little bit less obsessed with knights. If you remember the Beastie CSO game, saw CSO exude his knightly aura to the truest extreme.
I think this is a must-win for Louis. We talked about this after game number 1. If Louis were to secure game number 2, you're looking at a pretty decent momentum. After game number 1, Louis looked really good, but 2 rather clean games for Marine Lord. Really, 2 games where you did not have a lot of questions. You feel like Marine Lord is picking up momentum. And if we see a 3rd consecutive game where Marine Lord is imposing his will on Louis, this could start snowballing out of control.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is, like, at the start, I talked about this idea that the newer maps might favor Louis compared to the older ones. But if you think about the way this series has played out so far, it's been a bit of a mixture. Gorge is a much older map, and Louis was able to win. And then you have the newest map being a win for Marine Lord on the Light Horizon. And then more of a legacy one, at least in competitive, that doesn't get seen on Pub Ladder, being Marine Lord favored. Borderland is another one that is newer, but obviously is not on the ladder. So, I think with that in mind, like this, I don't think there's a clear edge. Of the remaining maps, I'd say Dry Arabia favor Marine Lord, Lipany should favor him. Louis pretty crafty in Cliffside, but then Relic River could be like his S tier card up the sleeve alongside Sacred Grove. So there's still some potential, but I agree Borderland is like a pivotal moment here. It also guarantees who goes into the redraft advantageous, and that's a really big deal because it means you can get a bit wild with your first pick or your second pick to throw your opponent off their game plan.
Yeah, that's the thing. As you head into the redraft, how do you approach this? What is the score line at which you reach a redraft? 2-2 would be nice for both sides. 3-1 would be amazing for Marine Lord. Let's see if he can make this 3 in a row after a 1 win from Louis Empty, 2 in a row for Marine Lord. Let's head to Borderland to see who takes game number 4.
In just a second. You thought maths works like that, Lytical? No, like 0 is infinite, I'm afraid. You ever hear that story about casters like not starting the game because they want to talk more? That's what we're doing here, baby. So yeah, we are just loading in now.
We still need to make our bets on the game, right?
Oh yeah. So this matchup, I Sushi take it. we go game 5 now, right? I think that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, we already know the results. Everybody knows that tournaments are rigged.
But I always found it funny making casters predict the game they're about to cast. It's like, well, now they just sound biased. So let's hop into the next game. It's time for game number 4. Marine Lord leading the set 2-1. Takes to the field in the Pink Cheese Legacy. Louis MT's response is going to be another one of his signature civs. He was infamous for this one in the second half of 2024. It's Jean d'Arc. He was a
I thought the game would stop
in the mid-late game. But we know
in these
matchups,
a tough matchup for
early
JD.
game is really what we're looking at on a map like Borderland.
One thing that's interesting about Borderland here, KP, and this is based on the sample that we've seen in this event and the previous one, EGC Winter, is that you look at this map and say, okay, it's a wide open map. It's a very cavalry-heavy map, but that actually becomes less and less of a thing as you go deeper and deeper into the game. And once you get to mid-late Castle Age, this map actually is very infantry-heavy in many players' books.
Oh, yeah, I see. But early game is way more cavalry, totally.
You start kind of in a corner-ish. It's tricky to navigate that early mid-game usually, because you know you're going to have to play a little bit wide because of the pro scouts. Like sometimes players do just play that infantry comp and just block the centrals because there is more deer statistically in the center than on the flanks. And if you guard the center, then you guard the flanks anyway because they have to come home. But one thing I am noticing, we have an outrageous spawn here. One player got the good spawn, one got the bad. Can you figure out which is which?
Ooh, this is an interesting question. I like Louis' spot a lot better with the bad gold. Marine Lord doesn't have that safe backup gold.
Exactly. If this is going to be a full night span from both sides, the gold is most important. I think we did just have a little bit of 2-speed jitter to catch up to True Live, but I think we are now there. And Meditation Garden, oh, he goes deep. Marine Lord, yeah. Did he find the 8 stack? He must have.
Bro, he went so far away. Wait. It's not...
Okay.
It's a lot of wood.
To the stone because, like, in this matchup, you're expecting a lot of night aggression, so having...
It's because you walked a lot to build that. I don't know if that's worth it.
Good. But I think, he just wants to get that extra food wood. Does make me wonder if we're definitely getting pro scouts. I feel like with Sushi, you kind of have to. But normally, when you see Sushi go for food, it's because they're a little bit reluctant about following up with the scouts.
So on this map, the hunt is spread out quite a bit. So even if you do not have the military advantage, you can still play pro scouts. Because here's the thing, when Marine Lord opens with Scouts, if he actually does, I think he will, based on that gold income for Pro Scouts, he is going to run into that Knight coming out from Louis MT. So he's going to have to try and avoid that. Likely will split some of his Scouts to the north and some to the south. It's much more doable on this map than it is on some of the other maps that we've seen.
Yeah, like there's more opportunities to sneak in because you've kind of got this laning effect in a very wide way. Like we're going to see Sacred Grove a little bit later in the series potentially, and that has this similar laning concept. But Sacred Grove, I think, is a little bit more funneled, but also smushed together. Whereas this map is like so the best way to describe it is, I guess, it's almost like using brackets versus using C's to create like wide curves in terms of the way you move out on the map. So this map is more like a C shape when you want to rotate. So for that reason, most people don't try to mirror you on the flanks. They'll try to cut you on the center if they want to stop Pro Scouts. So opening though, Louis is going to be going into the Knights. Looking at the gold gathering as it stands, this should just be Pro Scouts. In fact, has he set up a mill? I think he's just setting up now on the berries. So yeah, it just got set up. And PS on the way. So, the way I always describe this type of matchup, by the way, is the next 3 minutes are likely to be quite boring. But then it explodes.
Yep.
Yeah, because they both go first for professional scouts, then the action comes through.
Because of the Pro Scouts build. But oftentimes people forget that with all the deer under your town center, with the Chinese supervising the mill at which you drop off the food from the deer,
Yeah.
the escalation is going to be very, very rapid. And we're going to see Knight spam very quickly from Jeanne d'Arc and from Marine Lord, perhaps just fast castle into Lancers.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like, it's a power point for you. Like, staying the age just kind of feels like a weak play. Like, I haven't seen too many all-in feudals that have felt good for Shushi. And he's going to build the spears. That's going to be to protect the play under the Pro Scouts. Not really too much more. And also, because he sees Knights, you need to be a little bit careful about Jean. She can ruin your plans early unless you want to build a lot of spears. Yeah, I was just thinking, actually, like, Pro Scout and Pro Scouts, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Water Play. Like, Water Play has that too, where the start is a little bit slow, but then things just escalate insanely fast.
Fair point. Probably not as rapid as Water Play does, because Water Play is
It's actually
prolonged
true.
quite a bit,
It's so slow,
whereas
water
the Pro
play, but then
Scouts
there are
start
so
going
many
down, and
resources
by the time you
available.
get to midfield,
Both players just make a lot of
things
boats and
slow
units
down.
on land,
Well, I
especially
think
like
it's also
Holy
for
Island.
casuals, it's very polarizing because you're adding new units and an unfamiliar like element to the game because not too many people like play a lot of Water, right? So it's very different and maybe disorienting because of that pace. Whereas Pro Scouts, some people liked it when it first came in because although it had this delay into an immediate acceleration, you were playing with the mechanics they saw all the time.
I think the trick with the Pro Scouts is that it seems so good. Like, sure, it's a massive buff, but at the same time, you need to know how to use this. If you don't leverage the mobility of your scouts appropriately, you will just get denied of most of the carcasses, and it's a wasted investment.
Yeah.
Here, big spearman push coming through the middle, and that's going to deny those middle packs for Louis MT. Louis is going to have to pivot to the north and the south.
And I think the thing is, like, the Pro Scouts nerfs were appropriate and good. And it's like, because the problem is that the pacing was polarizing. Like, the ease of safe food and the pace at which you got it was not reasonable. I wouldn't be against... I'm not going to say the entire way it played, but like the concept of it, if all pacing in AoE falls a little bit faster. But this is the problem. Like, when you have someone that accelerates the game so much and everything else is slow, it completely warps the balance of the game. So, like, you know, I've been shouting out the devs of POIs. Shout out to the Pro Scouts nerfs for actually getting us where we need to be. We're still seeing a decent amount of PS, especially from these particular civs. But I think that's like, partially because it does work in some matchups, but partially because it's residual. You know, like, after the 2TC meta got nerfed, still you saw some people trying to make it work with certain civs. It just takes time to figure out what next. And, you know, Borderlands a crazy map for Pro Scouts.
Archer's now being mixed in here for Louis, standard Knight and Archer comp. On the other side, Horsemen are coming in, though, and in most cases, this setup favors Horsemen and Spearmen. It's a little different when you have Jeanne d'Arc in there, though. Like, that AoE damage from the melee version of Jeanne is Such a game changer against Mass Spearman.
It's also a little bit different with Knights because half your comp can always like break away quite safely and heal between fights. You know, if this was, for example, Roos, you'd be like, oh crap, this might be a problem just going Knights, Archers. But
Finally, we have some action going on. Marine Lord 16 Spearman, 4 Horsemen, Louis 5 Knights and 8 Archers. That's not enough. JD will help, but not that much.
In fact, I think that get the hell out point might be coming in very soon.
Yep.
He's flowing resources. He's actually just looking for a reason to justify it. So, you know, if he doesn't see Louis all in him, he'll greed.
Yeah, right now, Louis is raiding. And it looks like Marine Lord is like, okay, if you're raiding at the back of my base, it's likely not going to be a direct push from the front. I can try to age, and that is exactly what he's thinking about. He's also looking to intercept a couple of scouts here. Finds one in the stealth forest.
Yeah.
So these carcasses will be delayed as well.
This is really smart, actually. Like, the thought process there from Marine Lord, you kind of hit it on the head, but it's the follow-up detail is even more important. He sees the Knights at the back, which means it's raiding, but it also means he knows the enemy archers have pulled back. You wouldn't leave archers on the other side of the base unguarded against horsemen. So he gets all this space. He'll either fish and find those archers hiding somewhere, or he finds these scouts. Either way, it's a win, and this is an even bigger one. Mount Lu Academy, I think, is so important. We saw Louis MT's teammate do Shaolin Monastery in this matchup. Very difficult to do against Knight spam. With the Mount Lu Academy, what it allows you to do is spam even more Knights. And then once you have map control...
It's true, but Marine Lord already has 21 Speedmen, so he can protect some of the relics. But in my opinion, Mount Lu Academy is always super valuable. Players just don't go a lot into it. But I really like Mount Lu Academy. It gives insane value. You need some time though. You need to buy the upgrades, you need then to wait for the Imperial officials to pay themselves back and whatnot. But it's insane value. Insane value for the Mount Lu Academy.
8 seconds. It's crazy how good that tech is. It's very, very expensive though. So sim players rush it. It's only good if you're looking for an initial surge timing. But Marine Lord is cooking different, man. This is not Lancer spam at all. He won't indulge that silliness. No, he's going for the biggest, fattest blob he can get the quickest. Horseman Spear.
He's going Mass Spearman again, right? Supervision will be now double than it was, so Spearman will be coming out even faster. Same for the Horseman. Now, he'll need a lot of food, because Horsemen are expensive indeed. 100 food per minute, I mean. He's still bringing deer back home. There's still one carcass, which Louis... Not one carcass. One pack that Louis is bringing back down south.
Like, you'd want to go into the Lancers, but we mentioned for Marine Lord spawn, he has taxation gold, but reaching real gold is difficult because he didn't get that backwards one. So I think that's part of the plan as well as why we've got additional horsemen. He's going to add in a few Lancers now, but considering he got the veterancy for ponies, I imagine there is some idea of commitment here. Meanwhile, for Louis, still stuck in the age, he goes Steeled Arrow, so he's investing further into this. What on earth is the... How? I guess for him, he's just like, okay, it's a lot of spears. I'm definitely have to answer archers. Doesn't feel the best to do. Knights, however, if you have to build more of them, you're fine with that. But push is coming in, John. On level 2. A lot of XP to be grabbed here. Marine Lord maybe overextending. He's going to back up until reinforcements arrive. It's just not many cav. I think the archers is high enough that Marine Lord's just going to reset and wait. Louis, Guildhall seems viable here. I don't know if he's got the all-in timing for runs too. And because it's Horseman Spears in particular, like the idea of pivoting Arbitrary with crossbow stirrups early is not as good.
Yeah, this is not...
But not a lot of horsemen for Marine Lord, only like 6 at the moment.
Marine Lord's composition is very cost efficient. I think he's fine with Knights.
Men-at-Arms, mass men-at-Arms from Louis, with John's champions.
Right now, because he can still raid with these Knights and just hold off whatever is coming his way with the archers. Things will get dicier once Marine Lord starts to ramp up production. I guess you could try playing just Arbaletria. It's a really good and cost-efficient front or backline unit, I guess.
It sucks against this comp though, which is why I think Royal Institute's weird, right? Like Guildhall probably makes more sense. And I think John likes that timing as well around Guildhall. Just gives that scale point. And then eventually arbitrary mass with like level 4 John. Dive's going to come in. Marine Lord just punting a little bit more XP into the hands of Louis. Lances are going to be cut off from the retreat, but I mean, you stuck them in the middle of the archers, actually. The spears are going to commit again.
Nice
A little bit
fight from
ambitious
Louis.
there. Yeah, like Marine Lord. I mean, yes, you're
Great defense from Louis,
this unit
indeed.
is the counter to yours, right? Like, you've got to show a level of respect to this.
Speaking of level, Louis has Jean level 3 coming in just a moment. That's going to be a big game changer here, KP. So when it comes to the Arbalete, just to get back to that conversation, when you only have 2 horsemen out there, and it's mostly spearmen, Arbalete has often proven to be a really good, just like, general purpose unit.
Louis still not aging up. He's so close. He's keeping the Lancers and Archer numbers. He needs something more. Just a little bit more. Come on.
It definitely feels good now that Marine Lord has cut all horseman production. Like, if he'd been sticking horseman spears, the arbitrary would feel a bit odd. But, like, if you want to do Arb, I still
There you
think
go.
usually you're thinking, like, Guild.
No, wait, he cancelled the Royal Institute. It's Guildhall. Let's go. GD level 3? GD level 3? Champions or Raiders? Champions, of course, right?
Uncomfortable nature of grabbing additional gold as this game goes on. Same with food, right? It's like the deal's been split. It's not like it was just you going for them. So you're going to run out of food eventually. Instead, he wants that safety wagon to be able to play to the 4th age.
This map drags into Imperial a lot more than people would anticipate. It's a wide open map. You would think that this is an aggro, quick, fast-paced map, but in so many cases, this map does drag into Imperial. And once you get to the mid-late Imperial stage, Royal Institute has limited use, whereas, as you said, Guildhall, it's going to be a lifeline under certain circumstances where you get cut off from the gold or the wood.
And, like, on top of that, the Guildhall, I feel like Louis just doesn't really go Royal Institute that much anymore. A few players just completely stripped it from their builds. I've maybe seen Louis do it like 5% of the time in the last month. Like, just a big believer in scaling that late game. It just makes sense. Louis, you know, it's what he was infamous for last year. He was so comfortable in the later phases. He was actually one of the hardest players to deal with there. Partially due to his crazy walling, but there's a bunch of different factors. So, you know, looking at this matchup, I don't think he's shy about the idea going later. The question now is whether Marine Lord's going to allow it. If he can actually do anything about it. It's still mass spears. More horsemen being produced again. And Knights are poking at the back of M-Lord's base here.
Yeah, this composition is just so much better right now for Louis. Well, Marine Lord does have 7 Lancers, though, and that could change things very, very quickly. Lancer plus Spearman is better than Lancer plus Archer.
Also, keep in mind, Dali Horses is a tech. It is real. It can occasionally hurt you. Burn Town attempt's not going to work out here. Level 3 Jean in. Let's go show a little bit of respect. You'd think you can just turn around and instantly spear it down, but it can actually become problematic because then you don't brace for the Night Charge.
Yeah, Marine Lord is still boxing Louis empty inside his base, though, and that has been the theme in the previous game as well. Maybe even the one before that, too. Marine Lord seem to have been able to dictate the tempo of the game, and that seems to be the case once again, getting these little raids going. And again, this is happening with Marine Lord having 8 Lancers as opposed to 20 Knights on the other side.
Exactly. It's almost like the implied threat is stronger. You know, it's kind of like when someone attacks from the shadows and you can't see their real numbers, you're like, oh my god, they're really threatening. And that's kind of what's happening here. If we look at Louis' vision, he's a little bit blind to what actually is going on. So for him, he's in this position where he's like, oh, there's probably more coming behind this. He keeps attacking me. I think Louis had enough of that crap. You know, start sallying forth. 22 Knights is pretty powerful here. Marine Lord, he only just started the crossbow transition, so he wasn't ready for this.
That gold mine is more than exposed. We talked about this. The backup gold mine is not very well positioned for Marine Lord. And level 3 Jean is no pushover. It looks like Louis is going to think twice about this one. He cannot afford to get caught off guard.
Oh, the spears.
The Knights charge very well into the Horseman, but the Spearman catch up. GD in the middle. No, GD can't really go in, because now she's cavalry. She'll take extra damage from the Spearman.
And that's the problem on a map like this. Wide open in the middle. If you have to fall back, you will likely get pursued by the horsemen, and that's exactly what's happening. A lot of casualties here for Louis.
The ranged units, bro. The ranged units from Louis. All going. Only 6 archers. That's GG. Louis can deal with the Spearman.
Marine Lord gets good momentum here. Behind this, remember, he's rushing all the relics. So this is looking like an easy 5-relic game at this pacing. Knights will find a hit on the flank, though. Exactly what Louis needed in that moment. So Marine Lord, big idle time. And some losses to boot. And more to still come. Louis started to do a great job of playing this flank, which is what we hyped up the start of the series. Where he thrives is when he's playing almost like a Lucifron style of approach.
Yeah, he's done a really good job just hitting Marine Lord's economy. Marine Lord slowly leading villagers all across the board, really. At the same time, it doesn't matter if Louis' base just gets pushed by a bunch of spears and crossbows, something that he does not have an answer to.
But look what's happening, Marine Lord. Like, when he was approaching that base, why didn't he keep going? Because he's getting distracted. This is the thing. He gets distracted, and what Louis does very well is it doesn't just end up being one raid and then dead. It's, oh, the knights are still alive. You're still going to have to address them. It's about to hit the berries again from both sides. The villagers run away from the north into the southward knight. And once again, instead of pushing, look at what Marine Lord does on the minimap. He comes home. And once again, Louis says, oh, well, those are valuable. I don't want to lose them. Just walks it off. Marine Lord's like, I can raid too. Oh. I guess not.
Marine Lord having to drop a bunch of towers. Remember, he doesn't have a lot of passive stone income. In fact, I don't think he has any passive stone income. And that's a big game changer right now. You're talking about that in the context of that meditation garden placement. Getting any emplacements on these towers is a challenge for him. Now, if you're Louis, you have to be careful. You cannot afford to dive and lose all these knights. But as you said, he's doing a really nice job taking over the person who dictates tempo of the game. Now he's the one setting the tempo, and he's kind of...
Very good raids from Louis, though. He was able to avoid the mass spearman. He now is up to 15 archers. It wasn't GG. Where the Lord didn't continue the pressure. He was respecting and correctfully, though, the knight numbers from Louis.
This is, of course, Jean, not French, so it's just here to secure the gold, not to discount things. But the discounts are already adding up because of the Jean factor, right? She's able to discount those buildings anyway. And yeah, it is pivoting into arbitrary. So double arch range, double stables, all with discounts from the consecration. And he's still poking those flanks. Knights will easily beat these horsemen. And Marine Lord realizes it, so has to just pull away. Just never getting raids, man. Like, Louis, just big props to him. This is really where I think he thrives. You said about Marine Lord stopping him and pinning him in the base, and you see what happens when you don't. It's a nightmare.
Literally, it's a nightmare. It's been really nice for the last few minutes for Louis. And that is why he loves French so much. With Chivalry, he's getting all the HP back. He dives in, picks off a couple of villagers, and then he disengages, he's gone. Now, still, you do have, or you are about to have 4 relics for Marine Lord, and it's only a 7 villager differential. So that needs to be understood. But Marine Lord needs to find a way to respond to these raids, because without a proper response, he's not going to be able to move out of his base.
Once again, another one goes down. I'm going to say once again in this cast a lot, because that's what it is with these raids. Every single time you look away, someone else pays the price. Or more than just one someone else. That's going to be, what, 3 more worker kills on that south side?
Yeah, Louis is very ahead right now. 11 villager lead. We're not took NTC, though. That will really help recuperating.
Villagers left and right, and he has to be concerned about the fact that he's just losing way too many villagers. He is, in fact, behind by 12 workers. That number could change very quickly. But behind this, Louis MT secures the 2 sacred sites in the middle. He secures the large gold vein. So he really managed to just get... Oh, boy.
Those knights over there, that's a bad encounter.
Gets a few knights.
Nice little cleanup.
Yep. But remember, time is not necessarily on his side here. Louis MT's locked the sacred sites, and he's done it at this exact moment for a good reason. There's a guild hall that is accruing the resources to make a sacred site victory feasible here.
Yeah, oh, he's gonna pull the food and imp with the Red Palace.
Yep.
Oh my god!
And he
Like,
does have the
Let's
large
go.
gold win as well.
Right palace, red palace.
look at, I mean, look at the timing on this as well, because I
Marine
think
Lord,
he's
no
scouting TCC, so
resources.
maybe understands that Marine Lord
No, he's
can't
recovering, he's
right now.
recovering.
Then again, like, Marine Lord actually has numerical advantage. Barely. But still. And what is that red palace? Louis. He's so greedy.
He wants the gold.
Yeah,
he
but it's
wants
so
the gold.
greedy.
Yeah, the big gold. Is it greedy though? Maybe he can handle 30 archers and 28 knights versus 37 spearmen, 22 crosses, and 10 horsemen. The problem is Marine Lord has 2 units that counter the knights, and Leo only has 1 unit to deal with those 2 groups of units. So that might be complicated.
South.
Wait, the
Use the
villagers
whole
are
army
going
north
around.
instead.
Look at the minimap.
Please come in the backside.
villagers
Just
are
running
going
around the forest.
Yeah.
Yep, and John is having a party here. Like, this
Yeah,
is
John
not
almost
an
level
ample
4.
defense
No.
for Marine Lord. No.
Ooh,
He's going to go for an
here.
A-click. And there's so many bodies waiting to meet him. here.
Hold.
Archers are fording. Villagers are... Wait. All right, that's one safe way of getting the Red Palace up. He just looped the north side tree
Okay.
line. Goes
Archers
completely
kiting,
unseen,
actually,
and
with
is now
damage
going up
from
into
Louis
Imperial.
with
Meanwhile,
defense.
Marine Lord still hasn't dealt with the Jean threat in the back of his base. And he's not managing to cleanly break through here.
Oh, actually,
Knights are badly bloodied though, but
great game here
the
for
archers just cannot
Louis
break
so
through
far.
this line.
Oh, GG, no
GG,
way.
and there it is.
He does it. Louis MC.
Ooh, I like
Sacre
that.
Gets a second on the board. And we find out that
I'll
when
grab
you
a
make
coffee
them
real quick, guys.
mirror
I'll be right back.
each other's nationality, China's better is French.
Clutch. That's the word you gotta use for Louis MT. Things looked grim mid-game, and we talked about the momentum swings. It was 2 in a row for Marine Lord, and there was a moment where it felt like Marine Lord is able to do the same thing that he did in the previous 2 games. Dictate the tempo, make Louis run around. And then Louis comes in, and as you said, one of his trademark moves, his incredible ability to just keep these raids going non-stop and totally flip a game upside down off the back of those. That is how it all started. And now we're looking at an even series. So before the redraft, we do have a 2-2 score. We could be in for a 9-game series here, KP, at this pace.
That is a possibility. That is how the numbers work. And with the way Louis played, feasible nature to it. I mean, this is exactly what Marine Lord needs to wake up to if he wants to shut down this nuisance from the east. He's so good when he gets these wide flank maps. And you got to remember, when you look at the map pool, you know, we've got things like Sacred Grove still in there. Dry Arabia can sometimes be an open book. Lipany is a little bit of a coin flip, depends on the Civ matchups. But the takeaway is there is still multiple maps in the pool that could play exactly like this one. Flank rotations that would give Louis the dominant position that he thrives in.
So now, KP, it's time for a redraft. 4 games gone,
I think
and the next map coming up is going to be Relic River.
so. Mongol and Japanese,
So
right?
very much an off-meta map to go for.
Yeah, I think Japan's probably going to get banned out here, similar to how it did last time. Maybe it gets through just because Enlightened Horizon isn't there anymore. Mongols is a highly coveted Civ pick here. House of Lancaster can make sense in the redraft. I also rate Knights Templar quite highly. But we'll have to see what they get through the draft. But, you know, I'm expecting French and Jean to probably be split between the two of them. And Shishi and plus Chinese could also be in there. Just considering remaining maps, like we've got Sacred Grove coming, so you need to have either Mali and China, Shushi, French, or Jean. Those are like the best civs for that map. And then like Cliffside makes a lot of sense for China being high prio. So wouldn't be surprised if we see Louis open his draft with that again.
So Relic River, this is very much an off-meta map. If Louis wants to steal one from Marine Lord, this is definitely one of the places that he can do that. But here's a caveat. So in the original draft, you had Louis with French as well. He would have very much loved to use French here, I believe. Well, on any map. But now that we have the redraft, Marine Lord will have the ability to potentially steal a couple of the Knight Civs for himself. I wonder how this draft is going to look like with that in mind.
Yeah, I think we can shift across that in a second. The interesting thing, though, is like when you consider Louis' desire to raid and how good he is at it, like the French civs are the most obvious prior bans away. I think like Marine will understand that can be a little bit of a bait, because as we've seen, when you give him someone like Chinese, he's just as much of a nuisance. And looks like we do have confirmation in. So I believe Marine Lord was on the the right side of the draft, so that's gonna be Japanese for him, up against Mongols. Mongols. Okay, other way around. So it's gonna be Mongols for Marine Lord, Japanese for Louis. This matchup's a little bit funky. You'd think that actually like Mongols just dominate because of the Dark Age Rax integrations, but what is interesting is that Japan just gets a lot of value out of Rax for a deer shove. The negative on this map that's made Mongols usually feel like easily A tier, close to S tier, is the fishing on the south side. It's just something that you can grab because, like, you've seen it on other maps. Whenever there's a shared water like Himayama, if you see a Mongol pick, you're not going to dock drop. So because you don't dock drop, I get to, right? Like, you have to assume I'm going to open Rax. And that's the trick. I can now get my greed because you think I'm not going to be greedy. You think I'm going to be aggressive.
Well, let's look at the other civilizations here. We have Chinese once again being the #1 pick for Louis.
Makes sense.
He did that for the opening draft. Obviously, HRA Ruse being banned, it's been a commonplace across the tournament. But Louis MT said, Chinese worked really well in game #1. I'll try this again, and that's exactly what he did. Japanese #2 pick is the one utilized for Relic River. Jean, a civilization that he won with, also again available. The back side of his draft is a little concerning to me. Abbasids, Ayyubids, they've not been performing well in this tournament. Could be good situationally, but it's not necessarily your wow combination for the backside of that draft.
Yeah.
At least in my point of view.
So you can play Ayyubid into French and do reasonably well there. Like, you are considered a counter pick. There is a counterplay for French where instead of playing Knights, you hunker down and go for like arbitrary fast Imperial. But like outside that, it's also a blocker pick. It protects Jean. Jean is crippled by Ayyubids. With the Dervish opening and a Desert Raider or two, she loses all tempo in the game. So I think there's a layer of protection with that pick coming in from Louis. Other side of it, though, you know, we've got Marine Lord going in for French very early on. House of Lancaster coming through again. Cliffside is a very interesting map here as well. I imagine Marine Lord might be originally thinking something like Shushi there, or possibly House of Lancaster, because we've seen some people do that Ford Lancaster Castle build.
I'm thinking Lancaster for that map.
It's a mixed bag against Delhi, though. Delhi can just rip you asunder with Ghazi spam. Like, you know how one-sided the English-Delhi matchup feels? Lancaster suffers similar issues there. And on a map like Cliffside, you can at least stop the Sacred Site win condition a little bit. But from what I've seen so far, those type of builds, the Lancaster Castle does not feel anywhere near as good as a Barbican on the Sacred Sites. So curious to see if he goes to that one. Sacred Grove will probably be where Malians is reserved for, or French. Knowing that it could be Jean, I think Marine Lord might just say French for there and then play like Malians on Dry Arabia. But outside that,
I'm thinking Jean d'Arc for the Dry Arabia here. That seems like a reasonable proposition. Delhi, Ayyubids, Abbasids, all an option for Lipany. I would not shut the door to a Chinese play on Cliffside. But my gut tells me that Chinese could get to Sacred Grove and try to play a Gorge-esque game.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got Jean, which would make sense for Sacred Grove anyway. It's just, if you're worried about French, it might be a bit tricky. I'm wondering if there's like any room for the Abbasids. If we see it, likely it's going to be Lipany. But that could be where Louis wants to punt Ayyubids. I think like that's maybe the polarizing element about his final 3 picks. They all make a lot of sense for Lipany. Whereas like Delhi, you can flex them to Cliffside. But we already talked about the negatives of the closest spawn. It might enable something like Lancaster. What is going to be key to keep an eye out for here is Ottomans, by the way. Ottomans at like the highest level, if you execute well, can solve the Delhi issue. It's very difficult to do, but I mean, I think Marine Lord is up to the challenge there, right? There's a few players that like I trust to execute that matchup. The reason is that Ghazi can easily get beaten by like Sipahi with the Imam, the meta, etc. But yeah, some interesting potential matchups, like a lot of Fury crafting going on. I think the thing is when you've got Dry Arabia, Lipany, Cliffside, there's a lot of versatility on those maps with these type of drafts, so it's hard to full pinpoint them. like Relic River is the obvious one here because I think like looking at the other picks for Louis.
Well, I mean, you know the picks for Relic River, so it's obvious now.
Yeah, but I'm saying if we didn't see it, like the only other pick that maybe would have made sense is like maybe Ibid's here, and then on Marine Lord's side, I've seen a few people play House of Lancaster or Marlians, but like House of Lancaster, I think there's just better maps to be honest with you, and Marlians. Once again, like there's better maps. It's better to have a Civ that can leverage the fishing here. And that's why like these two get picked so much on Relic River.
Well, we just have 1 minute left to go, KP. Last time that these two have played was the group stage. In that series, Louis MT defeated Marine Lord 3-2. And, you know, we talked about this coming into this series. Was some of that score line influenced by strategy saving? Was everybody playing 100%? What was saved for the playoffs?
Yeah.
Then, yesterday, Marine Lord 4-0's Beastie. Louis MT defeats CSO 4-2. So you have to ask the question, what is the predicted scoreline for this series? Is, you know, Marine Lord going to be able to dominate like he did yesterday? Or maybe are we going to see Louis MT being a kryptonite to Marine Lord like you would think based on the group stage results?
I can only see Louis getting 1, if not 2 more games with his draft, if not going all the way, right? Like China seems pretty strong here overall. And then I think the Delhi, a little bit more volatile, but if you pull it out at the right timing, great. Like this game, for momentum's sake, and also flexible in draft, is going to be critical. So let's see who's going to break the tie. Redraft complete. We head into game number 5 of the Elite Classic 3 finals. And it is going to be Marine Lord in the pink with the Mongols going up against Louis MT's Japanese in the blue. And I mean, this is another Civ that Louis has over time proven himself quite the crafty bugger with. And it is going to be that Dark Age beginning. Very popular right now with Japan. First thing Marine Lord's going to be looking for now is probably the deer. No, is he just going to run away? He just scouted it, so he knows it's happening. That Uvu is really far out, but usually Japan doesn't rush your Uvu in this matchup. Yeah, they do this instead. That's surprising. Huh? Well, Marine Lord scouted it, right? Like, he saw it straight away, but he didn't care. Okay. Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled by this, because, like, usually when you see this type of play, you know it's going to be a deer shell from Japan, so you try to block it. I guess Marine Lord just really needs food. And where are all the sheep, actually? Because he didn't get... I'm scratching my head on this. He didn't get a lot.
Louis might have a lot.
Well, Louis' scout started shoving deer straight away, so, like, neither of them should really have many.
He's not shoving deer.
Yeah, he started, though. He started off shoving the deer and then moved across. It's like, Marine Lord, because he didn't do something similar, should have an advantage there. His spawn looks atrocious, by the way. Oh my god. Wait, I can't... Let me check myself. Did I just say Marine Lord has a bad spawn? Sorry, I'm pretty sure that's not allowed. That's an illegal statement.
It's 11 apiece, so really players just took their time finding the actual sheep. It was quite challenging to do so. Both players on spears now, and the deer shove is indeed happening.
Man, this is a familiar sight, actually. Last time we saw this matchup, it was in Marine Lord series, where Beastie was manning the Mongols, and that was not a pretty picture. A very quick game. The timing, like, for this Rax is quite slow for Marine Lord, right? Because, like, he built the Rax over at the TC, then packs it over. So he's not really in position to do any damage here. The deer have already been shoved in, which is why you do this as Japan. That's why you do Dark Age.
Yeah, I'm looking at the historical stats between these two, by the way. In the group stage, Relic River was game number 2 of the series, and Louis won that with Mongols against Marine Lord's Delhi. So Mongols won, but it wasn't against the Japanese in that case.
Yeah, I think I remember that game. It was a little bit funky. Some people trust in the Delhi because of the fishing play, basically. Because you can fishing drop, and then you have a scholar right next to a sticker site, and then you have fishing boats that can protect the dock as well. So, like, it's not a bad idea. I just think, like, there's there's probably better maps out there for a deli pick, and this one just makes a lot of sense for these particular two civs. I'm curious what Marine Lord's idea is here. Did he think it was going to be fishing? I mean, he's marching over the gold, so in theory he could block that out.
Perhaps.
Send play available, but we haven't got a villager pull, right? So, no outpost rush?
Nope, I don't think so. I wouldn't hate an outpost rush, by the way.
I mean, I think you kind of have to make it worthwhile, no? Because he's adding even more... Okay, this is crazy. He's adding more spears.
And now you almost have to. And if you hit this gold
that's
line,
interesting.
a tower here
Everybody
would
back.
potentially harass the wood line as
Sorry
well.
for
Like,
the
there's a
delay.
lot of value in
The
this
coffee took a
position
while
that
to
you
make,
could
to brew.
exploit to the tower.
Yeah, it's pretty smart. Look at the TC location. It's way too far away. So
Hi, everybody.
Marine Lord saw
Welcome,
this
you're
and was like,
back.
Okay, that's harassable. So he's going to burn down the forge.
The coffee took some time to
And
make,
also that just
but now we are
guarantees that Louis
here.
can't skip on the age into castle.
The Northern the Mongols. So yeah, they did a redraft because both players banned
Interesting
Japanese
approach here.
on the draft. Now it's another draft.
I mean, the spears keep some value.
Deer Stones for the Storehouse, Relic River.
Sometimes going spears does feel a little bit
no
dangerous against Japan
fishing,
now because
I
the Yumi
think?
got buffed. Like they're a lot cheaper.
I think so.
So, feudal Yumi play, I don't think it's as bad as it kind of seems now.
That's going to be a very wood-heavy Kura storehouse at the beginning.
Yeah, he's got like a house, lumber camp blocking a few, and I think it's got enough room between the TC and the Kura, right? It's just, you'd have to change the angle.
Yeah, I think so.
Because the camera is like weird with perspective, because remember, TCs on this map start on high ground. Yeah, but like between the TC and the Kura, I think he has enough room as well.
Yeah, you should
Yeah.
have it.
like go back to the original angle and just like yeah, you're like, huh? What a noob! He's placed it too close, man.
Ooh, it's a range opening directly.
Yeah. So the Yumi got buffed, right? It's 10% cheaper than it used to be, which doesn't sound like a lot. For scale point, it actually matters significantly here. Like usually the issue with feudal Yumi is you just couldn't get enough out quick enough, and it always fell apart. This change is, I think, flipped a lot of details of these matchups, and your opponent did build 8 spears. You're kind of encouraged to do this.
Fair enough. I agree with you. This is a 1TC game on fragile economies. The problem with the Yumi is that they're individually super, super weak. You almost need to flood them. And if nothing else, having a couple of Yumi will help you deal with these spearmen, which are out here to harass you.
He's scouting the other side, so just trying to make sure he knows what Marine Lord is going to be doing. You know, there's a possibility you see some like Magadai here.
Both players have villager. I have the air close to their base, I believe.
Honesty in the age, and it's just going to be like a standard linear push of infantry, which we can see coming. And Marine Lord has some edges here over Yumi. So most notably is going to be the Khan Hunter for extra range. But then the other thing is if you ever sneak an outpost or just bring the Deer Stone up, you can kite Yumi indefinitely.
I would still love a tower on this wood line. Right now, Louis is taking a small wood line behind his base. That's going to get depleted soon. Now, at this point, you won't be able to challenge this gold mine with towers, with 2 towers coming in from Louis MT. But you could...
Custom village from Louis? Should be. But the Nord is investing. Yeah, but Nord with more units than Louis. He's investing into this feudal age.
Arslet suggests Louis just done with the age, so double Yumi into she baited. Leaving.
Yeah.
Yep.
Double Yumi baked into fast castle. Let's get it.
On the other side, Siege Engineering for Marine Lord, though, he wants to pounce on this. And
How many viewers?
here's the thing. If you rush castle...
Ooh. It dropped. It were at 5k. Now 4k. It's still good, but now it's more, almost the same viewers as EGCTV. That's insane.
Push that position and try to deny the gold before the mounted samurai arrive.
With his current position, though, he's fallen back so far. Your opponent's definitely going to get the age up. And the concern is, you know, if you don't get the time right, if you delay it just a little bit, the gold is going to accumulate to a point where you can just pivot veteran Yumi, which would clear everything. Like, it's a little bit shaky to get it all in. I like the board details. Going to give Marine Lord an accelerant here. He doesn't really have many accelerants right now. He didn't go fishing. He hasn't gone Silver Tree. It's A little bit of a weird position for an all-in, especially with Outpost going up on the gold.
Yeah, to me, this is way too late. I don't know if he canceled Siege Engineering. He did not. This is
No, Ram's coming.
way too late. Because
Okay,
notice that
so-
Louis clicked now, and he's still heavy on the gold. By the time this Ram arrives, Louis has
Bro, your call only finished now. I thought you were just lurking. I thought the call finished and you were just chilling. Bro, it took almost an hour. That's crazy. Hope it was a good call. I was asking you if PSG will win the Champions League. And then you asked what Marine Lord was cooking, and I was like, Marine Lord is cooking vol au vent du mouton con fromage. I remember. Good memory.
some
far
time to
away.
walk up there.
Yeah,
And he doesn't
and-
even have a stable.
No, this is awkward now because he just doesn't have enough gold to upgrade anything. Like, you could open with a few samurai here, but I don't think you have
It was a good one. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of
Let's get it.
He doesn't have a stable.
Let's
to
get
drop
it.
the Samurai. He doesn't even have the wood to drop a stable.
PSG are favored, yes, but Inter is a great lockdown team. So maybe they'll be able to lock down PSG. But PSG is a very good midfield.
Yeah. Like,
Joneves, Vitinha, and Fabian Ruiz. I think they'll be able to break the defense of Inter. But Inter, they're super combative. They'll fight until the last second. PSG needs to always be on their toes.
Louis has no options at that point. Instead, he's going to buy through to a veterancy for the Yumi is on the way.
It's going to take so much time, and once the racks are gone, you cannot even get Samurai out. Marine Lord is catching up for Castle Age. He's getting ready to click up. He's also swinging north to hit the Lumberjacks. In fact, he might just concede this ram to hit the Lumberjacks. Thinks twice about it.
I'm surprised he didn't just camp on the archer range here. I mean, there's a repair crew nearby, but with archers, you can just keep trickling damage in there. Instead, he wants the easier worker kill, so he's going to rotate.
Marine Lord applying huge pressure. Louis into the Castle Age, can't do much.
Not quite on point there from Marine Lord. Doesn't get himself any work.
He's using 8 archers to defend versus 14 archers. And it's Yumi's. They're Castle Age though. But now we can have better men. We got the upgrade of the manor. In this year, PSG seems on a mission, to be honest. It is. They finally got stuff together. They always were focusing on the stars, but then their defense was kind of weak, their midfield was kind of weak. Now they are a team, especially with Luis Enrique as the coach. And they don't have like one big star, they have a lot of not so big, but still big stars. Dembele, Kvaratskhelia, even Doué, Joneves, Vitinha, Donnarumma. The defense is Rournament, what a player, bro. Best left back in the world, in my opinion.
Just tossing the spears away. Like, you don't ever think that's going to be a good trade. Like, you shouldn't anyway. I think he's just trying to create space so that Ram can take out more farms, and he keeps forcing idle on food.
Marine Lord looking for a Castle Age.
Is doubling down on this. He queued up.
No, he's no,
not
wait.
yet clicking up to Castle Age.
I think he invested and cancelled because he went really quick from 500 to 700 food.
This is interesting, by the way.
But still 6 Keshiks.
Like, I've been wondering where he's getting the
What is
gold
Marine
from. Like,
Lord
he's all
doing?
over the place.
Bro, he's against Japan. He's like, I got this.
Check the Northern
Don't
Gold.
worry, guys.
Yeah, he snuck out.
But in the previous draft, this is a redraft. In the first draft, both players banned Japan, which is kind of crazy.
When Marine Lord wasn't looking. Marine Lord doesn't even know if that part of the map exists. For all he knows, this is a flat Earth, and it ends in a... What shape would I call that? Like, I don't know, a phallic fin shape. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one now. He has got relics at least coming home, but Keshiks are intercepting that.
Marine Lord trading archers with Yumis. Yumis are cheaper, so that's good for Louis. But Louis with no food. Japan is good now, bro. No joke, I know. But it's all about the deer push. It's all about speedman pushing deer. Without that, it still sucks.
Yeah, but the Yumi count is kind of underwhelming.
But that's why people are banning Japan, because your barracks is super cheap. You make 2 speedmen. Sometimes you make 4. 2 go to the enemy, 2 go to the deer. And then the Castle Age becomes so much more powerful.
It's like, you know, it's the equivalent of feeding down mid in a MOBA. Because these farms spawn, which you have no control
But
over.
I think Louis is on a tough spot here.
And then you're like, okay, well,
He needs a lot of mounted samurai. Only has 2. Bro, he's chasing down those Keshiks. Like, no, bro, chill.
Well, they'll respawn.
Chill.
exactly.
Like 5 mounted samurai and under TC, and he can hold, I think. Under TC.
Yeah, Marine Lord still hasn't clicked though.
Now, Louis needs to be calm here.
Now,
He's going out with 3 mounted. You think Louis wins? It really depends. He needs to accumulate a lot of units now.
This is the moment where Louis is
Marine Lord could have Kudul type for him. He has 10 Kashix, but Louis is recuperating. Louis needs to really wait out a little bit, get some mounted samurai. And I've noticed, like, Mongols now rarely tower rush. It's really weird. They prefer to, like, go for eco plays or whatever in Feudal Age. Yeah, samurais are extremely strong. Yeah, Louis just needs to wait a little bit and he's chilling. He's still only 6 mounted samurai because one is in queue versus 12. Kashix. Oh, and these ones are... Oh, no, no, no. Oh, see, I told you. Louis needs to be patient, but also he can't just let Marine Lord do whatever he wants. He's gonna lose those mounted samurai, bro. Aye, so cheap, peg. 6 mounted samurai. We need more. We have the food. We have the gold.
Was willing to fight this with Feudal Age Kashik.
It's a little bit ballsy, though. Because the Yumi are doing decent damage. Yeah, that's the thing that's missing, though. Range damage 2 is on the way for Louis.
Yeah, only 3 mounted samurai here. Where are the rest? The rest are raiding. That's huge. Marine Lord should be like, where's the rest of the mounted samurai? No way Louis only has 3. They're going to the gold. You can see it on the minimap. They're going to the gold and to the wood line. This fight is a bit tough. He saves 1 mounted samurai. Almost... Okay, that was good. Oh, there you go. They're ready. Oh, it was only 2 of them. What? Where's the rest?
If Louis can heal those back up, he's on par with his opponent. Then look at the food income now from Marine Lord. He has been harassed on the boar. He's 180 food per minute. Has to shift to the berries.
Let's go,
He's finally
Louis.
up to Castle Age.
Let's go, Louis.
But you feel like...
Come on, Eusebio. Represent your Portuguese bloodlines.
Tempo setting role. And that's exactly where things started going bad in the previous game for Marine Lord. If Louis can once again start raiding with these mounted samurai, things could get dicey here for our Mongol player.
I do find it's a lot easier to kind of accelerate from here as Japan if you have relics garrisoned. And so far, that hasn't been happening. I think he's about to change that, though. We did get a new Shinto finally spawning. And the relics have gradually been making their way back towards his base. Now, what is interesting is this Onus Musha switch up from Louis. Makes a lot of sense. Counts Kashix really well.
If Eusebio wins, Portugal next Civ, bro, I would play only Portugal until Conqueror. If Portugal gets added to the game, I'm immediately playing, like, non-stop. Maybe I could do it with Spain as well. Bro, imagine devs be like, Spain as a Civ and Portugal as a variant Civ. I will delete the game. I will delete the game, bro. If they make Portugal a variant Civ of Spain, I'll delete the game, like, to disrespect. With OP Musketeers, yeah, and also, I think in other AoE games, Portugal always has like a strong crossbows or whatever, which, like, I don't know if it's historical accurate. I don't know. We don't learn that in school. That Portugal had great crossbows.
It worked in the previous game. Might as well try it now.
Portugal variant of Spain will be, bro. Well, we so disrespectful. Like, totally. It would be hella funny. It would be hella funny to be honest. I would laugh and then uninstall the game.
Protect them. Otherwise, they just tend to fail you more than they succeed. We have still got a camp on the relic. Remember, Marine Lord is now going for that with the Shaman. Already has 1 home, second one on the way. So he's winning the relic war.
Oh. Not a lot of mounted samurai here. Louis was silly. We went into one of Mushas. On
if you're a Marine Lord, the jackpot would be
Wikushus.
that is such a big piece of the puzzle missing.
Yeah, and luckily for Louis, Marine Lord was a bit greedy there. Went for the attack speed arrow, hoping that Louis wasn't looking instead of...
Mongol hope only for Khaganate Palace these days. Bro, no. Oh, bro. Like, I casted earlier today, the SilverLeague, and we casted, I think, 2 days ago as well. And both players, 2 different players went Khaganate Palace, like, destroyed. Also, they go, like, fast Imperial, so they have nothing to protect them. Marine Lord is a bit different. He's making a lot of units. And then if he goes Khaganate Palace, that could be okay. Because you have something to protect you while you wait. But bro, like, no, I was about to talk about the games of today. That they will be published today. So I don't want to spoil it. I want you guys to go and watch and leave a like over there. Yeah, just a big gamble, bro. let's just say the Mongol player paid off today. When I was casting earlier today, it paid off. But I watched a game a long time ago where the Mongol player got 3 UU pals in a row after Kanganate Palace. But I also see some players sometimes in my castle games where if you pack and unpack the landmark, you reset what is being produced. You can kind of manipulate it, but it takes a lot of time.
These are all superfood heavy, so
Yeah, you go Kaganate and get UU pal.
more comfortable.
Awful.
You to pass your spam.
Awful.
Looking for the gold mine.
Rus Knights OP from the Kaganate.
No, look at this, Marine Lord. He's going to find the second TC, and that's a
Oh.
lot of villages.
I didn't see the second TC from Louis. It's a good play. Oh, no connection there from the Keshiks. I've tried this fact and then back tech. Didn't work for me. To be honest, I only see that in one castle game. So maybe there is a trick to it. Maybe there's a trick to it and we don't know. Do you remember the trade trick? I remember Vortex and Lucifron will abuse that. Like in the pit.
I mean, if he chases him, it's like you kind of have to chase him, right? Like you haven't got anything else you're doing right now. And if he does rush up towards that gold, you'll at least be close by with the Mountain Samurai. So it's not the worst of ideas per se. But you know what's never the worst of ideas, Lydical? Imperial Age.
For who?
Yep. When you play Mongols, I mean, it just
For
feels like the
Mongols?
best idea.
Mirlot is a bit far away
It's almost
from
like
Imperial Age. I wouldn't say it's
go
close.
for a good old Mackey's, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get like the meal, and then like, do you want to upgrade to like the extra large shake? Of course you do. It's the best choice to make. I mean, you know, the diabetes ain't gonna help you 20 years from now, but in the moment it feels great, and that's the perfect way to describe.
Yeah, that's true. I think the only real value, not only, but the biggest value for Onimusha is chasing heavy cavalry. Like sometimes, even though you don't need to kite, you kind of want to kite with Onimusha. Because sometimes it feels like if you just stand there, they don't do enough damage. So the armored units reach them still with full HP, not full HP, but still with high HP. So like even against Gulams or stuff, you kind of want to kite a little bit, just to give no chance, you know what I'm saying, at being caught.
That's 3 relics. There's one more relic all the way to the south. Marine Lord could have picked it up if it was
They probably
not for
don't
the
see
fact.
it.
Well,
He not scout anywhere near there.
perhaps Japan could also have like a special upgrade where they do
Even without looking
extra bonus damage versus heavy units. Oh, it's Imperial Age for Japan. For the Marine Lord, I mean. Oh, he went like stupid and canceled. It's Kaganate Palace. Kaganate. Kaganisman. Kagamunt Palace.
It's that extra large milkshake upgrade. You just got to get a huge upgrade to your eco, really, as you're basically generating something like 600 resources.
You need to use their mobility to max efficiency, yeah. Like sometimes in some games as Japan, I was like, bro, everyone Mushas. We win. And then I just stand there and they die. And it's like, bruh, sad Japanese player.
Marine Lord. He's got. Oh. Louis MT. He is capping.
But I think the player, at least in the first draft, they didn't draft KT, Knight Templars. I want to see more Knight Templars. I love Knight Templars gaming. It's really nice.
Also starting to macro towards Imperial. It's okay, though. Like, oh, and there it is. Just throwing them-
Yeah, I changed setup. I did. Do you enjoy it? I think it's better than before. But sometimes I end up looking a lot downwards. Or you guys can, it's more noticeable to you. You like when I'm focusing a game, I'm like looking too much downwards. But I think it's okay.
And that's the upgrade that's going to swing these battles in his favor, and he would have a massive momentum switch if he's able to take a good fight here. Louis is looking for a fight before the upgrades come in. Marine Lord is not giving him one.
Yeah, hand cannoneers with Yam and Khan Hunter aura are low-key like busted for Mongols. It's actually crazy how easily you can kite.
Oh, the Khan's Hunters also boost the range of hand cannoneers? That's quite insane, actually.
That's going to be a landmark drop.
I mean, it has to be. Castle of the Crow.
Castle of the Crow for Japan? Bro, those traders sometimes are Giga Chat traders that come from the Castle of the Crow. Sometimes they bring like 600 resources or more. It's like insane.
He's also gold harvesting on the furthest south gold vein. He's everywhere.
Yeah, he's stripping the
Louis is everywhere. But I want Louis to win so much.
By the time Marine Lord gets to those
Marine
levels,
Lord has been committing more mistakes than usual.
and
There we go, Yu Bao, I see it.
So having
I mean,
strong presence
against
up
Castle
there,
of the Crow,
again,
it
Marine
works,
Lord
no?
even scouted this area, so
It works.
Louis is gonna be more. Again, the
I don't know.
same
I don't know why, but right now I just thought about some cool FEM challenges that I thought about doing. I want to like break the Belo Goodman curse of Benfica, which is to win a European competition with Benfica. Then I want to win the Portuguese league with one club from each district of Portugal, including the islands. And I'm already doing in the background a great video. I'm still working on it. I have to publish it. And there, yeah, I have some cool FM ideas, but I have not been finding time to play them.
The most effective player at playing Mass Mount Samurai in Imperial that I've ever seen in Age of Empires 4. So this is looking good from Rainlord on the
Good play from Louis. He got immediately Bunray as he aged up. That will give him more Yorishiros, which is really nice. 6 Yorishiros. You can even put into siege workshops. That really helps in Imperial Age. Especially you get like the Mangonel upgrade and then you make them really fast.
And one thing I want to say is Marine Lord cannot build walls. And everything that Louis...
True, Marine Lord cannot build walls or keeps. He is just going to build 100 towers. It's alright, don't worry.
Soon. Whereas when you look at the south, he's...
But I remember, I don't know if you were watching the stream on that day, Shevake, where we played against a Mongol player on 4 lakes, and he like made like 20 towers, and then like we lost, but then we played him again, and then I won. He did the same strategy, and like I got so like happy and at the same time like fuck you, because like I hate that play style. I just remember like it was so wild. Mongol player just dropping towers everywhere, massing crossbows below the towers. Bro, sometimes AFO is really... It's not sometimes, like some gameplays really feel bad to play against, you know? Luckily in pro play, players don't know how to punish that, so you don't see that a lot.
2 to 3. Add the sacred sites on top of that. That's a nice little chunk of passive resource income for Louis. And I think what's cool about Louis' position is that it's fairly safe.
Castle of the Crow looks sick as fuck, we have to admit. It's a great building.
Everywhere else, he's got some walls.
Oh, see? Yu Bao is working. Taking down the tower. Then Castle of the Crow is next. Is Louis trying to deny the gold from Marine Lord? Like he's walling that build gold over there. Maybe he is. Marine Lord only has access to 1 gold. Yu Bao!
He's gonna switch into hand cannoneers himself, and this is where you kind of wish you could have.
Japanese hand cannoneers with a bannerman, they go insane. I want to see that. I want to see mass hand cannoneers with bannerman. Show it to me, bro. Show it to me.
Kings here.
Have you seen the treasure caravans from
Yeah.
the Castle of the Crow yet?
Have you seen caravan? No,
Has he actually been?
you didn't click, right? It's the caravans. I want to see that. Oh no, wait, it did.
You don't
What?
really need that much distance from a.
I didn't see that.
To get maximum.
At all.
Okay, so has secured to the north side walls now. Dive coming in elsewhere though. That's going to force Marine Lord away, and that might enable a second wave of troops to snipe the Wee Pals.
But there was a timer. There was like a cooldown. So I think he did it, right? Because there was a cooldown.
He might just focus down the middle, say, okay, he is ignoring this bush. He's actually shifting some of his troops down south, but it's not the whole army. It's really just the fact that he's got a huge army to work with. It's actually a combination of a gazillion types of units.
That's what the Cargonet does. It's like, welcome to the UI. How many?
Oh, 97 units from Marine Lord. Louis only on 72. It's 50, bro, but it's 51 speedman. That's why Mongol can't do anything. No walls against scary units like Mono Samurai. That's true. But Marine Lord has 50 speedman. Louis just needs to go Mass Samurai or Mass Pulgatia. Only 12 crossbows for Marine Lord. Oh, that kills the whole Japanese army, right?
Usually a little
12
bit more than
crossbows.
maybe 2 or 3 units maximum.
Kill the whole Japanese economy. Just like that.
Second Wee Power has finally arrived. I was wondering where the hell it was. I feel like I've been waiting.
And Louis now getting biology, so those mountains are going to get even scarier. Hold. Yeah, but yeah, I was saying earlier, Marine Lord has been committing more mistakes. I think it's like the game now is more ways to be played. I think Marine Lord really benefited, really profited from the game having like 1 or 2 ways to be played back in the day. Like the matchups were more obvious, so there was less room to commit mistakes. But now his enemies can play in different ways, and he can predict so well. I don't know. It feels like he's like sometimes not expecting certain plays.
Repair crew's gonna come out. Everyone has to ungarrison just to keep it alive.
Villagers repairing, that's really good. Yeah, Milon can practice everything now. Yeah, I think, bro, right? I really think it's that. Which, like, of course, I like Marine Lord as a player, but he seemed like, I don't want to say an abuser, because he's not abusing anything, but I always felt like he was, like, good because there were not other ways to play. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he knew those 1 or 2 ways to play, and he would just practice it until infinity. And now he can't do that. And players like Louis, and even CSO, for an example, that are in theory weaker, but they are better at playing different styles, now they come on top because they can steer, like we say in the Nuzlocke community, they can steer way better. While Marine Lord needs a planned line, a planned trajectory better. I think Louis, like, he has the better mix between strategy and steering. I don't know how which is good as well. Like, Marine Lord will get a better player if he, like, learns how to steer and come back from mistakes. Because I just think he kind of goes out of course and then can't get back.
Louis is fine sitting under that castle. He doesn't want to leave that position, and eventually when you have enough firepower to just take out the castle, he's gonna have to try it. I'm not a fan of Louis MT's army count right now. It's just being built so...
Oh, yeah, wait, why Louis has no army? He has resources.
This is the thing, it's just...
What's going on here?
Income, you're like, what? These numbers don't make sense right now.
He has 1.7k food per minute, 1.2k food per minute. By the way, Shafaki, what you think about the Portuguese champions? Do you even know who won the Portuguese championship? It was yesterday, the quote-unquote final.
Actually, it's so low, I think my son might be able to count, and he's not even one. Like, 4 hand cannon, he's not really scaring anyone here.
He's trying to...
Yeah, is Louis short on production? Why he has no units? I have no idea.
As much gold from the map as humanly possible. He is taking the large gold wing to the north, he is taking the middle one.
Marine Lord with 100 military units plus siege. That's legit insane. But it's mostly speedman, so once again. But wait, Louis is doing just mass mounted samurai. He doesn't know about the mass speedman? Maybe. Like, he knows about the speedman, but he doesn't know maybe it's 47?
But, like, what's his target? He has to dive all the way to the TC, and that's it. Like, just spawning on the map definitely enabled it. Because if you just look at the tree lines in the south, you can't even call them tree lines, you know? That's, like, full balding on the top, and you've just got the fried tuck look, and you're like, wow, I've got luscious locks. Like, bruh, there's barely any hair left. So, you know, there was...
You just know about Gyökeres? Yeah, Gyökeres got 39 goals, and the 2 second best players, Pavlidis from Benfica and Samuel Morodion, which is an FM star, they got 19. Both of them got 19. Gyökeres got more than double than them. It's insane. So you don't know who the champion is, so you don't care about the Portuguese league. Ah, bro. You should. It has a lot of charm. I would say it's mostly just parked buses, and the referees are kind of trash. It's like the referees are very, like, sensitive. So, like, little falls are always marked. And, like, the referees are always giving yellows for when the players talk, which is, like, so annoying. Because if you watch, people will say, oh, the big 3, Porto, Benfica, Sporting, they are always benefited by the referees. No, they're just bad. If you go watch the other games, it's the same. You know? And you can see the Portuguese team struggling in Europe because of that. Because, like, the game is not fluid in Portugal. A team might be playing good in Portugal, then they go to Europe and they, like, Porto lost to Bodo Glimt, which is not a disrespect to Bodo Glimt, but Porto should never lose to Bodo Glimt. But because we play against parked buses, then we go to teams that really play and then we struggle.
Yeah, now it's 200 population against 160, and really, despite the fact that the Beasties base, or Beasties I should say, Marine Lords base is wide open.
Whoa.
Beastie Marine Lord, a little car putting fire into the fireplace.
Given an opportunity
What?
to raid with these cav, and even if he does, it's not like Marine Lord's power comes from a massive economy. He's got 96 villagers. It's the Kaganet Palace that's really inflating this thing for him, and that's much more difficult for Louis to raid.
I mean,
Having
this is
said
the
that-
worst feeling. Defending with your heavy cav.
And well, he's got a lot of mango.
That's true, that's the worst feeling, defending with heavy cav, especially against Spearman. Oh, look at the destruction. Well, no, you only made cav. Once again, bro. It was the same again on the Lancaster game. Marine Lord 60 Spearman, Louis, Sipahi. Here, Marine Lord 47 Spearman, Louis, Mounted Samurais. But he's raiding though on the background. The Mangonels destroyed the army of Marine Lord. We're not with 2k food in the bank and 2.3k gold. That's insanity. Louis defended though. Right? Here we go. Bro, I'm actually legit excited to play Mario Kart. I don't know. Call me Nintendo fanboy, but I'm excited. My girl has been hating on Mario Kart though. But she'll play with me and she'll have fun, I'm sure. She's laughing over there.
Fight, but the gold is still going to be a big question mark now. Like, he's looked good for so long because of the controls.
Like, my girl really hates the fact that you pay for the physical cartridge and you don't own the game. It's just, you have to download the game. Like, she hates that. And I agree. I totally agree.
There to protect it, but last few minutes have been rather promising here for Louis MT, and now he's trying to reclaim this position, get the Castle of the Crow back online.
Another thing that Louis does really well, better than I feel like most players when they play Mounted Samurai at the stage, he highly values Dormado armor. That's the tech that gives you extra movement speed when deflective is active. Now, the reason that's important is for raiding. It didn't look good earlier because he was stuck defending, but now that the map is opening up again, it allows these Mounted Samurai to get in position much quicker.
True. But also Marine Lord now with like extra barrels on the nest of base. Plus hand cannoneers, that's a lot of gunpowder damage. It's a little bit tough to deal with. Louis' economy is not looking great though. Marine Lord is just better economy in general.
Run, but it's definitely
Actually,
more
no.
encouraging than simply
Marine
playing
Lord food
pure
income
Mounted Samurai.
kind of
Can we check
tanked.
the mangoes to see if they do have adjustable crossbars? Because that is like, quite important. It does. Okay, yeah, so Wallop's going to start to hurt a bit more.
Uh-oh.
I believe the
Mango.
Spinman have elite.
Mangoes. Mangoes.
Coming in clutch here, though. That's
Yeah,
gonna
Nest of
be
Beast
quick
doing a
to
lot
go
of
for.
good work.
And mangoes have been accessed, so Marine Lord
Oops.
surges forward. Hand cannon
Oops.
is no longer
Those
free.
mangoes going down is awful. They were the anti-Spearman in this situation. But Marine Lord killed 50 villagers, what? But Louis is so much ahead.
Now means he has the problem he solved before.
How? Yorishiro in town center. Louis ahead on score.
Kind of needs to, and look at this. Now Marine Lord is heading to
2k
the
food
north.
per minute for Louis, 2.1k gold. No, Louis is the one with more eco, but he has only half the military. Louis, please do something else than Mounted Samurai and Archers. Please.
He needs to challenge that position and start starting Marine
Bro,
Lord
Louis
out
is
of
so much better eco here.
And Louis still has, I think, quite a lot left on the
Second TC as second TC for Louis. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Another thing he done really well, he actually went for the tier 3 mining. Something that a lot of players actually don't do. In fact, Marine Lord is guilty of not doing that at all. The reason that's important is, remember, they changed it a while back so that you get extra resources, a little bit like the tec3 bastards have, the improved processing. So that 8k gold, it's not quite step readout levels, but it lasts a lot longer for Japan here.
Ah, so the third mining upgrade is not faster gathering, is you generate more resources. Or actually, I didn't knew that. Gold gatherers drop off 15% more resources.
Bit of a push coming in.
And for Japan, that's insane because then you drop a bit more stone too.
Overchop is nasty.
Yo,
He's eco-
yo.
And now he overchops it. Finally, an opportunity for
Louis has all the basic upgrades, everything. Red Lord does not. But Louis, please do something to counter those spearmen efficiently. Maybe Samurai just not great because they will die to the hand cannoneers. Oh no, this is a 40-minute game. It's almost 9 p.m. I said the set would go until 10. Midnight? Louis the healer until midnight? In the moonlight, in the midnight. Marine Lord floating 3k wood. He wants to drop some farms. Oh, wait, he's playing Mongols, that's right.
Louis is done with that. I wonder how much is left on that northern gold. Because Louis, okay, so 2,000 on this. Louis still has 2 small gold veins and both of the big ones. Louis got way more gold to work with than Marine Lord does.
Yes.
So that's the window that Louis is looking for. Essentially starving Marine Lord out of gold while he still has access to some.
And like you've got the Euroshiro drops as well. Now, one thing to keep in mind is we are on a map with neutral trade posts, and you are talking about Mongols, one of the best trading cities in the game. But that takes setup, that takes time, that hasn't even begun yet. Marine Lord is trying to do everything he can to avoid doing that by the looks of it.
He's banking up a lot of resources, though. Look at Louis. He's got 4,000 gold. It's really a matter of taking all the gold.
Yeah, Louis 4k gold, bro. Come on. Throw that gold at Marine Lord. Put it in bags. Now melt the gold into stones and throw it.
These fights into a more kind of like choke-oriented approach, which is great for Mango play. Now, we do have Marine Lord forced to react. Bombards are going to get queued up. Bombards, man, like, it just feels like they're terrible snipers sometimes. They're good, but nowhere near as good as cannons, culverins, etc.
No, bombards take a long time for sure, killing Siege. I totally feel that.
So heavily damaged.
Yeah.
And it's not even the full army of Marine Lord. He had a force down south.
Ovu, under stress. Aye, aye.
There's a lot of troops on that guy's south side as well. Even if he gets through it, it's going to be painful up here. The Mangoes are moving in range. Bombard's going to be dove. Mount Samurai just hop on in there. Now, it's Yumi against the hand cannoneers, but the Spearman's the bigger concern here. This is kind of a race to see if hand cannoneers can clear Mount Samurai first, or if Yumi can clear spears.
Yeah, it's more and more of a push coming in here from Louis. The gold mine was taken away from Louis down south, so that's a win for Marine Lord, but at the same time, he's conceding a lot of ground in the middle.
This is a good fight for Louis. He's totally owning here. He's now ahead on military. Bro, great comeback from Louis. I mean, he wasn't really that much behind. It was just the army composition situation. And now his Moto Samurai are hanging on. The Yumis are doing good damage in the back with incendiary arrows. I guess it's a bit too reliant on Mangonels, right? But Marine is out of ways to stop the Mangonels too.
But he's got Marine Lord in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, the army count is now favoring Louis MT. He's 200 population against 150. And if he finds all these lumberjacks, that could be the end for Marine Lord. He cannot afford to lose more population here.
Now, Mangoes are going to back up a little bit because you're about to dive into stables producing horsemen. You're basically setting yourself up to get killed, and he will be found. One goes down. Others will be protected.
Marine Lord has no food, though.
Oh, it's a castle drop. It's going to be a castle drop on the production to block out the wood to cut the map.
Where?
How the hell has Louis pulled this out of the bag?
Marine Lord is so low on food, and he's making horsemen. And look at this! The Shinto priests are out there healing the middle.
Nice, true. The Shinto priests are healing the villagers. Good play from Louis. He was the second TC and farms, I guess. Because once, like, Marine Lord was the one with 2k food in the bank, and then he just had no food.
And Louis has just set himself up a perfect cut point to make sure those poor villagers never come back home.
It's gonna be match point for Louis, right? No, it's best of 9. It's best of 9, not best of 7. Never mind. Match point is on 5. So still, Marine Lord with a lot of chances. I want game 9, but I don't want like games to take too long. You know what I'm saying? But this game is being one of the best so far.
Relying on is about to be breached as well.
Right now, games that I don't really like to watch slash cast is like Sushi and China games. It's always professional scouts, and like it's so hard to beat those thieves on those maps. It's quite boring sometimes to watch China or Zushi.
Sniped that way power a moment ago. This castle is in such a good position. Marine Lord needs siege engines, and Marine Lord does not have any.
No. And you just have a soft reset point. It's Louis. If you try to chase him under...
But Marine Lord has 3k wood in the bank, though, so you can do that.
It's going to be coming out now, but it comes out to a non-existent army. Look at the
GG!
melt point, Marine Lord. He flops down dead.
GG! Let's go,
The lead in
Louis.
game number
Let's
5.
go, Louis.
Wow.
Let's
Legacy
go,
game for
Louis.
Louis, I feel.
I mean, it's going to be a memorable one.
This did not look good for a long, long time for him. In fact, once the Castle of the Crow fell, we were talking about Louis MT having to defend and fight for his life inside his base with Mounted Samurai. That pivot into Yumi and Manganos kind of turned things around, and at the end of the day, you gotta give credit for Louis for leveraging static fortifications so well. The keep down south, the Castle of the Crow in the middle.
Yes, Marine Lord was dead long ago. Like, he had 2k food in the bank, and then he went to 800 food per minute or less. That's when the game changed.
Funnel the enemy towards a fortified position and leverage that to his advantage. Part of the reasons why he was able to win this game, I feel.
Yeah, I think like the key moment was that Mango fight where we had a raid going on at the same time. So we talked about Marine Lords like not really microing the units away, getting hit by these Mangos very blindly. So you already had step 1 of like adjustable crossbars reveal because it was there in that fight. And then step 2 is the fact you're not even looking. It's doubly bad. It's kind of like when you charge into a fight with French Knights with Royal Bloodlines and don't realize it. And then you look away at something else. So just a great moment in the game. And I think that was the turning point for Louis. Up to that point, it just felt like Marine Lord was doing a great job of denying all raid attempts and gradually pushing his force down the center of the map. But man, this is a crazy one. I mean, this is going to be like a highlight game for Louis' career so far. This is already, I think, by far his best result against Marine Lord. Like, we had the 3-2 in the group stage, but in terms of like, you know, later on in semis, grand finals, etc., like this is the standout point for him. Leading now in a best of 9, 3-2. Remember, first to 5 here, so it's almost like you can taste the victory. And you know, we talked about this game being important because
You can taste the victory, but still 2 games away. Against the Marine Lord, it's not easy.
Otherwise, some of the picks looked a little bit shaky or questionable compared to Marine Lord's more kind of stable meta picks in some cases.
And when you look at grand finals like this, when you have to decide who's going to be the champion between 2 elite players, these are the games which decide such things. You have a closely contested game. Things went well at certain parts of the game for either of these players, but Louis was the one who manages to finish this, and at the end of the day, Marine Lord comes out of this game empty-handed. Now it's Louis up 3-2, but we have the Abbasids out there for Louis MT against the Jushi. So Abbasids, not commonly utilized across this tournament for a variety of reasons. Obviously, you love the berries on Lipany. Abbasids on Lipany is as old as the game itself. On the other side, though, you do have Jushi in the hands of Marine Lord. I think we're ready for game number 5, or I should say game number 6 here. Time flies quickly, KP.
Yeah.
Louis now up 1 game against Marine Lord.
I think that game number 5 is the one that's going to live in people's memories. The one that honestly is going to seem probably maybe like the standout game of this grand finals at this pacing, because you said it could be the Amendment swing and just so many details. Like we highlight them even early, like the gold vein situation, the pivot into Yumi to bait and switch his opponent to play a longer feudal. Like this is a wake up call one if any of these were for Marine Lord. Like Louis is playing the best Age of Empires 4 he has ever played. So Marine Lord's going to need to level up. And you know, after all the swings and roundabouts of Japan on that map, I think legitimately you're now looking at this Abbasid pick on Lipany, and your first thought is, what is he thinking? You know, what, like he had Ibids, he had Delhi here. Why this? What is the idea? Is it a throwaway pick? Is he
Mongol is bad. I don't know why people keep picking them, especially without tower rush. True, bro, I said that. Like, Mongol players are not tower rushing, and I don't know why. You know?
Number 6 here.
And
Previous game.
especially like, I don't know if you remember from my streams, every time Mongols didn't tower rush me at Japan, we would win. Like every single time they didn't tower rush, and then I didn't mess up, right? So I really don't understand why they don't tower rush. I think it's like, oh, he's pushing deer in. I can only tower rush the gold. Then they'll have deer. They'll break the tower and they jump first anyway. I think Marine Lord is perhaps really not ready for these changes. Oh wait, why the game so fast? What's going on? Then Mongol, like, you can't defend, of course, you know how it is. Oh, Zushi Legacy again. Professional. You see, that's GG. That's 3-3. Zushi versus Abbasid. You know how it is. Unless Louis goes like 3 TCs, like good old Abbasid spam, Abbasid toxic. 3 TCs, Camel Archer spam, Age up to Castle Age. Or it goes Trade Wing. 2 TC Trade Wing, also insane. Didn't we see Zushi lose to Abbasid earlier because of that trade? Yeah, wasn't Marine Lord Abbasid and Louis was Zushi? That's a bit different. Yeah, because I don't think Mongols are bad. Zushi seems so weak this week. They've lost a lot. That's true. I think it's just like they have one plan. They have the Japanese problem. I have one plan, guys. If you stop my plan, I lay on the ground and start crying. I can't play no more. The thing is now Japan developed another plan with the Spearman rush into the deer. So now they'll be like, okay, I have options. Zushi, they also have options, but it's like 2 TCs, I think it's too slow. Fast castle, you have no economy because the enemy will take their own deer. You have no deer, you know. It's a bit weird, but let's see how this plays out. In Limpany, there is more time and space for Zushi's economy. Marine Lord is already killing the deer. So Louis doesn't push it and then drop a TC. I see Louis on the stone, so it's going to be military wing into a TC behind this. Fresh foodstuffs, of course. Yeah, I was just trying to understand why like Mongols are struggling. Of course, they have kind of bad economy. I think it was a mistake from Marine Lord. Not being able to, not a mistake, like he just was not able to counter those mangonels. That was what really made the difference in those fights early Imperial Age for Louis. And I think Louis also like did some out of the box plays that Marine Lord wasn't ready to, like the way Louis denied the goal for Marine Lord. I think it was really good.
Now be an optimal timing on a TC drop towards the deer. Wait, is he? Oh, okay. He's melee wing shoving, isn't he? Of course, dude. You know what it was? Last game, that game was so long I forgot. We begin every game by doing this. What a deep opening. Yeah, this is like honestly, the deer shoves is making free units look OP. You know, I've seen it from Iabids, I've seen it from Abbasids. I haven't seen it from Lancaster with Abbey of Kings yet, but they'll get there.
And it's huge if you think about it, because by default you have a lot more food to work with here for the Abbasids. You have a lot of berries on Lippany. You are playing a second TC, so you are in the need of food. If you can push in the deer, that's going to be a great start. Mm-hmm. And it also means that Marine Lord is going to be limited on what he can realistically secure with the Pro Scouts build.
Yeah, and I imagine this is now like a hunker it down and tech up, unless you're given a reason not to, which is why we're seeing Marine Lord now add in Chuganu to try and punish. Chuganu can feel a little bit weird sometimes when you play Pro Scouts like this, if your opponent's like being super greedy and hunkered down. But we have to remember, like, it's 2 TC. That's going to take some time to return value. I think that's why it's really smart to get this deer shove in, because the berries are great to start with, but when they're gone, things just kind of shrink in terms of your scale. But we've seen, like, deer with 0.84 gathering rate is just so easy to bolster into, especially with the cheap survival techniques.
So here's the thing. This kind of a game takes us back about 2.5 years in competitive AoE.
Japanese dub, and you were behind.
UTC Abbasids on Lippany.
Welcome, Japanese got bro. Every time I'm casting, no, every time I'm watch parting, Japanese wins. I think that's my power. I think I love Japanese, and my power goes to the players playing Japanese, and they just win. Because I think now Japanese are way more flexible. I think the players feel more free playing Japan, because like I said before, Japan is so cool. They have unique upgrades, unique units. They have units that do different things. Like you can go Geisha, Onimusha, Yumi spam, Bounded Samurai, normal Samurai. And now you can open a Spearman to push the D. It's like so good, but they were really held back by the lack of food and lack of keeps. Now it's like more complete with the pushing of tier. Second DC of Louis here on the golden berries, great spot back in the base. I don't know if you guys can see on the minimap.
Instead of trying to be aggressive with the Jugenu and try to push into this.
Yeah, so I guess like he was worried about that horseman archer spear timing. So he goes Chug to cover like the archer
Oh,
spears,
not
which is
doing
what you
castle.
normally do. And now like assume there's gonna
That's very early, even considering that you went to professional scouts.
Rainlord is basically what you see from obviously it's just normally archers. You just don't have them. So it works out nicely. The horseman's definitely going to play a little bit of a blocker, and Louis, I think he knows he has to do something here because like you can't rush your age up. Not like this. Yeah, Mount Lu Academy is going to be coming in fast.
Mount Lu, okay, no relics. But it'll be more Imperial officials, Giga Chad.
Objective-wise, there's a very clear mid-map objective that Louis has to now worry about. Culture Wing time? I mean, you've got the deer shove. Like, Eco Wing would feel pretty greedy here.
Yeah, I think you culture this. Trade does not seem right.
Trade wing, yeah. It's going to be trade wing, bro. Trust Louis. No, because the market sucks. Because the market sucks. If the market didn't suck, I guess he could go trade wing. Mount Lu to punish the 2 TC with a mini Burgrave, I guess. Bro, I really like Mount Lu Academy. But Marine Lord does not have a lot of gold for upgrades. So he kind of will be just sitting on that landmark. It's Eco Wing. Casters were saying maybe it's too greedy. But it's Eco Wing here for Louis. That will give cheaper farms, cheaper houses, and then he can get better farms. But he still has berries. Yes, berries very close to second TC. Yes, deer under the town center. I don't know. Maybe it is too greedy. Maybe casters are right.
And I'm not the biggest fan of the Eco Wing here. I feel like it's a little greedy, especially against Jushi, who can just supervise production and flood you.
Yeah, I thought because he has the northern berries, he might just try to play on limited resources. But this feels like he's uncomfortable with the idea of like the map, so he's gonna have to lean into farms early. Like that's normally why you do Eco Wing here. It's not that we're gonna see the 3 and then the 4 and then the 5 and then the 6 TC. It's just he doesn't think he's gonna have map control, I guess. So Louis gonna be going to his old infamous style of gameplay, defending.
KP thinks that Louis will not have map control. In that case, it makes sense. Okay, I have deer now, I have berries now, but I'll need to mass farms in a second. You know?
One, just try to start playing the attrition game. Because let's start talking about this, KP. This series has been going on for like 2.5 hours. Could go for quite some more time. Attrition becomes a factor as you go along, which is funny to say considering that Louis is playing from China and it's like 3 a.m. But
dude, they're both degenerates. Yeah, they're both degenerates. Like they don't care. Like Louis, I've seen this from Louis before. Like he gets to this point in the evening, and then you like see a game or two, you're like, well, that's shaky, and then he just goes off for a coffee break, and then he just comes back and he's like, what the hell, dude? Does this guy just get 8 hours of sleep in 30 minutes? What's going on? And then you have Marine Lord who doesn't like. He doesn't know what light is. So I don't know if you noticed like the pale complexion. I think he might be a vampire. Like you will see this guy scrim in the late hours of the night. So we're kind of in prime time territory for both, actually.
Yeah, anyway, I wonder...
Still a lot of deer coming home to Marine Lord. That's insane advantage. Louis has to go farms, I guess. He does not have a lot of income per minute when it comes to food.
Crossbows and lancers, which, again... is the same conversation that we had in the previous game before he started adding Yumi.
Yeah, it's a little bit wacky on the timing. Like, I think Louis' concept is that it was going to be knights v knights and he'd add in like 1 or 2 camels and win. But this timing by going crossbows so early from Greenlord, you know, usually like you just try to raid. He's just reacted perfectly. He's seen his opponent isn't playing the map, so he's going to cheaply move out for relics and focus on an all-in timing to punish Louis for this greed. He's trying to wrap that back. I mean, the gold berry's up here. It's the perfect location to camp if you can. It's a bit dangerous, because obviously if you go in, reinforcements can't get through.
Louis struggling on the military. If Marine Lord finds a way to get into the base, Louis will not be really able to defend here. 8 lancers only for Louis. Marine Lord already with the cross was like KP was saying. It's a great switch. Louis can't really answer that at the moment. He has military wing. He could go for composite bows and archers.
his opponent
That will take time.
Lancer heavy. When you have 20 or so villagers on gold at the 12-minute mark, that means that you will be spending a lot of gold on stuff like knights.
But now the question is, does Marine Lord remember he's not playing Mongols this game? Because like when you see that many knights, there's two ways you play this, right? You either wall yourself to protect, or your goal is to be so in his face he can't raid you.
Right now, it seems to be option number 2. But this is going to be one of the problems for Louis, in contrast to the previous map. Raiding is difficult on this generation. It's so sectioned off. It's not easy to run circles around your opponent with Lancers only.
He's getting crossbows now. If you can get to boot camp and you get similar count, it's an advantage, but there's a big gap between you both right now.
Those
gold.
are some big ifs.
Very, very true. The military count is now very different. Boot camp would be nice to give more HP to those crossbows, but 13 versus 4
Up there, right? But like, there's only berries in this corner.
in the crossbow numbers, I mean.
All right,
Yeah,
boys, we had a good run. Time to run again.
Oh, he's trying to swing around from the north. He's anticipating Marine Lord to chase the villagers that left.
Yeah, observer showing no
he's running
wheelbarrow
around.
for Louis.
So that
As
he
the
can
last,
beat
it feels
these
a
knights
bit
head-on.
criminal.
But do you want to? Like, the army count is
Do you
not
have
on
a
your
choice?
side. Yes, the choice is ignore these villagers' screams. You're an Abbasid player. You're used to that noise by now.
Yeah, fair. Might as well do that. Now, Marine Lord's army is...
Did it again.
Marine Lord's army is
That's an insane amount of Lancers, though.
slow down the whole thing. And some
Marine Lord wasn't able to pull, to do what KP was saying.
Look at what Louis
Oh, no, that's too risky.
doing it again with the gold.
Oh, he heard me.
In game,
Yeah, Marine Lord wasn't able to keep up the pressure, so Louis couldn't trade.
onto the western flank to gather gold. The ones that were meant for berries have gone where the Marine Lord presumably is never going to look.
Well, at least he scouted it this time around, but I think he's more busy about these knights coming around, and this is exactly what Louis might want to do here. He cannot take a fight into 21 crossbows, but he can just run circles around the enemy. He's looking for targets, has not found any so far.
Remember
keep
what we
in mind-
said.
Yeah, I just want to say, do keep in mind, while this is happening, Louis is building a villager lead on the 2 DCs. He's up by 22, but most of that is...
That's true, I didn't notice that, but he's already super ahead on builds.
What's happening again? Louis MT.
But the food income is a bit weak. But Louis, I think his stronger aspect is the macro.
I've been here before. He's done this to me before. He's won games against me because of this. I need to stop overreacting and find a way to flip the script. Make it about me, and what I'm doing to him.
Yeah, it was the Baldland game where this was so prominent, where Louis was able to stretch out the field and Marine Lord was just boxed into his own base, and now he's thinking, wait a minute, I can just push. And realistically speaking, Marine Lord has 18 Lancers. If he wants to chase those Lancers raiding his base, he has the tools to do that. Looks like he's trying to swing south, though.
Shivake thinks Louis got this. Yeah, he needs more army. In terms of economy, he's there.
Helping defend the choke points. So like,
Do you remember how Zushi was so strong, or used to be considered strong late game? We don't see that almost ever now. Zushi kind of gets stopped in Castle Age if you think about it.
Right now. Yeah, and his Lancers are nowhere near getting home. So villagers have to make like it's the last seconds of their life. Because
Yeah, that's an insane raid from Marine Lord. Oh no!
He cuts away, he runs back into
Oh, that's insane raid.
It's opposite villagers, though, so you have to be mindful of the fact that losing a
Still villager lead for Louis,
is not a good trade.
and it's cheaper traders, cheaper villagers, so he can kind of
massive villages. So what
keep
that really means is
keep
there's
up.
not any more to kill.
The time is not really great in favor of Louis, though. The Lancers are going back home, but then they will die to the crossbows. Oh, I think Louis just lost. I don't think he can counter the crossbows.
The tree line. Louis is running across the map in a panic here. He might get it, but there might not be left much to call home.
Yeah, Louis is busy typing GG at this point. He's gotta be. There's nowhere to run with those villagers. And
Yeah, the Lancers can't defend. I mean, they arrive now, but can he kill? No, he can't. Nice, Marine Lord body blocks with the Lancers.
Kind of stands them in the middle of it, actually.
Now the
So
crossbows will just
maybe
kill the
not
knights. We have a horseman switch, but they can't counter the lancers. Louis trying to keep up with the crossbow numbers, but he's down to 4 crossbows.
Well, folks, this is only wave number 1. Marine Lord has the second group of crossbows marching into the south side of the base in a matter of moments.
Yeah, this is
5 relics and 3 sacred sites for Marine Lord, though. That's insane income of
This is
gold.
the kind of answer you wanted if you're Marine Lord. Previous game, you felt like you had it and then it fell apart. If you lose this game, Louis moves on to match point. So what do you do if you're
True.
Marine Lord? Play probably the cleanest game of the series so far and get yourself in a position to even the series out.
Well, he has seen the new group. Louis, not faced, says, I still have walls, I have a corner. I've got this. The gold is still being gathered. That's the other thing, Louis. We saw that Japanese game. I don't know if I said it would look this dire at this point in the game. It did look rough. And Louis was able to turn that around. So he's still a believer.
Another army of Marine Lord coming through to the army, to the base of Louis. Louis switching to crossbow horseman, but Marine Lord is already on 25. Wait, Louis is only Golden Age tier 1.
Food is starting to shrink a bit, and he's having to play now onto the map onto Berry.
It's still 15% more gathering rate, but no faster research speed. Then Golden Age tier 3, I think it's faster production. No, that's IU. It might be Golden Age tier 3, that's also faster production for the Basid.
Louis was not up against 5 relics and 2 sacred sites. There's just such a big differential, and there is enough berries on the field for Marine Lord to just buffer up this whole food problem for the time being. If Louis is able to drag this game out a lot, then maybe. I
what do
just
you
feel
mean?
like
He's got a free villager lead. Come on.
I just feel like it takes two
Yeah, insane. 3 villager lead, right?
to recover.
Shaolin Monastery? That's Yuan Dynasty.
Why not?
Or Ming. Or actually, I don't know.
Also a discount, which could be quite handy on limited food. And he's going to knock at the northern door here. Blue MT, it's time to leave.
He's leaving.
You guys never leave. You're here forever. They got a long job ahead of them. No overtime, though. So Louis, I don't know, man. Like, Marine Lord's military count is not that threatening. I mean, his economy, I agree, is great, but that eco lead, yes, it doesn't exist for Louis, but military lead for Marine Lord is kind of shriveled up. And because the farm's already being set up, this horseman spam is sustainable.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, that in the short term, Louis might have an opportunity to equalize things. He needs to do a lot. Like, there's
Nice killing.
But he still has the 2 TC.
Nice killing of the priest there. So he can't, so Marine Lord can get another sacred site. Because he was getting a lot of advantage from that. Marine Lord with not a lot of food though. That might be a problem. Louis is already setting up farms. Marine Lord will need to do that later. And farms for Louis can be better if he already has the upgrades.
Game, those relics will still be a major players. But I think the sweet spot for Louis is that late castle, early imp timing where he could still have a chance to turn this around.
Yeah, and Abbas have their own eco perks to kind of mitigate some of the power of Shushi with this type of build, right? Like, you've got the agriculture tech, which is going to be coming in clutch here. It's why the farms are doing so well. I think you might already actually have it. And then you got improved processing later as well, plus the golden age. Yeah, there you go. That's why these farms
Yeah, plus the 15% gathering rate. Yeah, it's like cheaper farms, better farms with already 15% more gathering rate. It's really crazy Abbasid economy. Louis now 20 horsemen, 18 crossbows. That might work, but he really needs to. How does he does it? Does he frontline with the horsemen?
Maybe kind of a baited.
Because then the crossbows will just kill the knights in the front line. The knights, no, the crossbows will just kill the horsemen and then kill the crossbows in the back.
Crossbows,
Or
that's
just
the kind
villagers.
of wipe that he's looking for.
Yeah, because like the villagers are now playing the berry patches in the mid-map like this.
Ooh.
So there's risks.
Berries on the middle. The horsemen will now. The horsemen are going to the gold actually.
It does not make sense to farm transition. It makes sense to go out on the map, take the food, and push it. And Louis is hunting for these villagers out here.
He's pushing my patience with that lack of mill.
Bro, but Marine Lord killed 40 villagers. That's insane. Louis ahead by almost 10 once again.
So many hours on the Fitbit. Yeah, look at him go. Oh!
Both players with not a lot of food per minute. Louis getting better now. Because Louis doesn't need to bring an Imperial official to the berries, so they are better. Marine Lord does. So Louis just goes to the berries like in the middle of the map and is now getting a good income.
Home.
Plus the farm, of course. Golden Ichigo 2 is now here, so I think research speed is now faster as well. He's getting a lot of upgrades at the moment, so that might really help.
Do you know where the workers are, Lidicor? They're in the middle of the map. He's somehow snuck past this. They're gathering berries. And I can tell you for a fact they're doing it better than Marine Law's Western workers.
What Louis needs is still a good raid. He found 3 villagers on the berries, not enough.
He's going center
If he
now.
finds the ones in the middle, it's a different story.
Ah, but swimming there. And speaking of spears, Louis MT got caught with his hand in the transition jar. He's barely got any spears.
Nice metaphor, or nice change to the saying. Louis was caught with the hand on the transition jar. Because, yeah, if you are caught in the middle of the transition, it's really tough. Because you don't have enough units to counter. Oh, and now Louis is losing military buildings.
He's losing a lot of production buildings, and that's getting alarming. Like, he cannot really spare the resources to rebuild 20 buildings. And at the same
still
time,
trying to poke, but
the biggest problem is that his horsemen aren't finding value.
no.
Like these trades are just not acceptable at this point. He needs more than that. He needs to start wiping
They now have like
villagers.
similar.
and-
They now have like similar food income.
Marine Law being very
Louis
patient
with more
about this.
wood, but Marine Lord with way
Now
more
with
gold
2DC,
income.
He has to worry about that farm transition as well. At some point, he's going to realize my food income's not.
Louis is almost 20 villas ahead though.
And when
But
he does realize that,
militarily
he's
speaking, he's
unstoppable.
behind by a lot.
But that
By
moment is not
25.
yet.
By 30 now.
Yeah, army count is much better for Marine Lord now.
Yeah, and it shows. Like before,
He's going with the horsemen into the crossbows. That might help. We have a couple of camels debuffing the cavalry, but it's too many units for Marine Lord. It's just like Louis just can't do that, I think.
And the horseman should just be able to flood now onto the expo line. At which point, Louis has no answer. GG gets called. Marine Lord swiftly answers back.
Very good.
That's a punch in the gut if you're Louis.
That was really good. Marine Lord was very clean, very solid. Louis wasn't really able to say I'm here in this game. GG indeed. Good game.
As you mentioned, back when Castle Age started, Marine Lord went immediately into crossbows. So by the time Louis started pumping Lancers, Marine Lord already had the Howard.
Nice parries without melee. It worked. He got the W. He got the win.
Dictating the tempo of the game, and he just never let Louis leave his base.
I wonder, I don't want to say throwaway pick to an extreme, but I feel like Louis maybe was expecting a stronger pick to come out. And like removing Shushi is a big edge. Like to just bluntly call it what it is. Like Abbasid is on border of being seen a throwaway civ. I think like what Louis just shows is like quite often at the moment, Abbasid feels like unless it's got something quirky about the map, you almost need your opponent to allow your greed, if that makes sense. Right? Like 2TC into Eco Wing farms. It makes sense from Louis' POV. If he's able to get online, he's unstoppable. But Rainlord's read on the timing was just succinct as always. Despite Louis' valiant attempts to sneak gold like he did in the previous game, it just didn't really have the same impact here. You could see it as he trended more and more towards units that didn't even need gold.
Yeah, I agree with you about Abbasids, though. Because do keep in mind, what he is left with for the remainder here is Chinese. This was his #1 civilization pick. He is coming out against the House of Lancaster for Sacred Grove. I actually was thinking about Chinese for this map. It's very similar in approach to Gorge. And Gorge worked really well for Louis with the Chinese. And he still has Jeanne d'Arc, a civ that he won a previous game with. There is Delhi, which could be an appealing civilization for Cliffside. In fact, my guess is that we're going to see Delhi on Cliffside and then Jeanne d'Arc for the Dry Arabia.
Yeah.
But this is a must-win now, I feel.
Well, this is interesting because, like, I think Marine Lord tricked Louis. This could have easily been a rematch of game #1, Chinese versus Malians. That makes sense. Sacred Grove is great for Malians. It's also great for French. And I think, China, they used to struggle in the French-Chinese matchup because you play a long feudal, and Chuganu just lost to mass knights over time. Like, as long as you equal the micro, better. Oh, more recently, China just fast.
So still no KT peak. Yeah, still no, not KP, no KT, no Knight Templars peak, right?
Marine Lord in the House of Lancaster is like interesting to me.
Why?
Now
Why
that's the
not
goal. Are we
picking
giving
up Knight
high pro
Templars?
scouts? Are we allowing pro scouts? Do we think that manners are better than pro scouts?
They weren't
My
picked in the
feeling is it's
first
gonna be
draft and they
manners,
weren't
man.
picked in the
I
second
don't see
draft.
a world in which like an Abbey of King's timing makes
How many
sense.
viewers?
Well,
How many
I
villagers
don't
are
see him
watching?
just kind of rush out spears to play
5k here, 3.6 on Eliona.
Yeah, it's
500 on Lash is really good. The German community is coming up.
First off, Malians
And
has
we
a
have
lot
a
of
Brazilian streamer also
but that
going
doesn't
with
necessarily mean
38.
anything.
Good, good, good.
I think what is more relevant here is, as you said, it's possible that he wanted to avoid the Malian versus Chinese matchup that they played on Gorge. And in that context, I love Lancaster. Lancaster gives you the same fundamental logic, condensed economy that relies very heavily on passive resource income. But you do so in a totally different manner. You do have your Lancaster Castle to start with, which makes early aggression against you a lot more difficult. And at the same time, you change things up and you don't play the exact same matchup that you've done in game number 1. Leaves you with Malians as well for a map like Cliffside. Perhaps Dry Arabia try to counterpick the Jeanne d'Arc with Malians. That would be intriguing.
And like what's even more intriguing is like if Louis wins this game, I think it puts his draft in a very scary position for Marine Lord. Delhi really good against Malians, right? Like especially with Pro Scots being left a bit, you gotta like maybe say Delhi can do a bit better in that matchup again. And then French Delhi, like that was a classic one where Marine Lord was able to beat Puppy Paw with that on LAN. So like that leaves Ottomans, and I kind of want to see that, man. Like because the Delhi Ottoman matchup, I think is probably one of the technically highest execution matchups the Ottomans have in existence. But we'll have to see if he can force it. We head in to game number 7 to once again break the tie in this best of 9 to see who will be on the verge of winning the Elite Classic free. We're going to kick it off with Marine Lord.
Game number 4.
Sacred Grove, and Louis
Game number 6, I mean.
will take to the Chinese.
Marine Lord likes Lancaster so much. I think you were here last weekend where he lost to Puppy Paw, I think, against Lancaster on
All right, Sacred Grove. Now,
United Horizon? United Grove? United Horizon, you know? And then he was like, okay, I learned my lesson. Second time he picks Lancaster today, and earlier Marine Lord won with the Puppy Paw strategy. Fast or not fast, but semi-fast Imperial with Mass Spearman. Yes, and since that day he spams them, bro. I know. We noticing those patterns. Marine Lord is going crazy here. I think it allows Marine Lord to play a more conservative style, and then go crazy in Imperial with Vanguard.
The goal here is Marine Lord just lame the deer on your opponent's side and then shove in your own. It's smart, right? Because like your opponent's going to try to scout to shove in by the looks of it, and you just essentially get an opportunity to screw with him. And well, this is interesting. Louis, okay, so he's just going to snipe.
He makes Mass Spearman look so OP, that's true.
Just going to push them all the way across the map.
That's true, that's true.
So. Wait, why did he just... All right, whatever. It's going to be harassment onto the gold. So a little bit annoying for Louis, but not something he can't deal with. Remember, with China, you just need 235 gold, and then you don't care about your vein.
I love the harassment, though. I feel like Marine Lord played a very clean game in the previous one. If you can throw Louis off in early game, that could be an avenue for Marine Lord to play. At the end of the day, we often forget the fact that Marine Lord, for a long time, was known as an amazing early game player. Someone that relies very heavily on great micro and great execution. Whereas, if you look at Louis, so far, most of his game plan relied on mid-late game, stretching out the opponent's defenses, and playing more of a macro style rather than a micro style. So these little early game skirmishes actually help a lot for Marine Lord to throw off that game plan from Louis' side.
Yeah, and like we said, the deer shoves afterwards is just an organic element to screw your opponent a little. Like, honestly, for Louis, it makes a lot of sense just to lame all the deer to stop that, because you know you want to go pro scouts. It's going to be annoying on timing, as you mentioned, because of the harassment here. And, like, with 3 spears, this aggressive, what he's really trying to do is force Marine Lord to add an archery range. Oh, sorry, Louis to add an archery range, which is quite annoying. Like, it's not really the thing you want to be going into. Normally, you just want to straight up stables if you can, especially when you know your opponent's about to be a greedy mother ducker.
Yeah, Lancaster Castle on the stowed mine here. Now, the gold is kind of tucked away behind this, but I think we're seeing a clear intent here from for Marine Lord. He's going to protect that stone so he can get the stone he needs for the manors, and then he's probably going to shift the manors to the south to protect the gold mine with them.
So, knowing your opponent is doing the Lancaster caster build, the question now is whether China has an all-in timing. Like, could he just now ignore pro scouts and say blob archers? Because China's very good at that type of build. Like, they generate so much resource off the back of taxation, and they also benefit from the fact that they get their blacksmiths aggressively quick. Like, I still
Yeah, taxation is insane for China.
H2,
So much
uses the
value.
blacksmiths upgrade, and then gets 33% of it back via taxation.
China OP? Bro, actually, I just want HRV and Rus to be nerfed or something, because I want to see them in tournaments. We never see them in tournaments, or when we see they show why they deserve to always be banned. Like, I want to see them go toe-to-toe with other Civs, or I'm missing those Civs. We never see them. We see so much Chinese and Zushi, for example.
Yeah, I think
We need, like,
China's a civ that has a pretty good ramp time.
more Civs here.
To dive if you're
Or, like, you need more variety of bans, you know what I'm saying?
Probably have to be White Tower, which does weaken his late game scalability a little bit. You prefer to go King's College if possible. Whether you can go for an all-in siege or just turns it into a macro game is going to be curious. Because, like, China does have their own macro advantage, but we've seen people try to contest, like, House of Lancaster with 2TC. It does feel weird. It just feels like Lancaster gets paid off a lot more and is much harder to dive in response. And there you go, archery beginning. So it makes sense to counter the spears. The question now is how far is he going to take it? Because we did see him shoving in the deer. That is now going to get denied by Marine Lord. And he hasn't moved back out to the gold, Lidicor, so it's not looking like a pro scouts build, at least not a rush. Okay, as soon as I say that. It's going to be a pro scouts build.
It has to be.
To just saying they need to be nerfed to the ground. Yeah, I think they're too unbalanced, bro. Like, too much. They're just so crazy good. Crazy good.
Pro scouts plus maybe a fast castle into monks to pick up relics. That could be a lot quicker than the return of investment of manors. Although, that again, I'm not exactly sure about that statement. The ROI on manors is just absolutely bonkers.
Well, this is like also just a fresh reminder as to how busted Demi-Lancers are. Because I think if the Demi-Lancer option did not exist in Lancaster Castle, Louis probably just plays out into the deer with villagers.
Shivak is saying
Because you're
HRUP
not
for
gonna get
2 years
harassed
now,
if you first doing
but
this,
everything
right?
is
Like, the problem
fine.
with this build
They have
is that
skipped
your
the
opponent
things
builds
like
all
this.
crap,
Yeah, bro, like,
and then can immediately
totally.
bomb out,
they really need
half a
is like
dozen
buff
or
the other
so
Civs, like
Demi-Lancers. Well, half a dozen if you're feeling weak, right? But a dozen
buff
if
the
you're
other
feeling
Civs,
strong.
everything gets
And
more
that just
exciting.
shuts down
You
the
have
entire
more
map. So, yeah, I
peaks,
think
more
the
band
hard
diversity.
issue I still have of
You have
Lancaster
like
sometimes is
more
that I call it
possible matchups.
the win button. Like
I don't know
not
why
scoring
they
with
like not
Demi-Lancers
really
is the
power
win button.
scaling correctly, or
If I had to highlight
power.
one thing that I think
Yeah,
probably
power
needs to be
scaling,
changed,
not
it's
power
that.
scaling. Other Civs have been
Post
buffed.
everything.
Yes, but
Yeah,
not
I actually have a good point of comparison here.
crazy.
For you, which
It's like
think
cheaper paradox for
puts
Japan and like
the
those
whole
little things,
Demi-Lancer
you
thing in
know.
historical context.
Just that 40%
When AoE 3
Moriko
came out,
early is
the
too
game
much.
played very
True.
different from AoE 2 for a
True.
variety of reasons.
Nerf,
One
maybe
of those reasons
you
was,
can have
of course,
40% Moriko,
where
but you have to pay an
you could
upgrade in
order
Castle Age or something.
suddenly, boom,
Or you need to have
at
a
no cost,
requirement.
20 musketeers
You need to have
popping
like
out of your
3 or
town.
more relics in the
Up until
Regnites.
that point in AoE
Or
2,
something like
the way the
that.
game worked
Because
is
then
that it took time to
how
build
you
this
how you do that if you go
kept
Borgrave?
running
I mean, that's like
building.
you don't. If
You
you go
couldn't
Borgrave, you
just
don't
spawn a
get
whole army. If
the
you
extra
played
resources.
greedy,
And Rus,
you
who
might
doesn't
be
mind gold
punished
until
before
Imperial,
you
that's
could turn
insane.
the resources
And
into
horse
army.
archers are insane
And
too.
AoE 3 did not have that mechanic, and that made things very weird. Oftentimes, there was an incentive to just play super turtley and then magically spawn a whole army inside your base. And to me, the Demi-Lancer thing does this to a certain extent. You're not being punished for the fact that you're not consistently producing units. You can play full greed, and then in an instant have an army that's
True.
standing.
Lidocor is very right. You don't
And,
get
like,
punished
so
by
the
not
thing that's
investing
even
into
easier way of
units
looking at it than
constantly.
before.
Because
Think
you
about
are
the
super
Gremlins.
greedy,
Gremlins.
super
Think about
economically with
Desert Raiders
Lancaster,
released
then
enough to
boop,
get rid
I
of
have
Desert Raider
units.
timing had to be delayed.
They don't even make a
Because
stable,
it was
bro.
so early. And the thing with the House of Lancaster build is like you can actually achieve a pretty vile timing on the Demi-Lancers around towards 10 minutes to control the map. Now, if we had issues with, one Desert Raider coming out for free at around 4 or 5 minutes, like what happens when you over quadruple that count a few minutes later while having a better economy. Like
Yeah.
it's all about, RTSs are all about gives and takes.
Yeah, while having a better economy, that's the key point. You get more units and you have a better economy.
That very strong looking arm waving that sword around while screaming Leviosa, it's about to raise up an army that can shut down any map control that Louis was looking to dictate.
Yeah, that's the timing on this. At the minute 9, you have essentially what? 9-ish cavalry units, semi-heavy cavalry. Not as good as knights, but
No?
you have 8 of those on the field. I would need to do the
Here
math
they go,
on
bro,
how many
before
knights
10
you get out
minutes.
with French, just by mass
Before
producing
10
this school of
minutes.
cavalry.
The Demi Lancers are
Not
out.
far off this, right? And yeah, they're not as good as knights, but
Okay, Louis
quite
went
often just having
Castle.
bodies early on is
What does he do
really
here?
if your opponent is
He's going for
outnumbered,
Lancers and
say
Archers.
he has like a knight or two, you can surround it and
Could
cover
go
it.
crossbows.
Like, it's the way I
Just
describe
just
it
because
is,
it's good. But then they
if you
lose to
throw
Yeoman.
5 like 6-year-olds at me, I can beat them up. But if you throw like 60 6-year-olds at me, dude, like they've reached critical mass, I'm probably done. Like there's a point where the little kicks to the shins and the bites kill you, right? And that's the thing about the Demi Lancers. It's the same logic as to why a bunch of horsemen can beat a knight.
And it's not just that, it's the fact that you get them in exchange for building manors, which already give you a nice resource influx. And look at this. Marine Lord is beating his
College.
opponent to Castle Age.
Oh my god.
King's College. Cheaper tax. I love it.
Buildings, and leveraging that to get a bunch of Demi Lancers out. Again, putting this in the context of the French, which just mass-produce knights, they would be nowhere near being able to click up to Castle Age, even if they made just like 6 or so.
Yeah, exactly. Bro, you make 10 knights, you use 1,400 food, plus 1,000 gold. You get like 8 Demi Lancers and you pay the manors and the upgrade.
So, for any other Civ trying to do knights here, you're kind of coin flip.
But the manors give you resources in return, that's the key point.
Basically split the Demi Lancers up and find them. Now, I'm very much worried for Louis MT here, because you know what I said about like all those little like 6-year-old toddlers biting you and like punching you and whatever and kicking the shin? Well, if you have a look, Marine Lord has a tech coming in that might as well be called Switchblade for kids. Those
Color of S's, plus 6 bonus versus armored units, so the Demi Lancers will be doing 16 damage, just like that.
And they also shadow teched into veterancy. So the moment Marine...
Yeah, and you don't need to upgrade them. Bro, devs, come on. It's too many things for this save. Just take one thing or two.
So it's not just Demi Lancers, it's the fact that he's also adding knights on his own. He's trying to contest some of the relics at least. Louis is already out on the map for those. He's bringing 1 pack home. The mid-map one should be interesting. The one to the north should belong to Louis. And I assume Marine Lord is going to secure the 2 relics close to his base. So really, I'm expecting a 3-2 split in either direction.
Yeah, and now it's just more and more knights. And this is the tricky thing. Like the Demi Lancers do it, and then the knights consolidate it. Is like when you do this type of comp, China's only option is to now build spears, right? And like crossbows. Well, what is the unit that Reddit moans about most for House of Lancaster that counts both of those units? That this is the organic thing about this play that just makes it feel really good for Lancaster. And any other Civ does this. If it was just the Demi Lancers, you haven't built stables to do it either, and you force your opponent to like play counter. So Louis, I think he just spotted the color of S's there. And this should be in maybe like slowing knight production, possibly switching spears.
MG from YouTube saying casters have the same conversation, this exact same one, every time Lancaster is played. Bro, that's very true. And like when a Civ is unbalanced in an RTS game, it's like it's very hard not to mention it. Because imagine, when there is balance and you have a lead, it's like, bro, this player played so well. He did this crazy timing attack while microwing. But when the Civ is unbalanced, it's like, okay, this person has more units, less villagers, and more income. Because of the Civ is playing that. That's not cool. That doesn't bring excitement or like credit to the player. So the only thing left to speak about is the unbalance. You know what I'm saying? Not the only thing, but the most obvious thing to talk about. Because when the player does well, you talk about that. When the Civ is doing well, you talk about that. But you're right, it's every time the same conversation.
Damage onto a range unit with their charge attack.
I love that Marine Lord is going heavy on the cavalry side of things initially. This map is fairly open at the beginning. He's trying to section it off on the left side, kind of will eventually make a pivot into slower moving troops. For now, he's making a switch into Hobilars because he needs something against those few crossbows. Louis is looking for a fight here because he doesn't have an option. Do keep in mind, he is playing on pro scouts. He doesn't have a farm transition, whereas Marine Lord is sitting on 6 manners. And in fact, not even Song Dynasty. So the economy for Louis is fairly fragile.
True, the no Song Dynasty is huge
His
for
economy
Louis.
is not good to scale into late game.
Song Dynasty here will be very, very good. But it's hard. But I'm going to coming now at 15 minutes.
It just feels so late.
3 relics for Louis too, plus taxes. I think that's alright.
It's going to be a 3-2 split in the end. Knight's now diving into the back of the base is another problem to have answered. And it's so difficult to wall on this map. Like, it's designed that way intentionally. You know, the early game safe, late game safe, but the mid game is an open book that even a toddler can read. Preferably one without a switchblade.
Yeah, 3 relics here for Louis. So I guess one of the positives for him is that he's got the upper hand in relics. Secured the one in the middle as well. Now he's got Song.
Where did he go? I love how that's still a thing. Randomly, monks just disappear.
This could be huge, though. A lot of villagers down south, and I don't see Marine Lord's army. He's just now swinging south, so should arrive in time. But
Okay.
there's a gold mine down here, and there is a boar down here, so prime target for Louis.
Oh, and this is interesting. He's switching spears.
Alright.
Marine Lord hasn't gone in.
Marine Lord has more units though. That's insane. A lot of them are Demi Lancers and Hobilars. That will dive straight up to the Lancers of Louis. But then in the middle there are 13 knights. They need to add bullet points to the UI about Lancaster.
I mean, they
Also,
the divine power of One Punch Man.
what do you mean by that?
Surprisingly scary. They hit harder than a
Bullet points. That's like showing information on the UI. It's like many things. Is it?
Nice raid here by
That's what you
Marine
mean?
Lord. Gets a couple of kills. Louis had a quick reaction. Nice little jump back and forth. Only loses... Well, we've lost 4 villagers in total, but I think this raid specifically only killed 1. Louis is looking to push that large clump of villagers down south, and Marine Lord shifted away for a moment with his army. Now he's coming back.
Wall's definitely a nuisance. Lou's like, wait, you build these too?
Yeah, it would save some time listing the grievance. Yeah, totally. They just click in the button and be like, this scene is broken because of this and that and this and that.
Food heavy. Of course, you know, he did have the pro scouts to enable that to a certain degree, but that does have its limitations. While Marine Lord's food income is forever.
Forever.
Yeah, that's the concern. Now, 3 more manners available for Marine Lord. That is where this whole build starts to escalate even more. I like what Louis is doing, trying to poke and prod, see if he can find a weakness, wipe 20 villagers. I think Marine Lord is trying to bait him in, though. Trying to get him to get closer and then jump him.
Shivaki saying no yeoman is kind of weird, no? Actually, I didn't even thought about that. This feels natural for Marine Lord. But his cavalry is weaker than the enemy cavalry. And both players have crossbows. Both players have similar upgrades. Louis is pushing here. The tower is helping out a ton. No way Marine Lord still wins this fight. That's insane.
Numbers in Marine Lord's favor. Louis has got reinforcements rallying, but this is where it gets tricky. The retreat is going to get ugly due to the slowness of the crossbows.
I just guess Marine Lord has more crossbows?
Might give him a little bit of a reset.
How Louis loses that fight though?
Marine
Lord had to send Demi Lancers and Hobilars.
This might be it. We
What?
talked about this.
That's insane.
In the context of the map layout, it's very similar to Gorge in a sense that if you get caught off guard, there are no choke points, no little...
Oh, you are right. I
spots
forgot
that
about
can
Color
tie
of
you.
Esses.
That's nothing.
Plus
That's
6
exactly what
damage, yeah.
happened to Louis. Marine Lord baited him
I
into
forgot about that. That's
opening,
insane.
and they jumped him. I honestly did not
Louis
see
needs to go
whether
Mass Horseman?
Louis' crossbows
No,
were
because then he
focusing
loses to the
on
Lancers, right?
For some time, or whether
Spearman
it was just
Horseman?
sheer power from Marine Lord. Whichever
Gets
way,
melted to the crossbows. GG.
Louis was
Marine Lord on
overwhelmed
match
and
point, you
there is
think?
basically nothing that manages to get back home from his original army.
They need to
I mean,
do
this is the
one
ego
more
trial of like building
ban
knights into House
spot
Lancaster
so you
knights.
can
It's
ban
deceptive, but
Bruce,
they are
HRE, and
more
Lancaster.
aggressive. Like the way
Because
you
like
have
a
to
lot
think
of the games
about
that we
House
see
of
from Lancaster, it just
Knights
feels
and
unfair.
coalesces is
Of
the
course,
same way you have
Middle
to
is
think
playing
about
very
building
well.
men-at-arms
Of course,
against HRE,
he's a
building
very
up
good
their
player.
men-at-arms, right? It's like
But
it was
like,
taboo
he
for
could
too
still
many
win
to
with
ever
other
do
saves,
that.
right?
And this civ
When you
is
were
very much
fully
like
heavy
that
knights
on
and start
horseback.
getting speared,
You have
yourself
scary
concede,
position
you
now that
lost.
Louis in.
True.
He's starting to stockpile resources. I don't think the idea is attack here. There isn't
I
like
see,
a
I
logical
see
plan.
what you mean.
Great Wall Gatehouse to protect your base,
But
I
like,
guess. And then maybe try
if
to
you just
farm
keep making
transition
knights, which are
behind
super
it, he's basically
expensive,
forfeiting entire
and you're
map
taking
control.
+6 damage
Looks like
plus
Louis-
crosswood in the
That
back,
is the idea. He's gonna start
maybe it
walling
will be a
B-side.
good idea to switch to something else, no?
Yeah, I just feel like we're looking at a setup where the villager count is neck and neck, relic count evenly split, but you do have all these manors untouched. Well, at least for Louis, he's got supervision and he's got tax income, so it evens-ish out. But we're getting to the stage where all the deer carcasses are gone, and yeah, Louis now has to move on to berries. First off, it's raidable by Marine Lord. He narrowly misses these villagers. But more
It was lucky.
importantly, Louis will need to make a farm transition, whereas Marine Lord already has a nice passive source of food, so it's not as pressing for him as it is for Louis.
Ooh,
Indeed, what they should have done from the beginning, yes. And the thing is, Louis, even the casters noticed that Louis clicked the cavalry from Lancaster and he saw the color of S's.
From that. So you just start lobbing them now, go up to 15, and all of a sudden you're looking at 30 plus Yeoman. And this is the thing as well, like Lancaster, I don't want to say it feels like a jack of all trades Zerging Civ. In some ways it feels more specialized with some of these units, but like Spear, Yeoman at the core of it, so good. If you're ever able to justify Hobblar as well, you just have this ability to crap out so many units that even a Civ like China can't keep up. And he does discover it's 2 TC behind. He's like, is there no limits to Marine Lord's greed?
I mean, he can afford to be greedy because what is Louis going to do about it? He lost his entire army and Marine Lord knows that. He can just go for a second DC. And I just wanted to go back to your point for a moment about the Lancaster Knights, saying it's the perfect answer to enemy Knights. And let's not forget that across the series, Louis was riding the heavy cavalry train to win him games. And in a way, you literally cannot do that against the House of Lancaster. Marine Lord won 2 games at the House of Lancaster unless some miracle happens in this one. And I'm feeling like as we're getting closer and closer to Game 8, Marine Lord is starting to find the answer to the playstyle that Louis brought into this series.
Louis a good number of speedman, but now 20 Yeoman for Marine Lord. Yeah.
He gets eyeballs on. He sees the farms. The army can just go on by. You can spend a little bit of time torching, but honestly, like you just pull all troops across here. Like the military numbers are heavily in your favor. Maybe the Nest of Ease is going to make him a little bit reluctant, but you know, to a whole point of like the House of Lancaster being the perfect answer, heavy cav and etc. In multiple forms. It's not just this knight cav comp. You can play Spearman with Yeoman as well, because the Billman tech makes the knights feel like they're made of paper. So that there's multiple layers here that just enables Lancaster to be super effective against cav, which historically is accurate, in fairness to them. Something Agincourt.
Fair. Very, very fair. But yeah, I think Marine Lord, I had this feeling in the previous game as well, but specifically for this one, I'm starting to feel like Marine Lord is trying to, and I think he successfully felt out what Louis wants to do in every single one of these games, and Louis hasn't yet found the pivot point into something else. It's very heavily cavalry-based play that he's been successful with in some of these games. I don't think it's working anymore.
I mean, it feels like a necessity in some ways on this map. Like we said, very hard to wall in the mid game, and just an organic choice for China. It's not like Marine Lord didn't do it too, right? There was a very big focus on both sides on Knights. It shows you how dominant it is on this.
Lancaster claims another victim. Shafaka was saying, losing wood building is middle farm transition, yeah. Too much wood being lost to invest in farms and the buildings again. Marine Lord takes the lead. Match point right here, right now.
He still has some of his best civilizations out there, but you wonder if Chinese was meant to be his go-to civilization against a would-be Malian pick. Chinese was his #1 civ in the redraft. So this was a civilization onto which Louis put a major emphasis. and it did not work out in this game. Now it's match point for Marine Lord, and we always talk about this, KP. When it's match point, when you're down by 3 games, 2 games, your opponent has a lot more freedom in rolling the dice. And now Louis MT, he must win or it's all over. Marine Lord, on the other hand, he has the potential and the opportunity, I guess, to shake things up a little. Maybe roll a dice on a matchup that he might not otherwise feel comfortable about and just say, well, let's see if this works out. Even if it doesn't, he still has game number 9 to play in.
Yeah, and I think Marine Lord also is just kind of giving a masterclass preview on House of Lancaster as a Civ, right? Like, we've seen him play it twice now with 2 very differing approaches. It shows this Civ still has a lot of robustness, you know? And I think, I don't want to see the manners be taken away in their entirety. Like, it's not the most interactive element, but like, a lot of the cool strategies require economy. So like, there's a logic to it. But as we highlight, there needs to be like a balance check to that. And it's kind of crazy that China, like, I think they're one of the better Civs at playing Feudal All-In. Couldn't even think about Feudal All-In here. I don't think it was really on the table. But yeah, just now we head into Cliffside, and we talked about this Delhi pick being a dominant one, potentially, for Louis. He is going to get it into Malians. Now, Pro Scouts meta, Malians were surprisingly effective in Delhi. I'd say they were actually like favored there. But now with the nerfs, there's an argument their timings are a little bit weaker, and Delhi benefit a lot from maps like Cliffside with the sacred sites and how easily they can be locked in. So quite possible we're actually going to see a deciding game 9 here off the back of Cliffside.
This is a weird one. Because I've so mixed feelings about this. So many times we see Malians just being able to outmuscle many other civilizations off the back of a powerful economy. At the same time, the Malians did not work for Marine Lord in game number 1, and as aggressive as Louis was in game number 1 with his Chinese against the Malians, he can do the same thing with the Delhi here. So I feel like there is a substantial opportunity for Louis here to leverage Delhi and just try to play super aggro. And that is what Marine Lord needs to find an answer to. In the previous 2 games, we've seen that Marine Lord pretty much figured out how to play against Louis' very heavy cavalry-focused approach. But this could be fundamentally different. It could be an all-in feudal style. And I don't know if Marine Lord has an answer to that. In game number 1, it didn't work out with the Malians. It's going to be interesting to see how things changed for game number 8. And, KB, we got to say this. If we go into game number 9, it's going to be decided on Dry Arabia.
Yeah.
You would have Ayyubids or Jeanne d'Arc for Louis. Ottomans or French for Marine Lord.
I mean, that has to be Ayu for Louis, right? I don't know if you really want to play Jean into either of those options. Especially with Pro Scouts being nerfed a little. I think Ottoman's got a bit more breathing room there. And then French Jean is like, it can be brutal, man. If you had a map like Carmel, for example, Jean can look really good there because of the limited gold. But Dry Arabia gives you a 4K in your base, right? And like French, they have really good timings at the start of Feudal Age and the end of a long Feudal. Like Jean they have this timing in between around like 13, 14 minutes, but you have to survive and in good shape until then. So, yeah, I think Louis, like if it does go all the way, we'll probably see an Ibid pick. And then Marine Lord likely just picks Ottomans because like... Is there an Ottoman?
People think that Louis should ban Lancaster.
Safer option for Marine Lord.
He banned these ones, right? He banned Japan and Byzantines. The Byzantine ban is a bit weird, but both players banned Byzantine.
For Marine Lord. Also opens
Interesting
for Dark Age shenanigans, which could be a big factor. We often forget that even this previous game started with the Lancaster Spearman Rush. So one of the things that Marine Lord started doing in recent games was doing some early harassment to try and throw off this heavy cavalry timing of Louis MT. But we might not see any of that in game number 8 here. Match point for Marine Lord. Cliffside coming up for what could be the final game in this series. Delhi for Louis MT facing off against the Malians for Marine Lord.
One more game. That's all it would take for Marine Lord to thrust his first major trophy of 2025. Louis MT needs nothing but perfection if he wants to set an all-time high for himself. As we go into Cliffside, Marine Lord, of course, will have those Malians to wield, a civ that in more recent times has actually stood a chance of shining a torch in the face of the Delhi. But we're talking about a good map for them, a new meta of discoverability. Let's see what Louis has got cooking to try and stay alive here.
The positive note here for Louis MT is that he did beat
Maybe in
Mali
training,
number
Byzantine
one.
is
That
OP.
was off the bat
Byzantine is really good, and I've seen a lot of people, especially in
and
the
it
Silver
was
League,
a full feud
power
of
rushing Byzantines because they don't want to
You can
deal
Delhi here as well.
with their
Now,
shenanigans
one
with
thing
free units and
negative
whatnot.
for Louis. Look at me, I'm playing.
But I guess House of Lancaster is better than Byzantines. Pretty sure they also thought about the maps.
2 small tree lines forward, 3 to the side.
Cliffside here, Maldians for Marine Lord is a bit Delhi, where I think Delhi really fell out of favor from the players. Like, we used to see Delhi so much, now it's quite rare.
One of those instances where you must lame that deer. Because I agree
Marine
with
Lord
you,
wins
if you
now, guys?
push in those
Or
deer,
it's game 9.
back gold as well, back
Marine Lord is
berries.
perfect at playing defensive with the Malians,
Makes
though.
it very difficult for Louis to challenge the initial resource deposits. And when you look at game number 1, it wasn't like Louis went for an all-in aggression at the beginning. He was poking and prodding, and he was finding opportunities. In fact, he found so many opportunities that it actually justified going all-in at the end. But it wasn't an all-in opening by any means. And here, finding those opportunities which establish this tempo is going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, so one thing with Cliffside is you spawn much closer together, and I always talk about the central ramp control. Central ramp control is key to the flow of this game. Delhi lean into it quickly because they have a reason to, with Sacred Sites. Now, usually in a clash against Malians, you're probably looking at Ghazi Spearmen, which means you'll also get an ability to wall that Sacred Site off. So at that point, the game becomes a little bit more annoying for Marine Lord. I'm wondering if he tries to go Pro Scouts here or just takes the deer shell for free.
Marine Lord is comfortable with Mali versus Delhi, says Shavak. Yeah, totally. I think Marine Lord is very comfortable on the Malians. Very, very comfortable. Their defense is very, very good while booming at the same time. It's going to be tough for Louis. I think Marine Lord takes the set here. And he takes the 5k, he takes the 6k. Shavaki, how much taxes in France? Like if you make 6k, how much taxes do you pay?
They know that you have to be all in, right? It's like Dome of Faith is very effective while remaining very safe and giving you scalability. Well, there's no sheep left. Did he get many in the end? Because I feel like Marine Lord cut him off on the rotation and took the majority sheep because of that.
Yeah,
Okay, that doesn't look like a majority sheep.
Delhi
Okay, no,
do not need to rely. Okay, that's nice. It's not even the fact that Louis needs those sheep necessarily. He's going to be more reliant on the berries. But it's always a good fallback option. And I think the big thing here is that as long as the Malians do not have a decent amount of cattle ranches and cattle in them, they are vulnerable on the food department. If you can take off a lot of sheep, if you can deny the hunt, you can hit them before they can set up the cattle.
Speaking of that, I'd be interested to see if he's going to lean on cattle or lean on the deer.
1.3k in taxes. Okay, here in
A lot of
Portugal,
people on wood.
Here in Portugal, if it was his only income,
expecting Pro Scouts to just be around the corner here.
he would have to pay 13% taxes.
Gives Louis an opening actually. It's gonna be a bit tricky because I mentioned the gold on the back and the deer on the back. Well, the secondary deer is.
Yeah, he will pay 13 taxes if it was only that income. But I think he receives from his team. It's 20%. Yeah, here it would be 13%. If it is only the 6k, if he made more, like he received from the team or something else, it will be around 15% if it was between 7.7k and 11k.
It's like, is this the perfect spawn? It's like, well, actually, KP, no. I mean, he didn't spawn in with walls already built and a castle in front of his base. So.
France is a great taxing country. Yeah. I think Portugal too. It's just like people, the minimum wage is so low. But then in Portugal, you have to pay IRS and Social Security at the same time.
Oof. Yeah, Louis being very charitable this game, it seems. I don't know what else the scout has got to do at this stage.
Yeah, he's definitely
So in Portugal, Marine Lord will pay 780 taxes over the price.
It's a bit unfortunate.
Same in
because it's
France.
wasted your
Yeah.
opponent's time. I mean,
But like
Marine Lord,
the
you get
taxes
things
in
from,
Portugal
what,
are
half
really
loads,
bad
which doesn't sound like a lot,
for the
but
companies.
nerfs is pretty important
Like
teams to
for
think about.
the people, like you work for a company, it's not that bad. But for the companies, it's really, really bad. And then like the richer you are, until a certain point, the more you pay taxes. So some people like they could make their business grow, but they don't because they will pay more taxes and lose in the end of the month. Social security is worth it. Same in Portugal. A bit overcrowded now with all the immigrants, and that's a bit tough. But in general, it's good.
Horsemen. We have to remember that this Civ doesn't get bonus damage on the horsemen until Castle Age.
Yeah, I don't hate the Ghazi plus Archer here. Eventually, the response from Marine Lord will be challenging.
Nazi plus Archer versus Donzo Javelin, classic. It'll be tough. We will have to micro very well those Gazis. Or just do insane eco damage. It will be hard to defend the Sacred Sides, especially the one in the middle.
It's just standard scaling. Now, with the Pro Scouts, that does enable Farimba play here as well. Louis is close to his sanctioned timing. Should be, I don't want to say for free, but mostly uncontested here. Just due to the kind of like wide nature of the map. The flank Sacred Sites are hard to deny.
One of the things I think that is beneficial for the Delhi on this map is that it doesn't take a lot of effort to wall off the Sacred Sites. You're kind of sandwiched in between those cliffs. So you can, even if you secure the one on the flank, you can quickly wall it in, and you don't have to worry about it for quite some time. So I think one of the benefits you get with Delhi here is the ability to just focus your attention towards the middle and not worry about the one Sacred Site on the flank.
Yeah, and keep in mind,
it's
Delhi...
a huge thing.
Yeah, especially considering Delhi technically got buffed in Season 9's changes when they nerfed wall building, right? Because they didn't nerf it on infantry of Delhi. They nerfed it on villages.
Yeah.
Like, you actually erect walls reasonably quick as Delhi these days compared to, like, a year ago. And on this map, as you mentioned, it's just, like, such a small choke point, it's easy to do.
And it's all it does more than just, like, secure the Sacred Site. If you have a wall with a gate on it, you have a fallback point, so your opponent cannot chase you down even if you take a disadvantageous fight.
Trip Sacred Site now locked in. Micro from Louis there a little bit questionable. He wasn't pulling back the injured archers, so didn't kind of min-max the engagement because he has healing behind him. So Marine Lord able with the posture. Not sure if he's going to hang on the Sacred Site, maybe a little bit paranoid. Instead, he's going to go on the flanks. Sadly, there's already Ghazi camping. It's a good map control so far by Louis. The Pro Scouts is really not that far away.
Yeah, standard Donzo Javelin here.
Yeah, triple Sacred Site. You don't want that against Delhi. But like I said, the middle one is hard to defend because middle Nord units are so close and they're so efficient in small numbers. But Louis, being smart, is already using the Scholars to heal. Sometimes we see Delhi players taking a long time to pull the Scholars out because they want the techs. But the thing is, if you have no units, the techs are useless. So keep your units alive, then you get the techs slowly but surely.
It's a lot more difficult.
But then there is the other side of the coin. If you have no techs, your units die. Right. But here, no, actually, Middle North has no techs, and I think Louis sees that. How does he already have so many Scholars? Dome of the Faith? Louis has great macro. He's surprising. Like, even the casters be like, how does he do this? How does he do these macro tricks? He just has a very good notion of the economy and the bonuses of the civs.
At this point, he's got basically everything that he needs. This feels more about combat healing. I don't think he wants to go into Castle Age with Marine Lord having cattle. And so far, Marine Lord hasn't started adding cattle, which is a key consideration here. Louis still has time to...
Yeah, Maldin Pro Scouts, it became rarer, but sometimes it's like really clutch.
I wonder if it is ever going to be the
Northern North has a good army, is getting deer under the base. Now the best will be to slowly but surely buy cows. Because sometimes Maldins lose, because they go Pro Scouts, but then they run out of Pro Scouts, and then they have nothing to keep the spam going.
His army isn't actually an attacker boy.
Nice little swing on the wood line of Marine Lord. The Ghazi...
2 secret sites for 3 minutes. I know, that's insane. But the military count is still very close. More food for Marine Lord. Less 100 gold per minute. And the thing is, Louis is not using gold. He's not making gold units, he's not paying for tax. Marine Lord is the one using gold. So if Louis buys food gently, he can go Council Age while having a huge army.
South rather, instead of
No, one of the secret sites was decapped.
of Louis. At least trying to deny some food income. But we do have a few scouts, so Louis is going to have the Pro Scouts deer to play with at home as well.
And now, Marine Lord is splitting up his army a little here, which is dangerous when you play infantry comps. This time around, it actually pays off because he has a nice surround on this scav, but he needs to be careful not to be split into 3, 4, 5 groups. Otherwise, he could get easily surprised.
Yeah, like Louis lost his scout there. That was intentional from Marine Lord to blind him, so he can't just easily freely rotate. So next time that type of move happens, if he doesn't bring another scout, it's going to be a death sentence for all of them. Like, that was almost a perfect surround from Marine Lord. Very difficult to get out.
Thinking castle here?
Yeah, and like Farimba timing, right? Like, he has no cattle whatsoever, so this is going to be all about the scale power of the javelins. He's already keeping the Ghazi count somewhat in check, and like the scholar count is getting ludicrous for Louis.
Yeah, but like 14 Ghazis is not enough. Oh, look at the scholars being picked up as they go. That's tough. But still, 12 scholars. Oh, Marine Lord is going castle. GG. GG. Marine Lord is like so many units. He's going castle age. And it's Farimba. Farimba is crazy here. Louis, can Louis resist? Louis, if he stops production for a minute, he can go castle. But then he has no enough. He doesn't have enough units to defend. Scholars might be making a difference. Marine Lord, he's somebody capable of having 3 control groups just of javelin throwers, and one of the control groups snaps the scholars.
Immediate knockout punch.
Message javelin are so OP, bro. I remember the last game I played of AV4 was I stopped playing on that stream because I got triggered. Because Mass Javelineers, so annoying. And we're gonna look at X first, totally. It's over. It's over. Louis, it was great. 3 games from Marine Lord, where Marine Lord seemed out of control, but I think it's over now. Louis, that's the best time to fight. That's the best time to fight. It's exactly right now. Techs are coming in. Ah, the Mansas, the Javelineers.
A little bit questionable here. The Donzo count not that high. Ghazi, I'm gonna start getting bloody blocked out though.
Ghazis can do their job. They're already Mensa Javelineers. That's insane. Oh, the Ghazis are fighting the Donzos. Archers. Ah, no, it looks so bad. Okay, more Donzos arrive. That's so... It really sucks, like you're winning a fight with cavalry and then 5 Donzos arrive and you have to retreat. Especially when you're low HP, it's really tough to go against that. Ah, Louis, the healings are going insane.
One shot by enemy units, it doesn't help.
The javelins. Oh no, they alive, and then they will kill the rest. It was a good fight from Louis. He killed a lot of units. Marine Lord on the retreat is getting veteran Donzo. I always think about the Imperial. I don't know why.
Shoot. So Louis, he done a valiant effort to actually come out of that trade that well with a military.
Yeah, it was a good fight for Louis, but he's still 1 age behind, and he doesn't have. He's not close to castle, and he doesn't have a huge lead. He has like 13. No, it's scholars. He's like 2 villager lead.
His economy is actually very, very weak for the standards of this game. And really, the only positive that you can say about his position is that he also ground down Marine Lord's army. Marine Lord's army took a big beating as well. But now Marine Lord is going to move on to relics. And again, preserving these javelin throwers is going to be on the easier side.
Yeah, mass javelin thrower. It will be so hard for Louis to deal with that.
He's going to pull back the eastern berries. Those are his safest ones, but that might become a little bit predictable if Marine Lord has scouted the entire map, which I'm assuming this was found by him. It is. Okay, so that's now got a little bit of a risk. It is wide. I don't think Marine Lord's going to rush out to it because there is a threat towards his direct base. But you're already seeing the new wave of Donzos being built up. Those are going to be vetted. Louis is just stuck re-blobbing Masgazi, which is keeping him completely away from attack up here. And he has 0 sacred sites to scale with.
That's the big problem here, KP. If Louis is now done with every single tech, he's not getting the benefit of free techs anymore. He would love to get to Castle Age and start getting the Castle Age techs in, but that would require him to stop producing Gaza Raiders. If he does that, he gets flooded by all these javelins.
Yeah, and now Marine Lord knows that Louis is not on those berries, so Marine Lord will think he's on the other berries that I checked. Because Marine Lord also knows that Louis needs to keep producing Gazis. He has no way to counter the javelins. And even like the guys are not really doing a great job, they're just dying. We see a potential sandwich, but look at the speed of the javelins.
You have to commit at this point.
That's it. Oh, that's so toxic. I'm getting triggered. I'm just watching.
The javelins to run into him. It's just not that.
But look at
many
that
ponies.
speed. That's insane. But it's even worse on the hands of a good player because they macro so well.
Just once again dying.
They look even faster. But they look like the characters of the game I was playing earlier. They move so fast. It's like they dashing through the map. It's insane. GG.
All the damage dealing units
GG.
are gone, and I think the monks will also just get picked apart.
Second wave of Ghazi. Marine Lord, like, this isn't all the javelins, right? I feel like there's a few missing here. Maybe they're reproducing.
It doesn't matter if it's all the javelins or not. They're just cleaning. They're just cleaning.
Looks like Louis winning. Remember, he's getting closer
Look at that.
to production and further away from
Bro, the Gazis are melted. Completely melted. Louis bringing more units though. But it doesn't matter. Gazis are almost being one-shotted.
I feel like
One shot.
in
I
game
mean,
number 1, we talked about the relentlessness of Louis MT, and that time it worked against the Malians. This time it's not working anymore.
Yeah,
the tech advantage that Marine Lord has is just too big to overcome, and
yeah, and you can't catch them. That's why I got frustrated about this unit. It's so annoying.
sacred sites for a while. He simply doesn't have the economy to spam units like this.
He's got them back
GG.
in, but it's not going to be quick
That's
enough.
it. Marine Lord wins the Elite Classic 3. Congratulations.
Be there again. Louis MT was not able to slay the biggest beast that exists in Age of Empires 4. Marine Lord will add another S tier victory to his accolades as he is your Elite Classic 3 champion.
Louis MT, though.
Guys, I told you in the start of the stream, I said I want Louis to win, but I think Marine Lord takes it. And he did. Marine Lord has won all the 3 Elite Classics. Destruction. 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 Insane. Bro, Beastie is too busy being a content creator now. No, wait. Marine Lord won the winter tournament? Wasn't that Beastie? Didn't Beastie win it? No. No, Louis won the Garrison. Didn't Beastie win the tournament this year? Right, he did. Right. I just, yeah.
That is not something that Louis had an answer to. Nevertheless, nothing to be ashamed of for Louis MT here. One of his best ever performances. And I think we can safely say that he took the next step towards becoming a real candidate for a champion in AoE 4.
Yeah, he won winter. Yeah, I remember that.
He made this series very competitive.
But the rest was all Marine Lord.
This time around, players will
You know who I think has fallen off a bit in pro play?
be going for the grand finals for the next event that we have.
Poppy and Wham.
Absolutely.
Oh, talking about the Elite Classic 123. Oh, I thought you were talking about the tournaments that are part of the circuit. Okay. Marine Lord, the Elite Classic. The easy Elite Classic. I missed the Golden League as well.
That kind of seems promising.
Golden League was really fun.
Later games, it was a little.
Starting with 12 villagers was insane. I love that format. I love the off-meta picks as well.
But it shows you that Louis is on the edge, man. Like, 5-3 might not look that close in score, but it really, really is. Especially when you consider how these early games went. I think maybe just the redraft is where things fell apart a little bit for Louis and Marine Lord. We talked about that.
The redraft. The redraft was tough.
Being used to that environment tends to be its own edge. But you know what? We can actually hear from the man ourselves. We've got Marine Lord on the line. for a winning interview.
Interview, everybody.
There
Hello.
he is. Marine Lord, congratulations on...
Eusébio, como é que é, moço? Tudo fixe, ok? That's mine.
I'm not sure actually. Yeah, maybe 7-9.
Empire Wars, no, not Empire Wars, no.
How do you how do you just make them not feel like they're the same, right? Because like you want to be able to bathe in the victory. Is there like some way you're able to truly appreciate every one of the wins?
I mean, it's more
themselves?
that I hate losing. So when I lose, I'm very sad and I'm very tilted. So I better win.
I hate losing.
Doesn't happen. So when I win, I'm actually not that happy, right? It's just like I did what I had to do, and if I lose,
True. If I win, it's just like normal.
that's the wrong
If I
way
lose,
to
it's
do it.
sad.
That's how I do it.
Cringe.
I mean, like, dude, I used to play Dota.
I win, normal. I lose, cringe.
On the hate. But I guess, like, you know, is that ever... How does that not get exhausting, I guess, is like what a lot of people are probably thinking. Like, that winner's mentality, because I think at this stage, you know, it's expected of you to come in these tournaments and win. Like, do you feel the pressure anymore? Like, you know, I remember we had Mr. when Age of Mythology released, and he said, I had to lose. Like, I just had to lose. It was getting ridiculous. Do you ever get that kind of, like, worry that there's too much on your shoulders?
Nah.
Not really. I'm just I really like the game, so I just keep playing and I keep participating, right? But obviously it's getting harder. Like the competition is.
Les gâteaux.
I think. Louis is very.
How you say cat in French? Oh, les gâteaux, so cute.
I'm not sure why, but I feel like Pepe has been doing pretty bad the last 2 tournaments.
Yeah.
And okay, he lost to me in this one, but I feel like he would have done better in group stage if it was like practice games. But in tournament, he doesn't perform as well. VC is always dangerous, and we have CSO now that did very well. Anoton is very good too, so like we will be.
Bro, what the hell is that word? Chat? Chat? Cat?
Like I would be favored against all of them, but any of them can beat me once or twice.
I think
People have been playing bad.
Like, you know,
People are adapting to the new meta, I guess. So many possibilities.
Able to beat you 3-2. Did you know, I remember we said at the start of the day, sometimes winning can be a big negative in the group stage because you can maybe risk revealing too much. Do you feel like something akin to that happened here? Almost like Louis revealed a weak spot to you?
I mean, not really a weak spot, but I was very confident about the way we'll draft. And that's very like... When I know how my opponent is gonna draft and what kind of matchup I'm gonna get, I feel more confident and less stressed. So for example, yesterday against BC, since he didn't play the week before, since he was directly into the semi-final, I was a bit more nervous because I was really not sure what he would draft and how he would do it. But since he did pretty much the same as in group stage, it felt very good once the draft was done.
Guys pick weird picks against Marine Lord, he will just stress out.
Finals, because I feel like we had a really good start to the series, very competitive. I want to say the last 2 games were maybe the cleanest for you. Do you feel like you got a really big advantage going into this redraft after the opening games?
No, I don't think so. I think the last 2 games I won because I played better, but I think on theory, they are slightly favored for him. I think Delhi should beat Mali slightly, but I got a good spawn to be fair. And
Marine Lord spawn.
Yeah, it was very good for Cliffside.
He got 17 sheep. I think you had a little bit less, but like, you know, Delhi, they never come home, right?
House of Lancaster, I played them a lot. So when I saw he was going to scout to the...
I play them a lot, House of Lancaster.
Happy because I was like, okay, normally, if I play very well, it's gonna be close. I think going second scout is a big mistake. So I felt like in theory it would be a close game, and then House of Lancaster is obviously very stupid in that game, so I was confident I could get there.
So, speaking of like very funky things to do, House Lancaster, I've got to talk about that game number 2. Did you ever feel like he was going to do something to stop you only building spears?
I mean, I was just sending waves, and I was like, okay, he's still making CPI, I'm just gonna send another wave. And like...
Easy. Spear easy.
Like when I lost my my siege and a lot of spears, they could see it as like, oh my god, he threw. But I was on like 6 mana, a very good economy, Wingard. So I'm quite sure, like, no matter what, he's just super far behind all the time. And I just have to send units and units again and again. I think on this map, it's the best save by a decent margin. So when I got Wingard, I knew, like, it's gonna be very hard to lose this one if I play decently, right?
I think the other thing that's interesting about Louis MT is just how far he's come as a player. Like, you know, a year or so ago, I called him the Chinese BSTQ, right? He loved playing this late game, playing it really well. We said at the start of the broadcast, it's almost more like Lucifron these days. He's very raid-oriented. He tries to, like, you know, really stretch on the flanks. And he always has these weird little aces up his sleeve. Like, I guess maybe the game in this series that kind of stated that the most was Relic River for you. Because there had to be points where you thought, okay, like, this is where he dies, right? and he always finds ways to thread the needle in the late game. Like, do you see that as an area of the game you never want to go up against him in?
I mean, for this game, Relic River, it's actually very sad because I got this situation exactly, Mongol against Japanese, like 3 or 4 times in practice. And like the first 2 times, I died because I tried edging up with the Mongols. And if I kept going feudal, I would win. And once again, because I'm extremely stupid, I went for Castle Age. And at this moment, it's where like it was pretty much even, right? If I just keep going feudal, I'm quite sure I should just kill him. But as I said, I'm pretty stupid, so I was just okay, let's go castle, just in case. And it doesn't make any sense, so... But in theory, I think his late game is very good. But he plays it in a very weird way. So if you deny his gold pretty well, he cannot go mass knights anymore, and then it's pretty weird for him. But if he gets all the gold on the map, it's very scary to play against, yeah.
Did you realize just how early he went for that Northern Gold? Like, I think it was something like 7 or 8 minutes.
I saw it. He mined already like almost 2k on it, I think. Maybe a bit more than 2k.
Yeah,
I
he's
was
been
not
munching
surprised.
for ages.
He did that in the group stage, and every time he plays on maps like Cliffside, he does it. But I didn't expect this one to be like that far, right? So I guess I will check the replay, but that's tough.
He done it on Lipany to you as well. I don't think you found it in the end. The berry workers of the north, he snuck them to your big 8k vein.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, the Lipani, it was more like, okay, no matter what he does, I just need to do a big push and he's gonna die. So the Mongol one was a pretty... Like, it was very different, right? On the Abbasid one, he was pretty dead when he got to castle, I guess. Which was actually very scary, right? The Zoshi Abbasid. Nobody played Abbasid in practice. So I just saw the game on Carmel yesterday against CSO. And I was like, okay, he will probably do the same. And it's a worse map for it. So if I play very well, it should be fine. But if you do like just 1 or 2 mistakes, you can really die to this style.
All right, I got 1 or 2 more questions for you. Like this one's quite interesting, actually. I feel like the devs are taking the game in a quite different direction. I don't know if you've seen like in feeling it with the points of interest. Like a lot more interaction. We're seeing Dark Age actually matter a lot. Like, what's your feeling? What's your opinion?
I love it.
They seem to be steering in.
I mean, it's a lot of good ideas, I think. But I feel like point of interest, I think they just need a bigger diversity of it. They need way more different ideas.
Yeah.
Because right now I feel like if you just do the merchant camp on every map, it's just gonna be the same Dark Age rush, and it's not gonna be very interesting. But the idea is there, I think it's very good, but for now I don't think it's like perfect, right? They need to improve it a bit. I think Wolf Den should be improved too, so we cannot out-micro the Wolf. I think that's kind of silly. And I don't know, like I think they should just come up with some new ideas. Maybe you can still do some new kind of hybrid map too. And hopefully at some point they do something about Pro Scout, and I don't think deer pushing is that bad. But Pro Scout is very, very weird, and it's giving some very weird game, and it's so freaking strong for Rus, HRE, China, and Zushi. Like especially like the first game when I
Yeah, Proficient Scout is still very strong, but not for everybody.
so much more than me all the time, and I couldn't do anything pretty much because he has a 20% more income. So I don't know how they will ever balance this tech.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe it's okay to have maps that are good for it, but like just have maps. The thing I've been like saying we should have is, you know, different food types, right? Like elephants, giraffes that you couldn't Pro Scouts, and then all of a sudden you can have a map that only has no deer or 4 deer or whatever.
It will be the best way to deal with it, I think.
Yeah, it gives a variety because like it's good to have some maps where things are good and certain things are bad. It's just part of AOE4's design.
And
but,
remove
you mentioned
ship RNG. That's good.
Oh, that's
Maybe they can do that at some point.
And then you can have shit energy.
Pastures that you break into, and then you just like get the sheep out, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean that could be a map, right? But I feel like they will never really remove the big ship RNG. And I feel like, I mean, it's not often, right? But sometimes it really breaks game. You just have way more than your opponent and you're pretty dead, or you're gonna win easily. So I feel like they need to do something about it. Other than that, obviously, I think they improve the game very well. The only problem I have with the game right now is House of Lancaster. It doesn't make any sense in any way for RTS to have this kind
Sheep RNG, one of the worst things, and House of
they put it
Lancaster
all
as
together.
well, yeah. The worst for RTS, that's his
thing,
saying.
actually. So I think they did a great job with it. Maybe it's a bit too strong on water and on hybrid maps, but I feel like they will, at some point, reach good balance. I feel like with House of Lancaster, they need to remove... I mean, manors need to cost supply, I think. If you reach late game with manors, you're always going to win because you are...
True. Yeah, Sheep RNG, sometimes, especially if pro play is too strong.
Something about it. So what I proposed was like they make it like a Feitoria on Age of Empire 2, where like you make a building, but it takes you supply.
Vitória is from Portugal. Vitória, Portugal.
The game pretty much.
I think one thing I was saying is like if manas at least have some sort of influence range, so you have to spread them out on the map, right? And then it's like
Maybe yeah.
at least there's a risk, right? Then I can actually go and burn
Yeah.
them down or whatnot. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but-
like I mean, we can dive into this like deep with the thing we were talking about in the cast was the demi lancers. I think the demi lancers are like nuts because you get all the greed, and then you get a jail out of free card for that greed.
I agree, but I think they are not the problem. I think it's just like the late game issue with them, where you reach 200 supply and you feel like you have 250 supply. I think everything else can be like, we have so many broken things in the game, so it doesn't really shock me that the Lancers thing. Same for Hero Man, like they're very strong, but I feel like it's really about the manners and the fact that they take no supply or like they just give you so much for free.
Yeah, it's like anti-interactive, right? And like RTSs should let you do things. So
Bro, that's my point about the game for so long. And remember some people in chat in my stream saying like now English is fine or super defensive things is fine, but that's exactly what KP said. RTS should allow you to do things and be interactive. That's why that's one of the reasons, not the only reason why I'm not so excited to play. Because I feel like sometimes the game is too much like that. Like it doesn't allow you to do things.
you feeling about your ability to flex the level of win rate you had in 2024?
I think that's never gonna happen again. I think I was very good, but at the same time it was pretty lucky. Like except Master of Realm, where I felt like I would win no matter what. Like if you replay the tournament 10 times, I would feel like I would win it 10 times. Both other tournaments, I had a decent chance to lose, I think. The meta is always very wild, so hopefully like I can win more tournaments this year again. But I don't think I'm gonna go like on a perfect streak.
Yeah, because Lord knows that the meta is changing and he can't keep up all the time. So sometimes he'll be a bit weaker.
Except the first one. I feel like if I just play slightly better, I would not lose them. So I just need to improve more and make less mistakes.
All right. Well, it's been a pleasure to dig deep into that brain and get all the thoughts, Marine Lord. But mate, once again,
Don't
congratulations
listen to those chatters, bro. I don't. It's just like to prove like a different
for
version.
you in the
Oh,
future.
cut.
Oh, what's he got for us? Oh, the cat. The cat is that's the real reason,
Always
isn't it?
there.
That's the only reason.
Cat. Belly rubs, belly rubs.
When I lost to Beastie, she didn't come the whole day. What a bitch. She's actually
When Lord lost to Beastie, the cat didn't show up.
Cat's not there. You're like, okay, GG. This is
Yeah,
it. This
that's
is the
gonna be
end of the road.
harder.
All right, GG's, mate. Go get some rest, and we'll see more of you soon.
Bye bye.
Cat, so cute.
You had to get the cat on cam. Like, that's important, man. Like, you know, AoE4's got to have his mascots Lidicore.
True.
I feel like Patate wasn't feeling it today, though.
No, I mean, you know, it's been like a long day, right? Like, I think Patate is just like disappointed. He's just looking, going, "Yo, you didn't beat him 5-0, bruh. I've been sitting here waiting to be fed this whole time."
That's very possible. It's like, dude, it's getting close to midnight. I want my food, and maybe that applies to a lot of our audience. Which means that we just gonna have to say goodbye to everybody here. Once again, a terrific event with an absolutely amazing finale, especially the Relic River game. I think that's one of the standout games of the entire tournament. Beautifully played and a tightly contested series in the grand finals here. It's so exciting to think of what's coming next in Age of Empires 4 because it's funny that we are saying this every single event, but it's the same thing again, KP. This scene has never been as competitive as it was before.
No, you heard it from Marine Lord directly. You know, he doesn't believe that he can achieve the unbeatable streak. I mean, it's already been compromised by Beast at the start of the year. Now we have Marine Lord. We had Louis nibbling at his heels, CSO in the running. Who knows what patches are going to bring next? Maybe all of a sudden the experimenters like B could thrust those trophies. But I agree with him, man. Like, we've got the best play we're seeing from more players than we've historically seen, and I think that's the dream, man. Like that's when RTS has become their pure best. When you have, let's say, a 16-player tournament, and at least 8 of them, you could genuinely, easily say that guy's going to thrust the trophy. That's when you have the true, pure competition that makes RTSs incredibly compelling.
True, very true. Wise words.
Those phases where 1 or 2 people will win. But that's what you're aiming for, and I think we are closer than we've ever been.
Listen, this applies to any sport. This applies to any esport.
Marine Lord's already past his prime. Sage. Rise CSO, Rise Core. Let's go, new champions.
Pattern. It's not like, okay, I know that this person is gonna win. It's just a matter of how. But every single series can put you on the edge of your seat. And I think we are trending in that direction. It's very exciting to see what's next for Age of Empires 4. What is next for EGCTV is EGC Masters Summer, kicking off on the 14th of June. So a little
14th of June already, like in a month. No more win all year? Hopefully not. Like he comes close, but he loses to like B, you know.
the VODs on YouTube as well. But most importantly, tell your friends, tell your family, because, you know, AoE 4, it's never been this competitive, and I'm super excited.
That's true. It's getting better and better. Let's go, GG's.
Of whom, I think it's time for us to drop off this audience to another prospective tournament organizer.
Oh, yes. The action will continue. Go have some fun across on, I believe we're going across the Age of RTS. So have some fun with them.
Okay, guys. We'll also be finishing the stream right now. Thank you very much for watching. It was great. Shout out to Marine Lord, shout out to Louis, shout out to everybody that watched. I wish you the best thoughts, ideas, feelings, and emotions, and a whole bunch of individuality, creativity, and responsibility as well. Believe in yourself and all possibilities. Till the next time, tomorrow, we'll be back with more gaming content. So see you soon. Goodbye. Have fun. Enjoy yourselves. Thanks for the watch party. Thanks for watching.
There we go. Ladies and gents, welcome to this blessed occasion that is my room. I know, very professional setup. You guys see there's a big thing at the top. Wait, let me move myself. At the top here, where you see there's a main event happening in Copenhagen, Denmark. Ladies and gents, if you're not a Twitch chat conqueror in Beasties chat or a Redditor, you probably...
Wait, hold on. 25k prize pool is really good. Okay, another tournament organizer. We love it. More tournaments, more... It's gonna be a LAN. Yay. LAN. I'll go to Denmark.
Wild. So if you're in our communities, you know this thing is happening, right? Everybody knows by now. Finally, SteelSeries confirmed themselves. I know! So yes, we're going to Copenhagen, ladies and gentlemen. And we do have some details that I want to share with you guys to make sure that you guys know exactly what's going down. We'll